I'm saying this not to flatter them because our relationship dates long ago, so no flattery is in order, but because I believe that they express, hence this panel, they express a continuity in the national foreign policy and express this clearly and explicitly, often against the tide that is caused by populist views. So on this juncture, where I wouldn't exaggerate if I said that everything's changing around us, especially in our area, there is tremendous instability which has not hit us yet because of the institutions to which we belong or we are members of, and for which a lot of people have worked hard for many years, including our panelists. We have to pass the message of national unity, and I believe that this will be the topic of our debate today. I'm very happy that our dear friend and colleague Periklis Dimitrolopoulos is with us here in this panel, just like Tovima and Tanea, the two newspapers, in a very nice synergy that combines the academic dimension with journalism that I have also served on for many years. Thank you very much, and we are ready to start our discussion. Good morning on my part. I hope this synergy that Inor mentioned will have a follow-up. I welcome you. I'm the chief editor of the newspaper Tovima. It is an honor and pleasure for me to be here in this panel with these distinguished speakers, panelists. And actually, this is an event that is accompanied with a very dense actual actual news. It is the crisis, Middle Eastern crisis, and the loss we experienced several hours ago of a debatable personality of foreign diplomacy, Henry Kissinger, and of course we have got the visit of President Erdogan next Thursday. But I would also add without opening too much this debate, which is in order when you've got such distinguished guest speakers, for whom I should say that one discussion with Mrs. Bakoyan and Mr. Venizelos is never enough. Therefore, I'll have to be brief. So I would also go as far as including the sculptures, the Parthenon sculptures, which is a dimension of international relations with London, highlighting how the political scene has, or whether rather the Hellenic politics has an impact on the national scene, given the reaction of Premier Sunak. This was a brief introduction before I pass the floor to Mrs. Bakoyani. No, Mr. Venizelos. Please, Mr. Venizelos. Okay, so we're starting with a small dispute here. Okay, Ms. Bakoyani. So you have the floor, Ms. Bakoyani. Good morning. Thank you, first of all, for this invitation. I'd like to say that I am excited because I am before an audience of young people. It's not so frequent, for us politicians. And this is a special day for me. I would also like to thank all the ambassadors who honor us with their presence here today. We've worked with many of them in the past together. It is difficult to describe how difficult things change. There were times when one would enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they would be given a piece of paper describing the relations between Greece and Bulgaria. They would enter as attaches and ambassadors would come in and out, and the same fixed relations would be on the same piece of paper. It was the time of the Cold War, where there were fixed relations. After the end of the Cold War, we entered the era of the hegemony of the U.S., which was misinterpreted and has been misinterpreted on many occasions, but for a period of time it worked. The US worked as international policeman, and here we are today. The current situation is characterized by constant instability. There is no constant in the international system. Things change rapidly, and the labor pains are really long. We live in an environment where Europe has failed to respond to the challenges of a new era. And we have to be open about this, because for a long period of time, very long period of time, the issue of security in Europe was considered solved, totally resolved, and covered by the US. And the issue of energy security was also solved, covered by Russia. The result is that one day, nothing. One day, a day came when neither actually held true anymore. One, because of the war on Ukraine and the rapid changes, and I myself, being German, pro-German, seeing the German chancellor in the German Bundestag declaring that he would have a program of 300 billion on armament, changing radically the German politics, a policy that had been valid since the Second World War. And on the other hand, the US, which had turned their attention to their relations with China and the Pacific, it was forced to turn its interest to Europe, but this interest does not change the actual priorities of the US. And I'm not going to enter into the domestic affairs, because if I do that, things would get worse in the individual countries. This means that for us, our area, our region, as Enoch rightly said, we haven't been hit yet, affected by the crisis, but this doesn't mean that Greece shouldn't be prepared with all its reflexes awake to deal with the various issues that might arise from this international instability. Now, we are in a good position, may I dare say, today as we speak. We are in a good position because we've got stable alliances, because we are not left in our own devices. We are we do not we do not change our views. We are stable about our stance vis-a-vis Ukraine, for instance. We are loyal to our principles. We were criticized about this, but we have tried to make it clear that we need to be loyal to these principles in order to be heard. For instance, we can't be critical of President Erdogan, but accept the same moves by President Putin. We have signed agreements on our strategic relationship with Israel, both with France and the US, and we are perceived by the international community as a serious and reliable ally. And this is very important, because seriousness and responsibility have been missing have gone missing in the national arena. For instance, Premier Sunak, this issue is not about cancelling the meeting with the Greek Prime Minister. It is that the British diplomacy allowed for such a
πάρα πολύ καλά τι σημαίνει αυτό.
cock up because the British diplomacy is very experienced and knows very well what such a thing would mean. There's one thing that is never allowed in foreign policy, ladies and gentlemen, to do foreign policy with petty partisan criteria. You will be condemned to fail because very often you have got the major responsibility, the huge responsibility to advocate your national interests, possibly against the views that might be more popular than those that you have to promote. An explicit example is a dialogue with Turkey. There is no thinking Greek citizen who would dispute or challenge the fact that after 2 years of tensions and extreme crisis, Greece and Turkey should enter into a phase of reducing this, mitigating this tension and building some sort of confidence between the two countries. Nonetheless, it is very easy for anyone to advocate that with a person like Erdogan, they don't want to have any sort of dialogue, and so on and so forth. But this is one of the examples that I've experienced throughout my life. And unfortunately, it's been a long, long time that we've been trying. Dialogue with Turkey is something that should never intimidate our country in any way. Greece is coming to this dialogue with strong arguments. After all, at this stage, it is low politics. The agenda is low politics, but it's coming to the dialogue with strong and firm arguments. Alas, if Greece was the country that said, I don't discuss, I don't want a dialogue at a time when Hamas is discussing with Israel, at a time when there's no one who wouldn't discuss with their enemy. As we speak, there are discussions, deliberations between Russia and Ukraine underway. So it would be unthinkable for a European democratic country to say that it doesn't want to discuss with a neighbor country with which it has differences. After all, this has always been our firm position in Greece's foreign policy, something that Mr. Venizelos also adopted as a Minister of Foreign Affairs for 3 years during the Samaras Venizelos administration, 2.5 years, where there were 2 meetings during his mandate, and we're talking about the higher cabinet and meetings with discussions and meetings with Mr. Samaras with Mr. Erdogan during the NATO sessions. So it is a firm position of Greece, and it shows weakness. Disputing this meeting shows weakness, and it is a pity to see such headlines in the papers today. Dialogue is something that has to be held under the most difficult circumstances, and dialogue, to put it clear, does not mean concessions. It is complex to believe that when somebody is ready to have a dialogue, is ready to make concessions. This is not on the table. It is a search for solutions between the two countries, even at a lower level, until we actually start discussing the most difficult issues. Thank you very much.
Well, so as a journalist, I'm forced to say that there appears to be a block of persons refusing the dialogue, and they are lobbying for that. We are going to describe it. We are going to analyze this in Tovima newspaper next Sunday. I won't insist, of course, because this is not a journalistic inquisition, so to speak. It is a discussion. We started with a very interesting contribution by Dora Bakoyanni. I will now shift the axis slightly. Ms. Bakoyanni spoke of a policy of principles, but this is how we read it. We read this as a predictability. So there appears to be now a bipolar situation of predictability on the other part, from our side, and non-predictability on the other side, the Turkish side. Tons of ink has been spent, has been used to try to interpret the turnarounds in his politics, both in local and international press. And most analysts come up with the conclusion that Mr. Erdogan is simply unpredictable. What I would like to ask Mr. Venizelos is this. At the end of the day, in this bipolar between predictability and non-predictability, who wins and who loses? Well, predictability depends on the historic period that we are reviewing each time. In foreign policy or defense and security policy, you cannot be guided by circumstance. You need, of course, to have reflexes, be able to respond to the challenges of each circumstance. But unless you are able to place the fluctuations presented by circumstance and the specific responses each time to facts and challenges, and unless you can link them with situations and you cannot extrapolate to history, to geography, and to overall concept that you have for protection of your national interests, then you are nothing but captive of a circumstantial approach which does not help you put in place a specific strategy. But Greece cannot be judged with the same standards as Turkey. Greece states and believes that it is a European country, a Western country, a country that has undoubtedly a Western identity and invests in its partnership with the US. Turkey proclaims something different. It proclaims that Turkish exceptionalism. It doesn't say that it is a standard Western country. It never says that its outlook is towards the European Union, the Euro area, and that its foreign policy starts and ends within the framework of NATO and in a strategic partnership with the US. It considers itself a regional power. It finds that it has multiple identities. It finds that it is faced with a number of problems in its borders, whereas the list of Greek problems is very limited. We are only dealing with Greek-Turkish relations and the Cyprus issue. Turkey has to address the entire spectrum of border problems that are linked with the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire and the establishment of Turkish Republic with the Lausanne Treaty. So it has to address security problems in Syria, in Iraq, in relation with Iran, etc. And, of course, as far as we're concerned, we never had any illusions. We never considered that Turkey is a classic West NATO country. We always had in mind that we needed to take into account the contradictions and consequently the risk connected with this Turkish exceptionalism. But I would like to reverse this argument and say that from the 50 years of crisis in the Greek-Turkish relations, starting 1973, 1974. We were discussing this yesterday in the presentation of Panagiotis Akimidis' book. The 22 best years in terms of challenges were the Erdogan years. The past 22 years, even the years after the attempted coup in 2016, have been better than all the other years in these 50 years. If we see that our historical horizon as being a half a century, because we could start our calculation, the Asia Minor destruction and the Lausanne Treaty, and talk about a 100-year long historical framework. And we can say that our calculation starts at the outbreak of the Greek Revolution, so having 200 years to calculate, because the problems that are in place are deep down problems that extrapolated in Ottoman Empire. There are territorial pending issues or potentially pending issues, but not with regard to sovereignty, but with regard to sovereign rights, such as, for example, the marine zones of the continental shelf, for example, which start from the fact that Greece is an independent, has been an independent state since 1827 conventionally. So if we take this large period, we will see that there are great successes, because we've tripled the territory. Greece has become a modern European country. It is stable, it is Western, it has a clean identity, pure identity, despite the problems, despite inequalities, despite the back and forths. The story, it is a success story. Greece, within its 200 years of independence, is a success story. Question: does it suffice to say that Greece is a EU member state, a member of the Eurozone, member state of NATO, a country that has a strong partnership with the US, and therefore we have a reference framework and we can feel secure? Well, I'm afraid not, is the answer. No, not at all. And I think that therein lies the big issue. The nirvana that can be caused by this pure statement of identity is dangerous, because these parameters are not secure. What does it mean, I belong in the European framework? What is the framework of European security? Is the European Union part of the international policy? Can it meet the needs of its own security? The answer is clear. No, not at all. It does not have any autonomous ability, any emancipation in the area of security and defense. I could invoke many arguments, but since we have a nuclear threat on the table after the start of the Russian invasion to Ukraine, Europe realizes that it does not have a nuclear umbrella. It does not have any capability to counteract any Russian threat, and that is not the major threat in the modern world. So it lacks 5,000 nuclear warheads in order to have the balance of terror, in order to create the necessary condition. Who offers these warheads that Europe does not have, because Europe only has the French one outside the NATO system and the British one within the NATO system, and the US has all the warheads. Since when? Since the last stage of World War I, from President Woodrow Wilson. What followed the intervention of the US in the First Great War? The isolationism, because the policy led to the Lausanne Treaty, the Lausanne Convention, and the Society of Nations, but then led to 20 years of isolation of the U.S., and then they had to suffer Pearl Harbor, and under Roosevelt to join the war, pressured by Churchill, because the U.S. government realized that there is now direct threat against the U.S. So if Europe has to deal with a new U.S. government that raises the issue of NATO, or the issue of a fair distribution of cost between the US and Europe in NATO, Europe cannot respond to those needs because it does not have the military capabilities, and the fiscal cost would be huge. Because what is NATO today? NATO is a relationship between the US and the European partners, including Canada, which is approximately, the ratio is 80-20, and I'm being very lenient in favor of Europe. So this is a problem that cannot be addressed. So what is this? So we saw that Europe will have to respond to huge strategic and existential questions. Europe will answer those if they know that there is a West there which under the US hegemony operates as the global West. We talk about global South, but there is a question of global West. Who can guarantee that? Nobody can guarantee that, because everything depends on the internal correlation in the US. From presidential election, the financial needs, the inequalities between states, and the trade protectionism, and the domestic policy and commercial policy have always been a guiding light for the foreign policy of the US. So we need to be ready to address the challenge of the upcoming US election. This is a problem for the West per se and for Europe, and it is a problem for Greece as well. It might be a smaller problem for Turkey, I might say, because the curve of Turkish exceptionalism might meet the curve of US contradictions between isolationism and participation in the Western world's defense outside the US territory, which is shifted from the Atlantic to Indo-Pacific very clearly. And if we hadn't had the Ukraine issue, then there would have been much issue. They came back to Europe due to the Russian invasion. In this sense, we are dealing with huge issues that we are very lax in addressing them, as if we have all the time in the world. And in this context, we must have the dialogue channels with Turkey always open. In my opinion, the round should not have been discontinued in 2016. We had identified them very clearly in 2013. We had included Mediterranean in the agenda. That was never in. For 20 years, we were talking about the Aegean, only Aegean, whereas the issue is Mediterranean. So we had included the exclusive economic zone in the agenda, which was not there in the past. We only had the oldest concept of the continental shelf, and on the other hand, there was the dialogue for confidence-building measures, dear ambassador, and this again, it was very good that we saw that this was resumed. Are we negotiating sovereignty issues? No, never. Are we negotiating things of sovereign rights? But we're obliged, according to the international law, to have a dialogue to discuss the demarcation of the continental shelf and the exclusive economic zone. The international law imposes the obligation to discuss and negotiate, and if we fail, we should turn to international justice. And we said that we choose the International Court of The Hague against other bodies that we had selected, but for reasons that we may explain during the discussion, we've chosen The Hague. So I think that this dialogue is necessary, and the dialogue must not be performed under fear syndromes, and it should not, the foreign policy should end the domestic discussion, because without a domestic discussion there is no foreign policy. Without any consensus, without exchange of opinions, without rallying together, there is no foreign policy. And this goes for Greece, this goes for Cyprus. The conditions for foreign policy are shaped domestically. So at this point we need to discuss together and say that, okay, whether international law so imposes, we should start a dialogue, and whether issues of sovereignty, we should explain that our national sovereignty is not under negotiation. Thank you.
that we all enjoy the historic depth and the eloquency with which Mr. Venizelos always describes the picture. He described a profound crisis that involves factors that we're trying to interpret. I'd like to ask, picking up from where Mr. Venizelos left off, so I'd like to ask Ms. Bakoyanni, we have got this crisis, Middle East crisis, for which we hope that it will come to an end shortly. But if in this crisis environment, whether that is crisis environment, there is any window of opportunity for us, so the calm waters of the Aegean that do not coincide with the Middle Eastern crisis, but maybe somehow related with them. Is this an opportunity? We've been through a very difficult phase with Turkey in the past couple of years. So difficult that at times we weren't certain whether we would end up in some form of a hot incident. After the earthquakes and the so-called earthquake diplomacy, there's been a clear mitigation or decline in overflights and violations of the Aegean, and there's also been a totally different narrative on the part of President Erdogan. He would come overnight, and when he said Mitsotakis yok and all the other things that he said over the past couple of years, all this has changed. And yesterday we had the culmination of Mr. Erdogan's narrative, who talked again about Kazan, and in essence he started saying how the intention of Turkey is to have good relations with Greece. Is this a window of opportunity? I do not know. It may be a crack of opportunity, but even if it is a mere crack, we are obliged to respond. Mr. Venizelos said earlier that we have illusions. No, we don't have illusions. And if Greece has pursued this policy in the defense sector, i.e. reinforcement of the armed forces with new weapons, it is because we believe that it's better to prevent than cure. So, yes, we are ready for the worst. We're getting ready for the worst of the worst, but we will take every opportunity that is given to us. Now, Mr. Venizelos said something which was very right. When Erdogan came here and said that the change in the amendment of the Lausanne Treaty, of course, we reacted the way we did because it concerns us, but it does not only concern us, it also concerns the other neighbors of Turkey. Turkey is an unpredictable power for the very simple reason that it has got a lot of open issues in its neighborhood. It wants to play a broader role than it's actually recognized for it. It holds a position about Hamas that no ally in the Western countries adopts, and it might want, possibly, to have one of its multiple fronts abated, calm. But this is to our interest. We'll see. We'll take it step by step. We will go with small expectations to this dialogue, but any improvement of the relations and decline in the tension is to our interest, undoubtedly, and this is what we're going to do. Having said this, we are prepared, of course, for any surprise that might arise. Thank you, Mrs. Bakoyanni. I hope I will not take it all by surprise because we had not discussed this earlier, but I'd like to give her the floor to ask a question as hostess of this beautiful discussion. I think that I'm happy with my role as hostess here at this stage, but I will further to what Ms. Bakoyanni said. I come to think that I'm not certain, following the Turkish foreign policy as you have been doing, I'm not sure that there is no predictability. There are some constants in the Turkish foreign policy which we can utilize to our benefit. And what do I mean by that? This is a very interesting parameter. Well, Turkey, as President Venizelos said, is not only about, it does not have on its foreign policy menu only Greece and Cyprus. And perhaps this is why it wanted to have smoothen out the Greek-Turkish relations. Another parameter that we tend to downplay in our domestic discussions is that we have got an ideal picture of Turkey in the Greek dialogue, but we should deal with it as it is, in a realistic manner. It has got some specific characteristics as a country, and I believe it has not shown that ever that it doesn't want to meet its obligations, its conventional obligations based on its obligations and as a member of NATO. The ambassadors here present can confirm this. Turkey is not going to exit NATO, at least not in the foreseeable future. It utilizes its institutional
να αποκομίσει τα ωφέλη για εκείνη.
I believe that with all due respect to the previous speakers, we should view Turkey as it is, not as it should be, and make it clear at a universal level, universally, we have to try this, to decide where we want our relations with Turkey to be in the next 10 years, and their role as a European country, as a member state of the European Union, can be useful. And no, let me clarify that I talked about the Turkish exceptionalism, not Turkey that is unpredictable. I talked about a Turkey that it has made the strategic choice to be and not to be at the same time. So I also agree that history has taught us that Turkey announces its policy and is very patient. The eventuality of a Turkish invasion to Cyprus did not all of a sudden occur in 1974 because the Greek junta acted had the coup against President Makarios, and this was caused rather the Turkish invasion. The announcements had been made back in 1964, as early as 1964, and now the Turkish letters to the Secretary General of the UN regarding the Mediterranean and the delimitation of the zones and areas have to be read very carefully. And regarding NATO, because Mr. Feduli has got long NATO experience, we joined NATO together in 1952. The stake or rather the strategy was for both countries to go hand in hand. Greece was born as a country because the Great Britain, and to recall Sunak and his lack of knowledge of the history, Greece became an independent democratic state because the Great Britain back then understood the argument that was promoted by Alexandros Mavrokordatos, that we need a new modern Greek state that will have élan vital, will have a momentum and the capability to fight. This is how, on the same argument, we started the campaign on the Asia Minor. And the declining Ottoman Empire cannot on its own act as a halt cannot halt the Russian Empire that was descending. So after the Greek Civil War and before the Civil War of Greece, both Greece and Turkey joined NATO. This has always been the idea. This has always been the strategy for the two countries. This is how the U.S. Foreign policy and the Western foreign policy has been seeing things, and we have to take this into account. Now, on the occasion of Ukraine, the exceptionalism of Erdogan can become the Western rule, and we have to be prepared for this eventuality. Also, at some point, the war crisis in the Middle East will come to an end, and there will be an issue of Gaza administration and governance, and the Palestinians will have to be represented. Again, there we'll have to see how Turkey, much as it sounds strange, Turkey might be called to play a role. Us, Europeans, being Europeans, must deal with the dynamics of the Western strategies. Of course, there might be an implosion of these strategies, and we have to be prepared for this as well. President, if you allow me, I agree with what you are saying. I believe that what should concern us in Western politics is the mix, or rather the melange, in the foreign policy of Turkey, which goes from the conventional attitude relying on the diplomatic establishment that has not been overthrown yet, and another equally important dimension which participates in the decision making, and that is the dimension of the brotherhoods of and religious groups. Okay, good. Give me 1 minute. I had the privilege to have talks with a lot of important figures in my political career, and Glafkos Kosliridis was one of them. He used to say, we had our worst problems in Turkey with the Kemalists. We never had major problems with governments that had a religious, populist dimension. Even if we look at the major changes in the course of Greek-Turkish relations, one might realize why the 22 years of the Erdogan presidency have been the least problematic. No crisis of 1976, no crisis of 1987, no crisis of 1996 with the Emi Islands. The current situation bears no comparison with the past.
May I say that I too agree. A weakness of public debate in our country is the lack of knowledge in depth of Turkey. Turkey is not an easy country to analyze. You need to know history. For example, the Lausanne Treaty was challenged from day one from the establishment in Turkey. The arguments that we're hearing today have been heard ever since. So we need to know where the reaction and how its foreign policy is shaped. There is, of course, an uncertain factor, and that's Erdogan himself, because everything applies today. The establishment, various groups, religious influences, but the Erdogan factor plays a decisive role. So depending on what the priorities are, and this plays a role. This plays a role, and plays a much greater role. Is it the devil that we know as we were seeing in the newspapers and no, it's the argument that Mr. Venizelos is saying, that when this is a striking example that in the election the Greek journalists were fanatically against Erdogan, and again Mr. Venizelos and myself were again together in a discussion, and we said that, come on guys, stop being so enthusiastic with that, because we had the greatest problems with the Kemal supporters, so we don't need to be so enthusiastic for Erdogan to lose. Well, it turns out that we were right, apart from the fact that Erdogan won the election, which again was quite obvious for some who have been working on Turkey for many years. So, in essence, yes, studying Turkey requires knowledge, requires long-term strategy. We need to have to be flexible in reacting. And I'm going to add one more thing, which I experienced during my term of office. Greece, in the Middle Eastern issue as well, can, these are not visions of grandeur, but Greece can play a major role, because Greece is an honest broker in the region. And what do I mean by that? I mean that we have traditionally good relations with the Arab world. Turkey does not, because the collective subconscious of the Arabs remembers the Ottoman Empire very well, as do we. So we have relations of trust with the Arab world, and we have relations of trust with Israel as well. So in the second stage that is coming, and hopefully it will come quite quickly, following the destruction, the catastrophe that we are seeing now, Greece can play a role. And I'm saying this because I have experienced this. We at the time we'd made a huge effort, and when Greece was at the chair of the Security Council, and this was the first time when after 22 years the Security Council discussed the Palestinian issue, the same name, the Middle Eastern problem. We can play a role. We can play a role that will be very constructive, and we must not stick to that one issue, one point on Turkey and the Cyprus issue. No, Greece must have a multidimensional foreign policy, and I think that it does today and in the past, because I don't want any misunderstandings. The past and future are identical concepts, but I must say that we have made a national investment cross parties. We've made great efforts in good relations with Egypt. Egypt is a major country, and with the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. Yes, with these moderate countries, especially Egypt and the UAE, we have relations that are preferential There are partnership relations, but this doesn't mean anything actually, because for the Arab world it's extremely difficult to see the setup of a Palestinian political representation entity which can negotiate as long as the two countries solution is possible, because geographically and topographically we don't have the conditions now. The conditions are not met for a solution of two states, for a serious solution of two states, and we cannot hold that we're something else than what we are. We are a Western country, an Eastern country, which has a preferential relationship with the US, and as such we can interlocutors and players of our own scale in the Middle East. So I just want to point out this. In the recent meeting for raising funds for Gaza after the 2013-2014 incidents, the conference was held in Madrid. At least 1 billion had to be raised. The recommendation that I had from our services was that Greece would contribute with 500,000, feeling also that it would be symbolically it was not a dignified sum. I raised that to 1 million plus the write-off of old loans that Greece had given. At the start of this conference, the Qatari foreign minister said that Qatar would contribute 500 million, covering 50%. This caused great discontent to other countries who had found themselves in a disadvantaged position. I'm just saying this to understand how difficult the day after will be. It's going to be extremely difficult. And of course, all this is also linked with military guarantees in the region. If one accepts the idea that there could be military guarantees, because this is not self-evidence. So this day after, I'm sorry I interrupted you, I apologize. Well, the day after is very difficult. So the only safe prediction became at the start of this meeting that 1 hour is never enough to discuss with Mr. Venizelos and Ms. Bakoyannis. Time flew. It did not just pass. Thank you very much for your presence here. I'd like to thank Mr. Venizelos, thank Ms. Bakoyanni, and of course my dear Ino for giving me the honor to moderate this discussion.
If we could have Miss Lazaro on screen, please, because we cannot see her via Zoom. Good morning, I can hear you, says Miss Lazaro. Okay, good morning and welcome online. Thank you. Please allow me to welcome Her Excellency the Ambassador and the colleagues and friends, and Elena.
Souhaiter la bienvenue à Madame l'ambassadrice de la France. J'insiste à parler en français quand je peux. Et je suis contente que dans le panel, vous avez 3 collègues francophones qui malheureusement allaient discuter en anglais. Mais en tout cas, vous êtes la bienvenue, Madame l'ambassadrice, et nous sommes contentes que vous êtes là parmi nous pour discuter le futur et le présent de l'Union européenne. Merci beaucoup. No, Elena, ο λόγος είναι δικός.
Elena, you have the floor. Thank you.
Will be carried out in English, unless I'm mistaken. I want to say a big good morning from Brussels. I'm very grateful to the organizer for allowing me to moderate this panel, in spite of my not being there. But I would add that discussing the future of the European Union is somehow appropriate with someone who is connecting from Brussels, as today we have had the first, what one could call the first meeting of the future presidency of the Council, the Belgian presidency, the Belgian Prime Minister, with the President of the European Parliament. So the co-legislators of the future have just met. And we are looking to the last year of the current Commission, the current legislature of the Parliament, with a number of ongoing legislative and non-legislative work that needs to be completed. But we're also looking at a very important European Council coming up in December, which will decide a lot about the future of the European Union, including on enlargement perhaps, discussions on defense and the support to Ukraine, and migration and other issues that are on the agenda. It's a very busy and packed year ahead, and a lot of work is being done on the policy level, on the political level, but also on the academic level to think about the future of the European Union. And so it's really a great honor to have been invited today to moderate this panel and to invite 3 very distinguished speakers to discuss what their reflections are about where the European Union is going, what the European Union should perhaps be doing, and how the various actors in the European Union should be thinking about, can be thinking about, and what kind of challenges they will have in achieving the goal of a European Union that can deliver in the future, but that can also express the voice of the citizens of the EU, and also perhaps claim its global role in a time where we have unprecedented geopolitical and geoeconomic crises. I know it is in the program, but just to introduce myself, I'm Elena Lazaro. I head the External Policies Unit of the European Parliament's Research Service, but today I am moderating this panel in my capacity as a Senior Research Fellow at Eliamed, so my Athenian identity. And to introduce the panel, which unfortunately I cannot see at the moment, I would like to welcome myself also, and now I can see them, Her Excellency Ambassador Laurence Auer. She's the Ambassador of France to the Hellenic Republic. Professor Marilena Coppa, a professor of comparative politics at Pantheon University, and actually a former member of the European Parliament. Good to see you again. And Professor Kostas Lavdas, a professor of European and comparative politics at Pantheon University. I will give the speakers the floor to introduce their first set of remarks for about 10 minutes each. And then perhaps come back to them with questions. But given the technical restrictions, I will then pass the floor on to Professor Coppa, who has kindly agreed to moderate the Q&A session in my absence and in my inability to see the audience. We've started a bit late, so the session can go, I think, for an hour. It's now 11:30 in Greece, so we can go to 12:30. And without further ado, on those technical managerial notes, I would like to give the floor to Ambassador Auer to introduce to us France's vision of the future of the EU, taking into account that France has been a proponent of a number of initiatives to move forward, thinking last year of the Versailles Declaration, the recent Franco-German paper, and a lot of the issues that the ambassador will refer to. So Ambassador, 10 minutes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Elena. Ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, I'm very pleased to be here for this first Athens Security Forum for me. I just arrived in Greece as an ambassador, and I'm quite happy to be taking the floor on a quite technical and important topic. Usually, in the last 3 years, I was asked to speak on security matters I was a former ambassador from France to Romania. This topic about the EU enlargement and the reforms is going to be at the center of our next European Council, 15 and 16 of December. Of course, you will see in the press more about enlargement, but it is true that all our foreign affairs, especially in France, we are working on the question of reforms. My second happiness to handle that topic is that I was spokesperson at the European Commission in charge of institutional reform, so it reminds me, it rings a bell. And I see the progresses we've made in terms of preparing big institutional changes. And to be clear, I have put my remarks on the paper, so I will leave it to the debate so we can continue under ELIAMEP or any other type of forum, because it's not going to be decided very quickly. It will take time. As you know, under the French presidency, the reflection on the future of the EU was taken as a proposition in front of Parliament. It was 9th of May last year, 2022, when President Macron said we would have different types of consultations of the European citizens before we would put, as governments, on the table different propositions. It was important because it was the launch of a conference on the future of Europe that gave voice to the citizens, and we continue today to say that it's a crucial element, not only because we are going to have the European elections next June, but also because we know by now that if we don't have the backing of our citizens, the progresses of Europe will be impossible to handle. Of course, this reflection is a complicated one, and it's not about only changing the treaties or putting on the table as France and Germany or a bunch of countries, the avant-garde and all those topics we've been turning around for several years. The Spanish presidency was very wise in putting on the table a kind of an agenda which allowed a lot of informal discussions and included the European institutions to be part of it. Because, as we know, the launching of the expert groups, the different think tanks who are today working on it, will be as important as what we do on the top of the states and as diplomats. I'm a career diplomat, so I can tell you we have had stories about trying to change the EU and not going to manage it. Probably it's good to remember as well that Franco-German expert report was published. It's not a report that is backed by either French or German government, but by the way, it's also a good incentive for us to reflect on the link between enlargement and the reforms. It's not that we want to push the reforms. We know that a majority of countries today at the Council says, let's do the enlargement, not the reforms. Let's try. We can include other countries, and we're not speaking about small countries or 3 countries. We are speaking about all the Western Balkans and all a big country in the process of a war, which is Ukraine and Moldova. The enlargement, first of all. Enlargement and the reform of the EU is seen by the French presidency in 2022 first as enlargement. May I remind the assistants here that it was during French European Council in June that we decided that Ukraine and Moldova should be taking part, not only the Western Balkans. And the balance between Western Balkans and Ukraine is still a very important factor that we have to take into account. The enlargement process has also been reformed as such. You remember that in 2018 we adopted a new methodology which says that each candidate country is judged on its own merit. At the next European Council we will have that discussion among ourselves to see whether we, at what stage we put the countries who have been starting in the Western Balkans and Ukraine and Moldova. What do we do with Georgia? We also have the case of Turkey. As I only have 10 minutes, I will not handle the Turkish case today, but as you remember, it's an elephant in the room. It's not only China, but on the enlargement process, we expected yesterday a new strategy from the European Commission as a whole, and it's important to remember here. I would say, what is the French position about enlargement and reform? Just look at what President Macron said at the GlobSec summit in Slovakia. It was in May. It was the latest speech which expressed the French situation. The question is not if we are going to have enlargement or not. The question is how. It brings us, of course, immediately the next point about reform of the Union, adaptation of the Union, if you prefer. And again, the question is not what France wants to do or how we are going to progress on that perspective, but it's how, with 35 members, we can work, how we define an enlarged Europe, what are the principles, and of course, what benefit our citizens could have about a union which is within 35 countries. We believe very strongly about the values. It's not a mystery for anybody. We think that our renewed agenda should be strategic autonomy, strengthening of the internal market, social convergence, greening and digitalization, economic security, and European defense. It's the package we define as being crucial for our citizens to steer our collective work, because it's how the European Union Council, the Council and the Parliament got unity. You remember that when we had the strategic agenda or the budget discussion, we need absolutely desperately to stick to these core values, otherwise we don't get unity. If we enter into the detail of the best possible consequences of an assessment, we immediately have a problem in the definition of how we function. For instance, on agriculture, on regional policy, and this should be preventing us to go in the process of enlargement. The second point also is the fact that we proposed the European Commission to produce policies. For instance, we are waiting for a next enlargement document being put by the College of Commissioners, which is an analysis of the consequences of enlargement on EU policies. Again, we need this document to be able to say what are we going to have on regional policy, agriculture, but not only, also on internal market. So internal policy should not be weakened by enlargement. We need it because our citizens expect for us. Another remark would be institutional changes. Of course, you're used to listen to a French official saying, we are going to change the treaties, the top-down initiative. We promised during EU presidency that we will never do that again, because it proved in the past to be totally unsuccessful. We don't get the reform of the EU by reforming the treaties. So the question of which is on the table today is how we get institutional changes implemented without changing the treaties. Take, for instance, the composition of the Commission or the Parliament. The Lisbon Treaty allows it. We can designate changes being made when the time comes without changing the treaties. So it's not changing the treaties first and then going into institutional evolution. We can do the reverse. Another promising option can be the passerelle clauses, bridges clauses. I know there is no consensus by using it today at the Council, but do we need to decide at referendum what changes we are going to have. We can actually be secure that we have those clauses. The day the countries are ready to adopt it and implement it, the treaties have got it. The momentum, a consensus exists at the Council to activate those clauses. We can have it, for instance, on the common foreign security policy or taxation of areas in the eyes of the member states at that point require peculiar vigilance for obvious reasons. Equally, some progress, and I will finish in exactly 2 minutes, can be taken on the question of unanimity rule. Why are we obsessed by unanimity? We know very well that we can activate for certain issues from the treaty the fact that we have flexibilities. We don't need to have unanimity. For instance, Article 31(2) of the treaty allows member states to have constructive abstentions. So, just to show you that the mindset in France is ready for an open debate, that we want to share it with the European Parliament, that we don't want to prejudge position from the start, that we didn't fix an agenda with the Germans. I know my colleague Andreas was yesterday here. We are ready for debating together about those clauses. It's not because we have had an expert group that we decided between Berlin and Paris alone what the treaty should be and what enlargement should be. It is not true. It's not that way Europe works today. Necessary reforms are existing. I'm not denying that, but treaty reforms are different. Provisions already exist, can be mobilized. We can have efficient packages without getting into treaty changes first. Let's just remind that after the war in Ukraine, we were able to approve 11 packages of sanctions, sometimes making difficult decisions, sometimes making decisions on this question of sovereignty as well, but we always manage. We have not the same positions everywhere in the EU, but we have, as a whole, the idea that unity of the EU is crucial for our future, is crucial for our way of handling what we all aim at, enlargement, not putting any country beside and doing the job. Enlargement should go ahead. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's another totem or taboo treaty reform and enlargement. We will manage as we did. It's not only that we need the Union to be functioning with treaties if the treaties are justified and if the consensus emerge among member states. At least this is the mindset in Paris, and I'm sure we will have, at the end of the day, a more effective Europe, capable to responding to any challenges, building a Europe that embodies and is accessible to the citizens of our continents. With that mindset, if we start like that, and if we continue like that, and if we manage to have such debates which corresponds to the wishes of our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. I cannot describe your speech as anything less than a full, complete, and deeply reflective summary of everything that has been happening and being thought about in Brussels and in the capitals in the past few years. And you did so in 10 minutes, from the Conference on the Future of Europe to institutional and decision-making challenges, to, of course, enlargement, which seems to be in everyone's mind at the moment, but it's not just enlargement in the future, it's more. And yet enlargement is decisive in every context if one thinks it would fundamentally change what the EU is and who are in the EU. You talked about economic security, strategic autonomy, climate and digital issues, and of course the impact that that will have on the social agenda, which is all important and in itself very much linked to the migration challenges. And this, I think, gives very much the package of the policy agenda, which is underpinned by an agenda which has to do with decision-making, institutional arrangements, and I would add to that perhaps implied budgetary and financial arrangements, because these, of course, are also linked to the future. I'm sure we'll get back to a number of these issues in the conversation that will ensue. But I would now like to pick up on that point of enlargement, which is, as has been said, in everyone's mind at the moment, not least because of the upcoming European Council, as you mentioned, but also because of the recent report of the Commission, which with its recommendations about accession negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova being opened, its recommendations on Georgia, and let's not forget in 2022 the opening of accession negotiations with 2 more of the Western Balkan candidates. So with all that in mind, but also with the challenges that await potentially larger union, not least where one of those countries is in a situation where it's under attack. I will give the floor to Marilena Coppa for her presentation on enlargement as the new frontier.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor and pleasure to be on this panel with Her Excellency, the Ambassador of France, and dear friends and colleagues, as Konstantinos Lavdas and Eleni Lazaru. We hope that you are here with us, Eleni. I would like to follow up on some of the points that the Ambassador has raised, because I think if there is a key issue for the future of Europe, this would undeniably be enlargement. The December European Council, as we know, will take bold decisions on this matter, but I would like to share some thoughts with you on the situation as it is today. For many years, enlargement was not on the EU agenda due to enlargement fatigue in the West and reform fatigue in the Western Balkan countries. Mainly, enlargement had become a bureaucratic process that had lost its political support. Lack of reforms led to lack of progress in negotiation that led to lack of incentives for further reforms. The new methodology presented by the Commission in 2020 grouped chapters in 6 clusters, made the process reversible, and permitted the staged accession or phasing in individual policies, but still the progress which was expected has not taken place. But let us not forget that all enlargements have taken place due to geopolitical necessities. Consolidate Western Europe during the Cold War, or reunification of Europe and the need to consolidate democracy in Central and Eastern Europe. Today, Russia's aggression made the EU to overcome its enlargement fatigue and turn again to the Western Balkans, while offering candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova and the potential candidate status to Georgia, breaking down, in doing so, the dividing line between Eastern Partnership and enlargement policy. So things seem to be moving. President Charles Michel has stated that 2030 could be a realistic date for enlargement, while Commission's President Ursula von der Leyen, at the Berlin Process meeting in Tirana, presented the growth plan for the Western Balkans. This plan would accelerate not only the institutional, but also the real integration of those countries into the EU. It would involve everything, in fact, from reforms on the rule of law, democracy, economic reforms, and integration, while improving investors' climate and provide the necessary financial support. Mrs. von der Leyen said that the plan has the potential to double the size of the Western Balkans economy in a decade. It has 4 pillars: inclusion in the single market in 7 key areas, completion by the countries of the common region market, reforms and meeting the EU standards, and increased EU funding. And she also noted that the year 2030 is a target, not a date, as enlargement is a process based on merit, while the EU will provide early access to certain policy areas of the bloc. So, in fact, the whole discussion now is about an accelerated enlargement process after many years, and gradual integration is on the agenda. This would be positive for the citizens, as they will start enjoying some of the benefits of membership before accession. Still, we have to note that to be integrated in a policy sector, the respective country has to adapt to the EU's acquis and apply the same rules as EU member states. So it's generally accepted that enlargement has been the most successful expression of EU foreign policy. Still, in this new approach that I tried to present briefly, there are certain open questions. One, enlargement, despite any geostrategic consideration, must still be a merit-based project. What we witness in the Balkan 6, however, is a steady backsliding, especially in terms of rule of law, democracy, and media freedom. They have been criticized of becoming stabilitocracies, and the EU for accepting the autocratic tendencies in order to keep them close. Are we ready to break the vicious circle of EU inconsistency and Western Balkans backsliding? The Balkan leaders are less ready than ever. Serbia, Kosovo are the proof, while North Macedonia is blocked, as the government does not have the votes to proceed with the constitutional change that would open the road to the EU. Second, an eventual enlargement will require institutional reforms, as the ambassador has clearly pointed out, in the EU, as the ones mentioned in the Franco-German paper of September 23. Some of them entail treaty changes that will take place in the period to come. Are we sure that a treaty change will move in a pro-European direction? Or will Euroscepticism at its highest and the rise of extreme right in the EU, this may create more, under these circumstances, a treaty change may create more problems than the one it would try to address. Third point, even if we focus on qualitative majority voting, it's obvious that there is no consensus. What is possible, however, concerning enlargement, is for QMV to be applied on the opening and closing of clusters, so as the process could move on and not blocked continuously during the process. That would mean QMV on decisions regarding intermediary steps in the enlargement process. Of course, at the end of the road, for an accession, we still need a double unanimity, meaning at the level of Council and at the national level of the Member States. Fourth point, the immediate incorporation in the single market, which was proposed by President Charles Michel and by the Commission, also faces serious challenges. The EU market is founded on the respect of the rule of law. Unfortunately, the rule of law is still one of the core problems of the Western Balkan countries in their accession process. Independent judiciaries, fight against corruption, strong and impartial regulatory bodies are essential. Strengthening the rule of law in the region will be an essential precondition for accession in the single market. It's not an automatic process. It's not a free gift. Fifth point, absorption capacity or enlargement-ready union. This is not a technical issue. In reality, it's a deeply political concept. Up to now, absorption capacity has been used to delay accessions. For the Franco-German proposal, the institutional reforms are a prerequisite for the absorption capacity. It is obvious, however, that the common agricultural policy or the cohesion policy, especially in terms of Ukraine's future accession, will have to change. With Ukraine and Moldova, and eventually Georgia, the EU will be a totally different union. For example, among the 19 member states that receive money from the Union, none will remain as a recipient country after Ukraine's accession. Sixth point, the EU position is that bilateral disputes must be resolved prior to accession. But this neglects the asymmetrical position of countries in the negotiation process between those that are candidates and those that are members. And this, of course, will continue. And one final thought to wrap up. I think it's of paramount importance that this new period that opens in front of us needs an enlargement commissioner from a new EU country with gravitas that could take on this difficult project and not block it. You all understand what I am implying. But what is the most important of all is the consistency of the EU offer to the region. Key precondition is the EU's commitment to accept new members and reform enlargement policy, but of course the Western Balkans commitment, or also of the other countries of the Eastern Trio, their commitment to reform and take the ownership of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Coppa, for this 10 all-important points and reflections, very, very concrete and structured. And I keep a lot from it, but one important point you made is how the rule of law underpins essentially everything in the European Union, and that should not be forgotten in the process of thinking of any type of reform, staged enlargement, or be it other areas. And of course, you've mentioned the decision-making implications, the budgetary implications, the legal implications, which are all here on our agenda in the panel today. But also that enlargement is a tango danced by two, and that there is a responsibility on both sides. And to that, I would also add yesterday's report, joint communication on relations with Turkey, and the phased, proportionate, and reversible manner of engagement. So there's two sides with regard to every such relationship. But decision-making, I want to stay on this for a bit, not only because you mentioned some key challenges with regard to decision-making, but also because I want to give the floor to Professor Lavdas, and his presentation is entitled Decision-Making of a Quasi-Confederation, External Borders of a Quasi-Condominium, blending in, I think, a lot of policy questions with some theoretical reflections about the EU's identity, which we should be keeping in mind looking to the future. So Professor Lavdas, the floor is yours for your presentation, and I imagine it will also give us some elements that liaise with the previous two in terms of what the EU of the future can manage in terms of decision making.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure and an honor to share the panel with the Ambassador of France, the French Republic, and of course my colleague and friend Marilena Coppa. I think it's a very interesting and successful organization by IDIS, the Institute of International Relations, and Pantheon University is always very, very happy to participate in IDIS oriented and IDIS organized conferences and forums and workshops. Now, my 2 cents in this contribution is really about adding a third dimension to the 2 dimensions that had already been discussed by the ambassador and also by my colleague, Marilena, Professor Coppa. And the third dimension is the dimension of external borders. It is a dimension of external borders in the more general sense of the need to talk about prerequisites and preconditions for reform and enlargement and reform. I will not bore you with the reservations that some still have regarding the centrality of enlargement in this particular juncture, because of course we all know the geopolitical impetus and the geopolitical reasons behind the need for enlargement. So if one could bracket for a moment the geopolitical impetus, what happened after the Russian barbaric invasion of Ukraine and a number of other geopolitical parameters, then one could discuss systematically about the merits and the problems of enlargement. Because I'm not among the folk who think that the old dilemma between deepening and widening is somehow passé. It's not. I mean, it's still a valid problematic, but of course developments have their way of making us forget all the maybe wise problem setting and problem solving orientations. So therefore, I'll take it for granted that enlargement is now a major aspect of the official EU agenda. Thankfully, reform is also, as the ambassador so nicely said, a major aspect of the EU agenda. And what I would like to do is to add a few reservations just for the sake of debate, and also talk a bit about the problems in the synchronicity of these processes, the synchronicity between enlargement, reform, and what do we do with our external borders. Now, it is true that the group of 9, I think it's still 9, of the French on qualified majority voting is a powerful group, and it's also a group in which there have been a lot of very, very interesting and thought-provoking serious debates. And therefore, many who were skeptical about abandoning the veto power in in those very, very limited aspects of policy in which it's still valid, may have come to think that perhaps this is the time to move forward with substantial reform. My reservation there is that we need to talk about specific areas. For example, do we need qualified majority voting rather than unanimity in military assistance, in sanctions, in other areas? What are the specific areas we're going to talk about? And when we talk about specific areas, I think it will be very useful to try to differentiate between different areas rather than talk about a block of areas in which we can move forward. Some of this discussion is extremely innovative and thought-provoking. Some of it is, in a sense, perfunctory. Perfunctory in the sense that one feels that this discussion has to take place in order to wisely accompany the more or less accepted wisdom of enlargement. And therefore, if you're going to have enlargement, and that's it, then you also need to have reform. And then the reason why I suggest that some of the debates on reform are perfunctory is because you get this sense that you have to talk about it because you have to talk about enlargement. You cannot leave it out. Well, a third area, if we have to talk about it because of enlargement, then a third area we have to talk about is external borders. Because one of the greatest achievements of the EU till today is, of course, the Schengen area. The notion that with this Schengen Borders Code, you can have, at long last, in the core of Europe, if you like, all this movement that makes the European project so worthwhile. But to protect the Schengen area from possible setbacks and avoid this, eternal reintroduction of border controls that we see today, we need to make sure that to avoid, again, because that's the primary target, to avoid the introduction of temporary or not so temporary internal borders control, we need to make sure that the admission to the Schengen area will be such that it will serve to ensure the absence of controls on persons when they are crossing internal EU borders. That, where I come from, is an equally valid objective. That is to say, to make sure, as we promote this notion of reform plus enlargement, enlargement plus reform, that we also do something as a political system in the making, if you like, without a constitutional treaty, because, as the ambassador said, obviously this top-down approach proved to be very problematic. But we need to make sure that we safeguard Schengen and we safeguard external borders. An additional reason why we need to do this in a more energetic and imaginary way is politics, domestic European politics, because we see that this is an area that will produce a lot of maybe unpleasant electoral outcomes, and therefore it's best to try to do something in advance. Now, if I go back a few years to the Commission's famous or infamous, because very, very, very careful, very cautious, writing in 2017 about the 5 scenarios, which all presumed Brexit, correctly. The 5 scenarios, let me just remind you, were carrying on, nothing but a single market. Those we can do more can do more, which is more or less some sort of coalitions of the willing. doing less more efficiently, and doing much more together. And the Commission was perhaps rightly criticized for producing these 5 scenarios in a very Spartan way, in a very laconic way, in a very cautious way, in a very timid way. But the fact is that we are still within this discussion. And we're in this discussion in a way that clearly appears to be undecided about whether we want to have coalitions of the willing or doing much more together. And of course the other scenarios are there, but I hope that they are not scenarios that we want to promote. And if that's the case, then I think we have 2 important ways to approach the question of the links between the 3: enlargement, reform, and external borders. I don't want to say the obvious, to reiterate the obvious, that for several political forces in today's Europe, safeguarding external borders is equally significant to expanding them. And that's something that politically should keep us occupied. So therefore, ultimately, if we want to compress the scenarios from 5 to only 2, ultimately I think politics, political science, political analysis is right to compress all these to ultimately 2 sorts of scenarios. First of all, what we are talking about is the consortium scenario. It means that you have institutional flexibility. The ambassador talked about institutional evolution before we reach the point where a treaty agreement reform can be reached. You have institutional flexibility, but this institutional flexibility may gradually blur the lines of jurisdiction and develop a form of consortium with nation states still in control of the areas and forms of cooperation, which is probably the most predictable scenario. But in this scenario, the question of external borders remains problematic. It remains problematic. I don't want to go through the merits of Frontex. Frontex has been doing a great job, and the more recent institutional work on Frontex has added a lot to its capacity. I also don't want to dwell too much on this eternal reintroduction of temporary internal border controls. But what I do want to say is that we need probably to approach, as we approach reform more generally, approach the control of external borders in a new way. Hence the notion of condominium. Now, as those of you who are lawyers know very well, in international law, condominiums means something different. It means shared sovereignty. And it means shared sovereignty as, for example, in the case of Europe's colonial history. I mean, those of us who know African history, for example, know that in Sudanese history, a whole phase is the condominium phase because of shared sovereignty between colonial powers. But I approach the notion of condominium in a different way. We have examples in Europe, of course. As those of you who are travelers in Europe know, if you approach, for example, the Moselle, the area between Luxembourg and Germany, you have this old leftover from the Congress of Vienna Treaty back in 1815, where, of course, the Moselle and the other 2 smaller rivers do not belong to Luxembourg, do not belong to Germany, but they have this special status of a condominium. Now, to make sure that I answer a possible question before it's stated, of course, the notion there is that you share something within Europe. It's not sharing the responsibility for something vis-à-vis somebody outside of Europe. But what's also important is that it presupposes that it is particular, that it is particularly specified on a specific function and geographic area, and it admits that the way in which you administer this has to be through some sort of shared responsibility and shared resources. The notion I'm putting forward, therefore, is that trying to add a 3rd dimension, securing external borders, will be crucial in terms of debating enlargement and reform, will be politically crucial, otherwise we'll be seeing more results like the recent Dutch result, maybe also in other countries, even more consequential than the Netherlands. But it's also crucial in the following sense, and I think I have 3 minutes perhaps. Right, Elena. Europe has been famously innovative in the history of the evolution of not just political ideas, but also political institutions. The notion of a condominium means different things to different parts of the world, but it's a notion that is with us since the 17th century, of course, in Europe. Trying to say that we want to reform in order to achieve deepening and also enlarge, because this appears to have been a geopolitical given, is, for me, a bit problematic until we think in innovative ways about how to safeguard external borders, not just in sensitive areas. I'm not saying this as a Greek only, but generally in terms of the external borders. And one way to do it is to try and develop new concepts, one of which could be an innovation, a theoretical and also institutional innovation based on the concept of a condominium. Let me just conclude by saying that, of course, the new mandate that Frontex has comes somewhat close to this notion, because it presupposes that we have some sort of shared responsibility with limits regarding the way we administer our common external borders. And just one point regarding the elephant in the room. It's interesting, the next panel considers the elephant in the room to be China. As the ambassador wisely said, when we're talking about enlargement, it may be Turkey, of course, as a candidate country. But the elephant in the room, ultimately, in the new Europe, as this forum is claiming, is for me Africa. And it is Africa because Africa presents us with both challenges and opportunities, but it also leads us to consider questions of external borders, of marine borders, of opportunities for investment, of course, and the dialectic between challenges and opportunities. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, and thank you for respecting the fact that I have very little ways of signaling time from here, so thank you for that. A lot in there again, and some thoughts about the future of the EU. I'm also very interested in hearing from you in the question and answer section how you see the potential for implementation of any deal on asylum and migration, given the very politicized nature it is taking in various member states. And we see that, of course, in various elections, because, of course, there is legislation and then there is implementation, and there is public opinion and politics. I know we are very short of time, so what I thought I would do, I had a question for each of the panelists, but maybe I'll just throw my questions out, and then I'll hand over to Marilena Kopa to take more questions, and then go back to the panelists for the sake of time. So indeed, my question for Professor Lavdas was about what role public opinion will play in the future of the EU's potential to implement change when it comes to all the policies related to external border management, and be that security, migration policy. To the ambassador, I wanted to ask you to come back and perhaps elaborate a bit more on what you see as the future of EU defense policy. I mean, it's an area where we've seen a lot of progress, an area which is very interesting for French-Greek cooperation in particular, but also through the relevant EU treaty provisions. As we come to the end of this legislature, and this mandate of the Commission, which has seen a lot of need to step up defense, not least because of the war in Europe's borders. Where do you see that going? And France has been a proponent of more EU defense. And then to Marilena Kopa, I wondered, because I was really intrigued, as I said, by your linking of the single market with the rule of law, what would be a remedy in that sense? So would the proposal to have some sort of early on participation in some policies, what would be the, if you want to call it, the sort of safety trigger there if that were to happen? So with that, I hand over to you to take the rest of the questions from the audience that I cannot see, and I will be here listening. And if I don't get a chance to speak again, I do want to thank again Idris and Bandung University and the speakers, and hope to be with you in person in the future. It's been very engaging.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Elena. Now, we open up the floor for questions, interventions. We don't have much time, so please be brief.
And we already have 3 questions.
Yes, because we have to wrap up until 12:30, so yes. Please identify yourselves.
Thank you. Yannis Trifilis from the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping. The question of EU enlargement is obviously a very existential question in a way. It's being driven also by social security needs to have an increased workforce and also by demographic, apart from the other considerations mentioned. I'm wondering how this can be calibrated if you consider that today we have a single currency with very different interest rates that reflect only national risk rather than the supranational risk. It seems like a shaky foundation for a very economically driven political world. And I'm also curious that by enlarging, for instance, very specifically into the Ukraine, you would have a huge country with huge raw material imbalancing the until now Franco-German, let's say, center of Europe that is very much beholden to the US. So how do the people running EU politics today feel about a condominium, transatlantic condominium? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Panagiotta Georgakopoulou. Thank you for this fruitful session. And I would like to ask you how the modification of a treaty, or of the treaties actually, will affect the European future and the relations between European Union and Turkey.
And one last, if there is anyone. No. So first, turn to the ambassador.
Thanks a lot. So I will answer on the question of the defense policy, because it's one of those policies where France was ready to launch a smaller group of countries. If you remember, in 2018, we were ready to launch with those countries who wanted to go towards a more integrated defense policy initiative. It was called the IEE. And it actually, with the starting of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, this proved unnecessary, and it became a policy. You know, European sovereignty, European defense became a question which was handled and tackled by unanimity and without problems. I would say that if you regard the peace initiative that we took together, you take the Defense Innovation Fund, which was going little by little. Now we really integrated a lot in the industrial defense policy, in the, of course, buying, mutualization of armament to give to Ukraine, but as well decision-taking on the sanctions towards Ukraine. So I would say that if you take the treaties, and as Professor said, you had Schengen and the Euro, but defense is no longer in the avant-garde or whatever. It's part of our core policies today. So I feel as well between France and Greece, it's the case, and I feel quite secure that defense policy now has been integrated into our system. Quickly to answer the first question about why should we put demography in our core policies? How do we handle with this big problem to all countries? At this stage, we have rules. You know, it's called internal markets, but it doesn't regulate this type of question. It regulates only what we need to regulate: our labor markets, the commercial policies, etc. Maybe one day we will handle that, but at this stage, I don't feel it's necessary, because it's being taken, for instance, country by country. We have relationship on that question. If you mix labor market and immigration policies, we are going to be very confused. So I would not dare trying to do so in the next enlargement system.
Thank you. Professor Lavdas.
Thank you. Yes, I'll directly address the question by Elena, and if I may, just 2 points regarding interest rates. Well, one of the major challenges, it's not a problem for today's Europe, the new Europe, it says, is the fact that you have a very gradually emerging European demos, European public sphere, which is still not there. I mean, it's under construction, if you like. And therefore, because you have multiple demi rather than one European demos, you need to always look simultaneously into different national, regional, ethnic, sometimes even cultural and other sensitivities, which is very interesting because it is part of Europe's richness, but it also makes it different to find what? To find common points of reference. Now, the external borders, to come back to what I was saying, of course helps us find certain common points of reference. Enlargement does not, obviously. Enlargement is necessary because of the geopolitical predicament. And those of us who were skeptical are not skeptical anymore because we see the truth of developments. What's Henry James's point, you know, how does he say this, the severity of the fact, you know, this is how the world is today. So enlargement is a given, but we need to find common points of reference, and therefore the question about the so-called public opinion is in fact a question about the different demi in Europe and how they construct their political identities. And we need energetically and quickly and immediately to try to find common points of reference. Of course, as the ambassador already said, there are values, there are norms. There's a commissioner who is supposed to be also taking care of this, and I'm sure he is. And all these are part of the European journey and the European project. But on everyday life, European citizens also need to see that they have the common points of reference. And trying to bridge this with just a brief comment about interest rates, well, again, that's a bit putting the cart before the horse, because as you know, the euro is a fantastic historic experiment. And for countries like Greece, it meant increasing our credit worthiness overnight. And what we did with it is a different story, of course, but the fact remains that it was and still is a huge opportunity. But there are problems because we don't have a full economic and banking union. And so long as you don't have a full banking and economic union, then of course you'll have exactly what you said. And this is a different aspect, and I'll give the floor to other panelists. This is, for me, another aspect of, you know, the cart before the horse. Finally, putting the cart before the horse can be an innovative way, of course, but we need to make it work, and that's why I put some emphasis on external borders. Thank you.
Thank you. Just two very, very brief points. First of all, the question of Elena. A single market is offered to this country because it's at last something substantial. Up to now, there was nothing substantial offered during a very long period of accession for the Western Balkans I'm talking. But what I try to say is this is not a free ride single market. It implies rule of law. So it's an offer that resonates positively, but we have to be honest with these people. That is not a free ride. Now, at the second point about Ukraine, Ukraine's succession is not for tomorrow. The war, first of all, must to end. Then it's the whole reconstruction project, which is very difficult. But it's symbolic. It has a very, very symbolic value. And this promise is of paramount importance in this specific geostrategic moment. I've been brief. OK, I'm just 1 minute off. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Eleni. Hope to see you soon in Athens. Thank you all for being here and participating in this panel. Thank you.
think we are ready to start. So please be patient for 1 more hour. I can reassure you it will be a very interesting discussion. So let's talk about real elephants now. Okay. I know the claim to the elephant has been coming from different directions, but I think we will make clear that the real elephant in the room is China. Now, first of all, I would like to congratulate EDIS, especially the Executive Director, Ms. Safentouli, Mrs. Laina and Mrs. Deca for organizing such an excellent event, as well as the volunteers for their valuable assistance. Now, this is the first panel of the China program of EDIS, which is an academic initiative that seeks to promote China knowledge and expertise in Greece and in the region. I'm Konstantinos Tsimonis, Assistant Professor on Chinese Politics at King's College and in Pantheon University, where I lead the EDIS China program. Now, over the last decade, the political debate on China within the EU has assumed an alarmist tone, as there is a growing feeling and realization amongst policymakers and the public that the People's Republic of China has taken advantage of the openness of our economies and societies to acquire a level of influence that is problematic, to say the least. In this panel, we have the pleasure to host 3 top European China experts who have worked in academia, policy, think tank, and civil society spheres. They will help us define the China challenge and the ways to address it. Now, before proceeding, I would like to apologize for the all-male panel, for this panel. We had also invited 2 female speakers, but both couldn't make it. Other panels have compensated for this imbalance. So let me introduce our panelists. Dr. Peter Hiffele is the Policy Director of the Wilfred Martin Center for European Studies, the official think tank of the European People's Party. Educated as an economist, Dr. Hiffele has worked for the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung in Bonn, Berlin, Shanghai, and Hong Kong. His main fields of expertise are economic policy, international development cooperation, and energy climate policy. He's an expert on political, economic, and social developments in Asia and China. Next to him is Cyril Poulopoulos, the Deputy Director of the Great Britain China Center, an executive non-departmental public body established by the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom in 1974 to support UK-China relations in an independent capacity. Dr. Poulopoulos is a policy and program management professional with 20 years of leading organizational experience for the UN, the French Foreign Ministry, and several INGOs. He has held a number of leading positions in diplomacy and development in China for 10 years, where he has cooperated with Chinese civil society organizations to develop policy proposals to the National People's Congress. And next to me, Dr. Matthias Stepan. He's associate researcher at the Ruhr-Universität in Bochum, who is coordinating the research of the 9 parties involved in the China Horizons, dealing with the Research in China program funded by the EU's Horizon Europe Research and Innovation Program. Dr. Stepan's most recent appointments include the position of the Chief Representative of Stiftung Mercator to China, and that of member of the Management Board and co-director of the research area Politics, Society and Media at the Mercator Institute for China Studies, which is the leading think tank on China in Germany. We will start with 10 to 15-minute statements from each of the 3 panelists, followed by questions from me and the audience. So, I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Hiffele.
Dear Konstantinos, thank you very much for your kind words of introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here and also be joint partner of this strategic conference as the Wilfred Martin Center, the official think tank of the European People's Party. We are very delighted to assist and to jointly come here to Athens. Well, I will use a different approach, as we have many young people here from the international relations affairs, and let me choose a bit a different perspective if we talk about China, because today I would like to read our EU-China relations a bit more from the strategic concepts, the main strategic concepts of the European Union, such as the European Green Deal, the de-risking and resilience initiatives, also the discussion about open strategic autonomy. You might have heard these expressions, but I think they're very important to reflect, in particular in the relations towards China. And we have to see that the internal dynamics of the European Union, and it has been mentioned in the last panel, is shifting. We have to acknowledge, for example, that the countries in the Central and Eastern European sphere, the new but not so new members, have gained much more weight, not least to the Ukraine war. And so this is something we have to understand in terms of the internal dynamic of how policy making will happen, and is already happening over the last years and months. There had been a lot of transformations in the EU-China policy over the last 30 years. Matthias and I had been in China over more than 10 years and observed how these dynamics, and of course, how it has changed. We started with a very optimistic view of the changes and challenges in China. We went to a kind of strategic partnership in the 20s, and over the last 10 years, this has moved to a more complex relations, such as partner, competitors, and rivalry. And really, since 1919 and the Ukraine war has triggered these dynamics much more. It's a more assertive China we are facing up, and this has again shaped the EU policy. When we look, and to start with the first point, when we look to why we should engage with China, it's not so easy to understand at all. And the we is also a question. Who is we? It's the European Union, it's the member states. So that is, we often say these phrases very easily, but we have never thoroughly reflected what really lies behind and what implication these notions have. We often go to say, yes, we have to keep open communication, cooperation, and engagement with China, be it in the issue of climate change, of health risk, or an international rule-based order. And we hope that China will soon become a kind of responsible stakeholders. Well, I must say the empirical proofs of these strategies and whether the success has happened or not is quite a vague one, because China's understanding of international relations are quite different. There are the rationalities, are the reasons behind Chinese behavior, and is often quite contrary to what we as Europeans think how the international order should look like. It's in China very easy to understand. It's the survival of the CCP, the Communist Party. It's driven by domestic necessities, and so we have to be very careful in assuming, even if they use the same wording, that there is a very different idea of the global order. China, in addition, often considers itself as a new version of a post-Western order, joining efforts with the South, the global South, whatever this is. So we must be very careful in linking into efforts and expecting simply too much also from the side of China. And it is clearly looking for an alternative development model. And I cannot emphasize enough that this is the fundamental challenge we are facing over the next decades. The second point is this large discussion about becoming Europe more resilient. This is one of the catchphrases you hear every day in every corner in Brussels. Yes, Europe is in many ways a continent of addictions. We are depending on energy, on cheap consumer products, on many things we take for granted. And we have brutally learned in the war of Russia against Ukraine that all of these things can be weaponized against us. The characteristic conflicts of the 21st century is unfortunately a hybrid confrontation using all means, from tourists to ideological warfare, disinformation, big issues we are currently discussing in Brussels. So this is a new systemic conflict we are unfortunately not yet up to fight and hopefully to survive. And what we have forgotten since the Cold War has ended, that we have to jump into a new chapter of political economy. The Europeans had been very well in dividing these two spheres of politics and economics and assuming it has its own rationality and we can go ahead with business, leaving a bit the politics aside. This is stupid, and no other major power in the world, neither the US nor China nor Russia or India even, has ever made this separation. So we have to learn it the hard way. We had learned it in the Cold War, yes, but it's 30 years and we forgot apparently a lot of these things. So now we are fighting against being too much dependent on it. We left the decoupling concept. We're now talking about more de-risking. As ever, difficult it is, because where is the threshold? To what extent should we de-risk? Should we have alternative supply chains, for example? So this will be a very painful and lengthy process, and the success and the outcome is far from being certain. What we should not do, and this is something it's more to us, is that we now get behind the fence of protectionism and deglobalization. I think Europe should still stand for an open economy, still be the herald of a rule-based open order. And I think that on the long run, China will hopefully hear these signals and listen to it, because Europe is a model of openness, of integration, yet we need borders, that is beyond any doubts, but nonetheless, it's a new alternative concept, which is quite unique, by the way, and we have to promote this idea much more forcefully than we have it done in the past. And my third point is what I called playing with the big guys. You know, Europe has always dreamed since its very starting in the 1950s to become a third pole in international business, next to the US, at that time the Soviet Union, and now with China. And the ideas constantly come up in different forms and with different wrappings, I would like to say. It's impressive what Europe has done over the last 2 years. It has been mentioned, the speeding up of the defense integration. That is quite remarkable given the slow pace we had done before. But I always ask my fellows here in Brussels and elsewhere, are you really aware what it would mean to become a more strategic, autonomous power? Are you really willing to pay to stand up for the consequences these kind of concepts have? And this is absolutely important, and I think we will have the discussion later on Taiwan as well, because Europe's behavior is very closely observed, not only in China, but all over the world, and particularly in Eastern Asia. We, as the partners in the Indo-Pacific, for example, try to balance between different powers, but more and more we are digging our head into the soil and praying every day that these big conflicts will not happen or the storms will not come around. That is unfortunately something we cannot afford any longer. We have to face, and I'm very delighted to hear several speakers before that said, yes, we have to acknowledge and have also to go to the elections with a clear message. We have elections in 7 months, and if I see the programs of the political parties, frankly speaking, they do not put all these necessary things into a program and let the voters know, if you vote for us, this is the points we will go to follow up. So there has to be much more transparency and openness in terms of the consequences of certain policy issues. China's strategy, in my observation, has remained quite stable. They try to build, as I mentioned, a new order. I can only warn of these fancy dreams of Europe becoming strategically autonomous. We need the strong backing up by the United States. I see no alternative partners with, of course, other partners such as Japan, Korea, or Australia, and even partners with Singapore, for example, which are often underestimated in Asia. But the EU, unfortunately, is not yet considered as a heavyweight. It's kind of mock giant, as we say often, and I always pledge for having a more humble approach, do our homework, strengthen our things, and create a model which is attractive. So it's more looking also inward than just looking against the threats on the wall. And a last word on the role of the new old members in Central and European countries. They have a lot of interesting developments there, both economically, but also in terms of their knowledge in dealing with China. So we have to bring this knowledge to our table. They have experience in terms of foreign interference, disinformation. They have faced it from Russia, but they face it also from China. So we should not underestimate, because for the moment, China policy of the EU is very much dominated still by the old Western Central European powers such as France and Germany. These times, in my observation, have gone. So we have to face new realities not only outside, but also inside the European Union. With this, I would like to close my remarks. I'm very much looking forward to the other colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the very disciplined approach to timekeeping. Mr. Poulopoulos.
Thank you, Konstantinos, and good morning, everyone. And congratulations for the ideas to put this event, which is really, really a success, I believe. So today I was asked to talk about the elephant as well, and I think after our 3 presentations, you will know more or less the shape of the elephant. And more precisely, I will talk about civil society in China and why we should care about it. To do that, I would like to first zoom out a little bit and to remind everyone that civil society is not a topic which is often mentioned in speeches, official speeches at a high level. I think it has some reason, and I want to go into that in a minute. But usually, when we look at the geopolitics in China, we have to understand that they have this big objective, which they call the national rejuvenation. And it is based on 2 pillars. The first one is to achieve a moderately prosperous society. And the second one is to modernize the socialist country by 2049, which means also to have a world-class army by that time. And this is really what is the geopolitics of China nowadays. So they explain how they will achieve that in a different type of documents. But some of the levers to reach these goals are the following ones. They intend to manage great powers relation. They intend to manage a security environment of their own country in the immediate neighborhood. They intend to cooperate with and among developing countries, and to promote the building of a new model of international relations and a community of a shared future of mankind. So for those who are working on China, this is not new, but I think it's important to remember that because it's going to come again and again. So geopolitics for China is really about protecting its core interest: state sovereignty, national security, territorial integrity, national reification, and the general stability of China's political system, and mainly of the Party Communist. These, are the main points that they would usually talk about. And when they started to develop the overall national security outlook a few years ago, they went into a risk assessment which was quite thorough. They talked about Tiananmen in 1989. They did the longest debrief in history of the USSR collapse, which went from 1994 to 2004, so a 10 years analysis exercise. They talk a lot about the color revolution between 2005 and 2007. So now with this in mind, we understand a little bit how they can see what we call civil society. And now I'm going to explain 1 or 2 things about civil society. So as Peter said, they are really working with another type of model. Civil society is a weird thing to be defined in China. It's not a very easy one because, until the political reopening in the 80s, there was no real civil society as we define it ourselves here in the West. They had political movements, they had mass organization, but everybody had a political space, I can say. And there was no space for civil society at that time. we understand that they don't see what we call civil society nowadays as a motor of their own development. It doesn't come in the picture, actually. And it's not a surprise because, you know, when you have certain limitations on freedom of speech, human rights, political dissension, or the right to assembly, or to have peaceful protest, then we understand that civil society is not seen as something else but a security concern. So, in the 80s, in the late 80s, in the beginning of 90s, by some reason and means, the civil society concept still started to flourish in China. But it was a very much one which was constrained. At that time, local organization, grassroots organization, NGOs were still very much dependent of bodies, state organization. They could not set up as freely and independently as we may have in the West. So, the civil society was really much more controlled, and what we've seen is that this type of control, which was really on local organization, later in the 2017-18 was also imposed to international NGOs, because there were a few international NGOs, and I was part of this movement in China some years ago. In a nutshell, what happened with the law on international NGOs in 2017 was that all organizations, foreign organizations, had to have two types of body to report to. There was this professional supervisory unit, what we call, which is a technical body who is going to approve and discuss your plans year by year. And there is also a department within the police which also follow very closely where do you get your funding from, what are the plans, and who will approve or not, you know, the existence of your activities. So in a nutshell, what was the consequence of that movement, of that new law? Well, it wiped out foreign organizations from China, almost. It had put a direct control on the programs, on the places where you could go, and on the population you could serve. It had a direct control on the finance and the origin of funding, and you were caught into a very lengthy process of administrative reporting with those different bodies, to the point where the mission you were sent to was really, you know, you were shifted away because of this administrative burden that they started to impose. And practically, the idea was also that, you know, foreign NGOs, they should echo the national campaign, the political campaign, rather than looking at where were the gaps in terms of policy, what were the population which were not covered as well than others. That was not the idea in a way. So, I mean, there are a lot of details that I could explain later if you are interested, but you know, all this context, administrative, the fact that there was also some restriction on the visas for international head of missions, participate to this overall picture that there was a very constrained situation for international NGOs. But it has also an impact on the local organizations. You know, the fact that they really pushed for having national at the head of organization was also a way to ensure a more effective control, I would say, on the staff. The fact that also, you know, they were pushing a model within their own society, which was, okay, civil society is there, you can serve your own community, be it people with disability or others, as long as you don't talk about the rights. You know, as soon as the rights are in the radar, then the overarching organization, they are not going to allow you to, they are not going to buy service from you to serve your community, basically. So there is this kind of model which is really, you take it or there is an existential threat to your own organization. as a result, also, it cut very much the solidarity link that there was with international organizations, especially, those organizations who, from China, wanted to report on the situation of different groups' rights. And overall, in a way, the fact that there is this level of control on civil society serve the official view that officials should be representing the rights of the people there, which is quite different from our optic when we talk about civil organizations. So, how long do I have? Yes. Why does it matter? Why should we look into that? First of all, because we may be in contact with Chinese international organization. Unlike major Chinese companies abroad, where we can still think that there is a degree of independency because they are driven by profit and other goals, it's hard to think about Chinese NGOs being independent at all. So it's important to know what they are pushing forward. As Peter said, yes, it's not a surprise that the overall thinking about the political system and the development view is very different from what we are used to. But we have an example. We know exactly how it works, how it worked at the UN level. And all these questions, all these new initiatives that China has launched recently, which is the Global Development Initiative, the Global AI Governance Initiative, the Global Data Initiative, the Global Security Initiative. Those are topics which are going to shape the post-SDG goals at the UN level. And we have been, we heard for 10 years about the Belt and Road Initiative. Now it's a little bit on the back burner, but be sure that all these concepts are going really to be discussed, hopefully, with some critical distance, hopefully, but they're going to be in the debate for the next 10 years at least. So that is a reason why I think it's important to care about this part of the world and what is happening. In a nutshell, what could we expect from all that? Well, we know that China has enhanced his international discourse power, and they are funding a lot, they are putting a lot of effort on the funding of their diplomacy. So in addition to all these initiatives, you'll be sure that they are going to work quite heavily with the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, with the BRICS, and also with the BRI. That they will continue to position themselves as a champion of the Global South, and that they will use their support to build its own institutions and norms on different topics such as cyber, nuclear, space, maritime. They will continue to enlist Asian and African support for China's broader diplomatic priorities, especially at the UN level. And we can think they are going to push further the moral argument that the West is failing and the way they approach China is wrong. I could go on a lot on that, Konstantinos, but I think it's good to stop now, and maybe in the questions we can explain a little bit, for example, what is one answer that the UK is organizing.
Thank you. Thank you, Cyril. Now I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Stepp.
Thank you very much. First of all, to the organizers for inviting me to be here. I quite enjoyed the 2 days listening into the debates that relate to Greece, so I learned a lot about Greece, and I invite all of you to learn a little bit more about China. It was named the elephant in the room, but it was not very often in the room. I think I counted, it was only mentioned 4 times. So I'm now talking about trends and challenges of the EU-China cooperation in one specific field: science, technology, and higher education. And when we look how China develops, I think it's really important for us to keep in mind this country has an ambition. And it was also mentioned by the 2 previous speakers. So China moved away from hiding your strength in the field of science and technology to be really an ambitious actor who is striving for autonomy in the field of science, and in certain areas also for dominance. I divide my talk into 3 brief parts. So the first one is to give you an impression of what tremendous developments we witnessed in China and what we witnessed with China as a partner in conducting research with us. So looking into the period from 2000 to 2017, we must say China has developed quite quickly from a learner to a leader. They made headway in all different areas of science, technology, and innovation because they invested heavily into it, guided by the CCP that identified which areas will be important for our economy, but also for our military capability in the future. And China is now ranked number 2 in respect of the expenditure on science and technology, and that's a fact. And Europe is is ranked at the moment only number 4. Even so, we say all the time, we want to be an innovation-driven economy. We want to be an example in this regard. China has also risen in the higher education rankings. Chinese institutions are now in many rankings close to the top. They have international patents, publications that also speak in the favor of a rising science nation. In line with these developments, China has become a major partner in international scientific cooperation for European Union member countries. They openly welcomed cooperation. Sometimes we even competed against each other. Who is going to be the key partner for Tsinghua University? Who is going to be a key partner of another key laboratory in China? We also have many incoming PhD and postdoc students in Germany and other EU member states, and we see there are also joint labs. And so there's an increasingly integrated system because we operate in Europe according to the phrase, no borders and access all areas. This has changed. So personally, I see 2017 as the turning point when Europe tried hard to convince its researchers to turn around. And China, in the field of STI, is no longer seen predominantly as a partner, but really as a competitor. Whereas in some disciplines, there might still be the wish to collaborate more closely, others really have realized we have a competition going on here. All politicians in Germany nowadays are reluctant to proceed with the all access, no borders policy in the time coming, because from 2017 onwards, China has quite openly advocated for the so-called civil-military fusion. So the military personnel here in the room will know it's not a Chinese invention. The Americans also have certain institutes, agencies that really look into how can civil research outputs really help to increase military capability. But China is quite strong in the statement that they make in the leadership. So they say all civil outputs shall be screened for military use. So it's really a mandate that is put out, and we have to keep this in the back of our heads. So on the one side, there's messaging, but on the other side, there are really facts. So facts are China has built up its military capacity. China is in certain conflicts with its neighboring countries already. We've also seen how China is using certain, technological advances, not only in the field of military and looking into how to advance its position in, regional conflicts, but also internally. So talking about Hong Kong, national security law, talking about the revelations of the labor camps in Xinjiang. This is very clear that this goes against the principled approach in Europe that we are funding research for the advancement of the global community. This is quite different. China is using the research results for military build-up and its own security apparatus. There's one very telling example, and it's from my home country, Germany, that we actually funded a quantum physicist who in the end developed quantum communications, which is now in use by the Chinese military, so they can use the best level of encrypted messaging, which will be to their advantage if there will be ever a conflict. So whereas China has shown these advances in science, we have to say for academic freedoms and so on, we can see the quite opposite trend. So there's a so-called academic freedom index, and we can see from the time that I've been a guest researcher at the Chinese institution in the early 2010s to nowadays. So the situation really has deteriorated when we talk about what can they talk in public, what can they teach on. There are many red lines for them that they have to adhere to, and this is something that we have to keep in mind. Xi Jinping, China's paramount leader these days, also has stated publicly, science is without borders, so all of us would applaud. That's really in line with what we Europeans think. But he also said, but scientists have a motherland. And that also means for Chinese students who come here for their postdoc studies and so on, that they're also asked to sign certain contracts that they come back and contribute to the advancement of their own home country. I have now 1 minute to say something about what, in my opinion, should be the way that we go forward. This morning, I think it was one of the professors who said the big elephant in the room is defined by their opportunities and risks. And I think China is exactly an example for such an elephant. There are still opportunities and there are risks, and we have to face and manage these risks. So in face of the realities, there is now, of course, on the European level, the understanding we must upgrade the knowledge of China. We also must upgrade our own understanding when we cooperate with partners outside of the European Union, that it's really to our benefit and that it is working in line with our principles. So in the future, they will define areas that we still cooperate with China. So that will be first and foremost in the area of climate change, but also food security, are the ones who are really following closely what's happening in China in respect of advances also in the medical industry. There's a new cancer product that has now also been released in the US. So we can see there's definitely still room and also opportunity to cooperate with China rather than decouple. So European governments still face this big dilemma of, on the one side, reducing the risk of international cooperation with outcomes that we dislike in the field of STI, and on the other side, really not discriminating against, for example, Chinese incoming students, because we don't want to discriminate on the basis of gender, but also country of origin. So the current policy debates that I'm following are on a very abstract level. So many people that I'm talking to in the field of STI, they say we don't need to have hot air and a lot of talk about strategies, but we really need to talk about tactics and about practices, how we can move forward. So practical solutions rather than 10 years of discussion. And once we have a strategy paper, China will be very much different. Maybe they don't even want to collaborate with us anymore. So we have to become practical and move forward together. One thing, and that's what I want to conclude on, also with reference what was said yesterday about our current government in Germany, do not preach, listen, talk, and learn. And here I speak of us Europeans. So we should have coordination instead of unification. I understand that there are very distinct patterns also when it comes to the structure of our scientific systems and also the culture for cooperation. I think Germany can also learn a lot from other countries in Europe how to deal with research security and then find a new understanding. So my very last point is, if the EU wants to be an actor on a world stage, then we need to get better, not only in understanding our own neighbors, but really understanding the interests and positions of key actors out there. So let me relate to the first session today, where Ms. Dora Bakoyannis said she makes a strong plea for upgrading the knowledge of Turkey. I want to make a plea and a wish at the end of my presentation here. So the plea is, well, update knowledge on China. That does not come as a surprise. And the second one is basically a wish for Edith's China program, that you will become the first address for China expertise here in Greece, and that you will have many people who are joining this mission. So all the best, Kostas, for this new mission. All the best to Edith.
I would like to thank the panelists for their very insightful comments. And I would like to ask the audience to start thinking and preparing questions. I will begin with one question for each of the panelists. So, Peter, EU-China strategy. We have heard a lot about it. We discussed this a lot. Do you think that we need a more comprehensive one, and especially one covering security? So is security in East Asia a European issue? Is it something we should be concerned about? Cyril, what is the state of China expertise at the national level in European countries? I know you have a very good overview, and we would really like to hear from you from the lessons from the United Kingdom's experience. And Matthias, I would like to ask, there is a big dilemma that many universities in Europe have been facing. They want to build Chinese studies, but it's very difficult to create new fields. And some of them have turned to PRC institutions, Chinese institutions to do that, so Confucius Institutes and so on. Do you think this is a viable way to build expertise on China? And what is an alternative approach? Okay. So, Peter.
Yes, let me start. I fully agree with Matthias' comments on strategies. We have seen plenty of it. They are stockpiling on our desks. We don't need new strategies. We have a lot of instruments at hand. We have to monitor, we have to implement these issues. It's about strengthening our own strengths. Looking to others distorts our view and energy as well. So let's strengthen our own model. It is still attractive. I'm not so pessimistic as many, also if it comes to other regions such as Africa or Latin America, for example. Those societies, and I emphasize societies, we have to differentiate between the regimes, which are mostly autocratic, unfortunately, and the societies. The societies are still very much looking to Europe. This is the model they want to follow. They know exactly, we should not underestimate them. They know exactly what comes along following a kind of authoritarian development, but it's not to their advantage. We have to be more attractive, also open. We often close our doors, quite in contrary to what we say on Thursdays and Fridays, and then on Monday we get into a new round of regulations and building fences around Europe. So openness is the only big value. It's not about letting everybody in, but they don't want to be in. They want to have a share in these joint efforts. Back to the security issue in Eastern Asia, well, nobody in the Eastern Asian, Western Pacific Rim in particular expect that we have a NATO extended to that region, either Japan or South Korea or Australia. It's again burden sharing on our turf, and this has nothing to do with Trump, where everybody is now panicking. This is a long-term development. We talked about European, and we'll talk, I think, in the next panel on European defense again. This is about our contribution, our destiny, and we are called upon that. And this is the biggest contribution we can do for security, even in East Asia. Thank you.
Okay, that's a big question, Konstantinos. Let me start to bring the British example that I know a little bit about it. But we see here that the situation, the way we manage our relationship with China has changed, and many countries are reconsidering their strategies with China. They try to attempt this complex balancing act on, how to strengthen domestic security, compete economically, challenge China where we have disagreements, and engage and cooperate at the same time. So that's quite a complex task. However, the way the British have to do it is they came with a set of documents, strategic documents, official speeches, and an ambition to engage with China. It doesn't mean to agree on anything, obviously, everybody's understand that, but to be pro-engagement, especially when we have disagreement. So it means that under these set of policies and resources, financial resources, they went to develop a way to approach nowadays China. And the GBCC, the Great Britain China Center, is part of it, in the way that we do three things. First of all, I want to mention that we are under the FCDO, which is very important to do the work we do. Otherwise, it would not possible. We do three things. We promote political dialogues between the MPs in the UK and their counterparts in China. We do capability, which is a term which means basically we recognize that there's a gap in the understanding of where China is nowadays within the civil servant, and we train civil servants at different level on different topics, mainly historical, politics, geopolitical. So we do that quite intensely nowadays. And we work also on project based on criminal justice. So this is another dimension, and again, we would not be able to work on criminal justice and all the challenges you can imagine there without the political dialogue, because shortcomings we have in the project, we can channel those points within the political dialogues through the discussion between MPs and their counterpart. So the British, they realized they needed three things. They needed to strengthen the UK-Chinese capabilities, their capacity to analyze, and to have a network to support strategic thinking. And this is really important in the way that I don't think Chinese challenges should be only discussed by Chinese specialists, but they should be open to civil society and academics and enterprises. They think that strengthening the UK's knowledge and policy ecosystem and supporting this confidence-building dialogue with Chinese agencies is important, and they thought to be the basis of that training program, they are really consistently opening it up to every and each kind of civil servant. So I come from a country, France, which doesn't have this type of organization, and I see that there is a big difference between those which have a GBCC and those who don't have.
So I will answer your question extremely quick so that we have room and time for questions from the audience. So I think we need cooperation with Chinese organizations, people, researchers in China, but we should not need Chinese money to conduct up-to-date research on China. So my recommendation is then all the time to basically the decision makers, but also to people from the economy, put the money where your mouth is. So give out funding, that there can be a long-term engagement of independent scientific institutions in Europe to provide the research and insights that you need. So we need cooperation with our counterparts, researchers in China, but we should not need Chinese money, because that will definitely not support the cause of having independent knowledge, because there's a lot of fear about censorship, self-censorship, and so on going on. So that will not do the trick of us being better prepared to understand China. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite questions. Yes, Professor Kopa. Here.
Thank you for this thought-provoking panel and for the very interesting comments. My question is addressed to Dr. Hefele, and it concerns his very clear statement that Europe cannot do it alone, that it's a weak global player and it needs the United States. Dr. Hefele, would you repeat the statement after the possible and the very probable re-election of Donald Trump to the American presidency? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall I immediately
let's take one more. Sorry. Let's take one more.
Thank you. Pascal Hausser. I am a director of a French think tank focused on MENA area. My question is about influence and information warfare. We know that Russia is very aggressive in that field. What is the strategy and the Chinese way of doing it, especially in this area, Europe and North Africa, Middle East? Thank you.
Good, and I think we can take one more. The first hand is the gentleman at the back.
Yeah, I think we can take both. Take both at once if she's already over there.
Yeah, yeah. No, but then...
Thank you. This is also a question to Dr. Hefele. You have explained the EU approach to China. I didn't hear anything about EU's approach on China's Russian relationship. I would like your comment on that. Thank you.
Perfect. So let's begin with the same order.
Thank you.
Peter.
Europeans often fell into this situation like the rabbit in front of snakes, or the dragon, to be more precise in the case of China, or the bear of the United States. I think as horrible sometimes Mr. Trump is, it's not a Trumpian phenomena. We have forgotten what, since Obama's time, has been demanded from us. So I see more continuity in US policy towards Europe than a clear shift between the different administrations. Again, what they are demanding is not something which is unfair. They have 80% of the defense expenses on their shoulders in the NATO framework, for example. Economically, we are not so different, so it's up to us to fulfill, to recognize it's our own fate, and we have to pay for it. We cannot demand from the US furthermore because they are engaged in the Western Pacific Rim. That's the strategic theater, and by the way, it's nothing new. Since the 1930s, and I always, if I talk to students, for example, I say, this is nothing new. They always shift to Asia. This is since the Japanese expansion in the 1920s and 30s, the Pacific theater is the main strategic area of the United States. Europe comes second, and it always comes second. So for me, it's not a fundamental qualitative shift in our policy. We have finally come up with our own work, and we have the capabilities. It has been mentioned we spend and waste a lot of money. Our budget, composite budget, is second to the United States. It's around $250 billion we spend on defense. And look where we are in our capabilities, maybe 10%, 20%. So there's a lot of things to be done. First of all, we have to use more the mirror in front of us than always looking to more distant regions. Do our homework, be more humble, get rid of these huge ambitious issues. The next 10 years are crucial. We have to do our homework. We can do it. We have the capacities. The interesting point Matthias mentioned on the scientific side, this goes into one of the core issues on European defense. We have not a solid scientific basis. The United States do much better in China. They have understood how these spheres are interlinked. There is no separation between civil and military use. Modern warfare, as I mentioned, is a hybrid one. You cannot draw any borders. It's the use which is decisive, not the predefined division. It's a huge ideological problem in many universities, for example, in dual-use science. We cannot touch upon that, but this is an issue I would like to mention anyway. China-Russia relations, well, the situation has aggravated, and the mood against China since the Russian war on Ukraine has definitely deteriorated. We are very well aware that China is massively supporting Russian efforts. These fancy discussions of, oh, it's only civil support. No, there is no border. What they import is as effective and helps Russia to continue with its aggression as it is with a dedicated military use. And it's not only, by the way, Russia-China relations. We go into the Iran, the North Korean issue. So we see really the establishment of an axis which is actively challenging our relations. This is probably the worst China could have done. We see a lot of Chinese delegations now in Brussels and Europe running around in a kind of charm offensive. At the same time, they undermine their own efforts because Europeans are not blind. They had been very blind in many ways, but this time their eyes are quite open. There's no debate on that. Thank you.
Cyril, would you like to share your thoughts?
Well, for Peter, so I don't have much to add, but that's so true. Like we can see the shifting happening under our eyes, and the relationship with Russia is quite interesting. I think it goes beyond even that. I mean, they see them as an invaluable partner to all these issues which are coming on geospatial, geopolitical competition with the US. And the fact that they have been able to expand their relations with Saudis, with Iran, with Turkey, with Latin America, with the Pacific Island is really, we see the world changing. And I mean, little we know that China built the subway in Iran 20 years ago. So it doesn't come from nowhere, all these diplomatic and political deals that they are achieving recently. It's a moving picture.
Cyril, any thoughts on the question by the gentleman about influence in relation to civil society? And then Matthias.
Influence with civil society, well, it's not influence, it's guidance. There is no independency. Everybody understood that. So it's beyond that influence. But I guess, you know, a lot of countries are doing influence through different channels. So it's not different from what we know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So very brief on the hybrid warfare, disinformation campaigns and so on. So there are now also, I think, 2 Horizon Europe projects who look into exactly that one. So the key target regions are Russia, what comes out of Russia and what comes out of China. And of course, we all have a look at TikTok, so I'm not sure how many of you have installed TikTok on your mobile phones, so that would be now the activity for the younger generation here. Can you raise your hand? So little, so I expected that all of you guys would raise your hand now, so I'm curious to learn what other channels you're using to get informed. But this is, of course, a major channel to spread news. And the Americans are well aware of it, so they also consider to ban it. And so there are now really studies how to control for the spread of disinformation via these channels. We can also see certain WhatsApp group and messenger groups and so on, and what is also featured on our mobile phones. And last but not least, I want to add where China really makes headway is also AI. And we know that many of the contents that we see on our mobile phones are AI driven. So whoever knows the magic formula to show us the information that, well, shapes our favors in the one or the other direction, they will have a large influence on our populace, also over here in Europe, to think about certain issues that are really the decisive issues of this generation. But the problem was recognized, research is done, but at the end of the day, there also must be action.
I saw more hands, so I will allow one more round of questions. Is that okay? Yeah. Please.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Kouvas Konstantinos. I'm a PhD student in Pantheon University. So I've got 2 very short questions. The first one regarding the cooperation with China. How honest has been China as a partner the last decades regarding intellectual right properties and trade relationship? So based on your answer, I would like to give us an example of how can we make this relationship more balanced. And the second one is, after the third Xi Jinping re-election, do you see in the foreseeable future any chance that China will ever become more open and more keen to Western ideals, or this is something like a fantasy? So thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay, let's start with. Any thoughts? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I just had to ask if I got the core of your question right. So I understand it was a little bit about the idea that we have had of China, how they will develop, and how it really developed now these days. So many people nowadays say we have seen this all coming. Because there have been for a very long time the issue of China has not the rule of law. China has the issue with protecting IP, or turn it the other way around. If there is some intellectual property that is useful for them, they will take it. So it was in the past, and it's nowadays like this. And I think many of the actions that are now out in the blue, they have been there already before Xi Jinping. So there was the hope it will improve, there will be the rule of law, China will become more like us, etc. But we understand now that this was a vision of our side, not of their side. There's also oftentimes a talk about previous leaders that they wanted to pursue that path, but I think that's also a misinterpretation what they aimed at, because China had like the one key goal, and I think that's a goal which is just in its way, because I think all governments are out there to basically improve the livelihoods of their population, right? And that's what they do. And they have much more pressure to do so because they're not in the office because of elections. But they are still the ruling party because they deliver better lives. They deliver, and that's Xi Jinping nowadays, they really deliver to be a visible, strong actor on the global stage. And so if we want to see this whole development in perspective, it was like Mao Zedong, he was like the one who made China independent and stand up again. But he did not deliver much on making them rich. That was like the second guy, Deng Xiaoping. And then the people who followed after him, like Hu Jintao, Wen Jiabao, Jiang Zemin. And now we have Xi Jinping with like this new ambition, we want to be strong. By 2049, we want to be the most powerful nation on this globe when it comes to economy, military, technology, and so on. And that is their ambition, and we just have to face it. And I think it's not the right way of saying, well, they've disappointed us or whatever, but that we see in this big power competition, and we have to be right about it. It's not about us. It's about the competition between the US and China. We are only somewhere in the middle, and they try to find out how we operate in this middle and who we support. And so I think Europe must stand strong. We must see where our benefits. Of course, we have the same principles or a large overlap with our American friends, but I think there's also a certain area that we also tend to think differently. And so we are somehow caught in the middle as Europe, and we have to understand this. And so personally, I'm really happy that the European Union wants to pursue its own path with a China strategy, that they say we also want to have independent knowledge and not just rely on what the Americans find out and what they analyze and look into their reports. And yeah, so that's where we are in the situation. And I hope you feel a little bit encouraged to maybe look more into the China case if you're not already doing so, because I think global politics without China, that is not the situation that we're in these days. Thank you very much.
We're grateful that you managed to come to our corner of Europe and share your thoughts and ideas and experience with dealing with China. So I would like to invite everyone to join me in congratulating and thanking our panelists.
Ladies, good afternoon. I'm so glad to be with you this afternoon, sunny afternoon. I don't anticipate what is happening in Athens. In Florence, maybe yes. And I'm very glad that four very good friends, above all, and then colleagues, join us today for, I hope, and I'm pretty sure, an interesting discussion on what comes next for NATO and the European Union. I'm glad to introduce, let's start from the only male participant of this panel, Thanos Dokos, the National Security Advisor. Thank you, Thanos, so much. My good colleague and friend, Benedetta Berti, from NATO headquarters. We spent together many years trying to make NATO comprehensible to the outer world. Despina Spanou, welcome. Also struggling with transmitting the message, the good news about the European Union, security and the European way of life. And last but not least, our good colleague, Christine Fab, joining us from the European Institute in Florence. Thanks again for participating at the Athens Security Forum, which we promise to develop into a very key venue for security and defense issues in Greece. So, Benedetta, starting with you, just after the ministerial, the NATO ministerial, both organizations, both NATO and the EU and the international community are coping with a dual crisis. Ukraine started in 2022. Now we have Middle East. I would say that on Ukraine, the Euro-Atlantic community delivered in a quite very efficient way and strengthened the unity and the cohesion of the institutions. I don't know if this southern crisis is challenging us with problems that we are not very familiar with, and it's not so easy to tackle. But let's start with you, and then we continue with the other colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's great to see you. It would have been much better for me to be there in person. Of course, you will not be surprised if I start by saying that it is not sunny in Brussels. It is actually quite grim, as it tends to be this time of the year. But now moving to my short remarks, because I'm really interested in hearing from the other esteemed panelists and to exchange views. But I will just start by acknowledging your opening statement, which is the alliance, NATO as an alliance, is now finding itself in the most complex and dangerous security landscape in a generation, if not more. This is something that NATO allies recognized already in the 2022 strategic concept, when they essentially said, for many years we had our primary concern was preserving peace in the Euro-Atlantic area and preventing threats from out of the area. Unfortunately, in 2022, we find ourselves in a situation where, first of all, the Euro-Atlantic area is no longer at peace because of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. We find rising strategic competition, which means that our potential adversaries and competitors are really challenging us in a much more active way, both through military means, but increasingly also through energy manipulation, economic coercion, disinformation, attempts to undermine our societal resilience. So really a very complex set of security challenges. We find ourselves in a security environment where permanent crisis is the new normal, where we have pervasive, persistent fragility. And of course, today we see not just we see the crisis in the Middle East as an additional source of instability. And of course, we see also security environment where we have recurrent shocks, for example, linked to pandemics or climate change, and these events continue to take a toll on our security and defense. So when you put it all together, it's a really challenging situation for the transatlantic alliance and for NATO. That's the bad news. The good news is that I think NATO as an alliance is absolutely rising to this challenge, and the strategic concept of 2022 was important in recognizing that we really need to be able to prepare ourselves for a security environment that is more unpredictable, more volatile, more dangerous, and in which we really do not have the luxury of focusing on only one threat or on only one strategic direction, which is a way for us to say that today, yes, we are, of course, focusing on rebuilding our ability to do deterrence and defense and ensure the territorial defense of Europe. We are absolutely focused on how to support Ukraine as it exercises its right to self-defense. We're absolutely focused on how to best defend and protect ourselves with respect to the Russian threat. But at the same time, we recognize that the world is more complex, and we also need to be able to continue to have a strong role when it comes to fighting terrorism, when it comes to contributing to stability through work with partners in our broader neighborhood. We have to we have to understand that there are really many security issues that are global and not regional, and therefore we need to continue to have a strong relationship with partners, for example, in the Indo-Pacific region. So NATO is really embracing this 360, this comprehensive approach, as you earlier referred to. I'm not going to say too much about NATO's approach towards its partners in the southern neighborhood, because of course we're very fortunate to have right now a group of independent experts appointed by the Secretary General, and Mr. Dokos is of course one of them that has been asked by the Secretary General to really take a look at NATO's approach towards the southern neighborhood and deliver concrete recommendation on how we can strengthen our toolkit and our role in the region. But what I will say, and then I'll close because I know we don't have a lot of time, is that while we maintain this focus on this multiple crisis, we're also, I think, doing a very good job in maintaining allied unity, as you mentioned. You refer to the unity and resolve displayed when it comes to supporting Ukraine. I think that was reiterated actually yesterday at the foreign ministerials meeting. This was the first time that the new format that was agreed a few months ago at the NATO summit in Vilnius, the NATO-Ukraine Council. It was the first time this NATO-Ukraine Council took place at the level of foreign ministers. It was a strong signal of continued political support for Ukraine, but also a strong signal of continued practical support for Ukraine. At the meeting, the NATO-Ukraine Council, allies and Ukraine agreed a program of work to continue building up the cooperation between NATO and Ukraine. They focused on various areas like energy security, innovation, very, very important, building interoperability. So really NATO is focusing on providing practical assistance and support to Ukraine through a multi-year framework to support Ukraine's deterrence and defense also in the future, with the real objective of achieving real interoperability with NATO, so bringing it closer together to the alliance. In the working program, there's also references to the priority reform areas that Ukraine and NATO have identified: rule of law, countering corruption, human rights and minority rights. These are also important part of how Ukraine continues its reform path, which is of course also linked to its Euro-Atlantic integration and future membership in NATO. So I think there is a lot of concrete work, a lot of concrete effort, and of course that that is because I think allies are very much understanding that the stakes are very high, that the stable, secure, independent, sovereign Ukraine is really essential to the future of peace and stability in the Euro-Atlantic area. So that's the driving force behind the work that NATO is doing, building, of course, on the latest Vilnius summit when NATO and Ukraine got even closer together politically and militarily. So that's a little bit where we are just the day after the foreign ministerial meeting, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Benedetta, for setting the scene and sharing with us what NATO is discussing these days. We will come back during the exchange between the members of the panel and hopefully with the audience. Let's move now to Despina Spanou for the European Union's perspective. The European Union, I dare saying that NATO being an intergovernmental organization and having very specific tasks to deliver, it's maybe easier to cope with these challenges. For the European Union, I would say it's becoming even more difficult having to prepare the next big bang enlargement, I would say, while at the same time facing, as Despina knows very well, challenges for the Union's security and the territorial security of the member states, not only in the conventional term, but also in non-conventional terms, and having in mind that you are the head of a cabinet protecting the European way of life, the current crisis in the Middle East, in my view, is threatening exactly this fundamental of what we consider European way of life, because we come back to the terrorism threat. Also, we come back to the division, which is not our choice, of course, between different radicalisms. So we are very interested to listen to your views and the update coming from the European Commission headquarters. Thank you very much, Despina, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Ino. It's very nice to meet you, Mr. Dokos, and even virtually. And hello to my co-speakers as well, especially to Benedetta, that I'm very happy to join on this panel. Now, you touched upon something that, in fact, is extremely relevant. You said that the Gaza conflict is very pertinent for the European way of life, and I wanted to take the opportunity to say that indeed it has proven, this conflict, how relevant it is to have such an encompassing portfolio, because in the European way of life portfolio, we're dealing with daily with security issues on the one hand, but we're also dealing with issues like displaced people through migration, people who have to leave their places because of the war, and making sure we help them. We offer aid, we offer them opportunities. We deal with the fight against anti-Semitism, the rise of which we have seen come in tremendously in the context of this conflict across the world. It's not just local. So you see how the elements of this portfolio made it extremely relevant. Now, you're very right to say that it is a challenge for the EU, but it is a challenge for the EU because our scope is much wider than the one of NATO. We may have less members, but those who are in the European Union are doing everything together, and we have to have a consensus so that we can advance. And the crisis of the last 4 years, because in fact, you're very timely. Tomorrow we are actually celebrating, if one can use the word, the 4 years of the portfolio, and 4 years since this commission, the Commission of President von der Leyen, started its mandate. And what a 4 years it has been. It has been 4 years of multiple crises and of crises that are unprecedented for the European Union, also for the rest of the world. But the European Union is particularly impacted. First, we started with COVID, then with the Ukraine war, and more recently with the Gaza conflict. All issues surrounding Europe and affecting its democracy, its society, its peace. So we are called to deal with all that. Now, we do have an umbrella concept for the security in the European Union. It's called the European Union Security Union. Who could have imagined when these treaties were being agreed that we would ever reach that point where we agree on security policies for 27 countries, for a uniform approach, uniform prevention, preparedness, operational capabilities, and eventually also sanctions. And we have done it. And in this mandate, we converged even further into this security union for the 27 member states by not only implementing what was in place, but also enacting new legislation in those areas where this was needed. We recently reported, it was a few weeks ago, that the sixth progress report on the European Union Security Union was adopted, and we reported that in this mandate, there were 36 legislative proposals that were adopted in the area of security alone. So that shows you that the EU is now growing in those areas where previously all was left to the national governments. So now there is convergence. And on top of that, we demonstrated through our policies and through our political consensus how far we take security. Look at, for instance, the agreement on the package of sanctions against Russia that has been actually on multiple occasions agreed by all member states, and which has been, again, an unprecedented approach. 27 countries using the same sanctions and enforcing the same sanctions against one country. For the first time, you were talking about the areas of security and defense. We are talking about EU defense. In the context of the Ukrainian war, we have funded the purchase and supply of weapons for the first time together in the EU. And of course, at the same time, we don't only deal with the operational aspects of the war, but also the human impact of the war. We activated for the first time European legislation to deal with the impact of the refugees from Ukraine. We now have 4 million. At some point, we had 8 million people coming in. We are today at 4 million who have stayed in the European Union. And under the Temporary Protection Directive, they find home, schooling, jobs. They are fully integrated in the EU for as long as they wish and until this war is over for sure. So we're also dealing with that, again, in full agreement of 27 countries. And of course, we continue to gather funding and support Ukraine in every possible way we can. Now, in the recent Gaza conflict war, we also demonstrated, again, a level of unity in condemning immediately the terrorist attacks, but also in trying to work on the de-escalation of the conflict and promoting the humanitarian solution. You know that the EU has been steadily in the support in the situation with humanitarian aid, and we've been trying also to see how possible peace can come to the region. We recently wholeheartedly welcomed the agreement reached between Israel and Hamas on the release of hostages and the pause of hostilities that we hope will continue. But of course, this again shows how much is happening in our borders, close to us. Ukraine first, Israel now. This is close to us. It's not in the European Union, but we are amongst those who have to deal with the most when it comes to this kind of critical crisis that are happening in our borders. Now, at the same time, in the EU, we have been developing a very consistent system of protecting our society and everything that is the European Union's market. The first thing we have done is to protect our critical infrastructure. So we were the first place in the whole world, dare I say, that adopted the cybersecurity rules already 6 years ago that ensure that protecting the European Union's critical infrastructure. And not only we adopted the first set of rules, we have very recently revamped them so that they go even further. So we are requiring everyone who's operating critical infrastructure businesses in the European Union to meet very high level of cybersecurity standards and to report cybersecurity incidents to the authorities. This is something that we don't see in other parts of the world, except for the US, where recently, after a very big cyber attack in the energy sector, they also enacted similar rules that in the EU have been in place for a while and that have been now enlarged, also with severe sanctions for those companies that do not adhere to them. And now these companies do not include only the traditional sector of critical infrastructure like energy, banking, health, transport, etc. But we have also added important industries for the function of the society, like pharmaceuticals, medical devices, the food industry, digital services, the public administration. The public administration has to be the first to apply what they preach, so meet very high cybersecurity standards because they protect our data, our identities, our taxes, everything. So it is very important that they also meet very high cybersecurity standards. So this is an area, critical infrastructure, we will continue to follow with very important enforcement. And we're also, may I take the opportunity, we're working with NATO because, of course, our agendas are converging always. And we are talking about cooperation of like-minded partners. And NATO being a strategic partner for us, we are trying to go even deeper in the work we do together. In fact, after the recent attacks, the Nord Stream gas pipeline, where we realized that everything is not just about in the EU, but also around the EU, we worked even closer with NATO and we initiated the EU-NATO Task Force on Critical Infrastructure Resilience. We have a report that was issued recently on this task force's work that showed the convergence of thinking and the convergence of preparedness that we need to achieve, but also the level of exchange of information that would be necessary for such a cooperation to actually be meaningful, because unless we exchange information, we won't be able to fully give body to this cooperation. And of course, we will continue to work together with NATO under this task force with the purpose of having a certain automatic reaction in case a crisis hits our countries. Now, another very important area where we've been working in the European Union under the security umbrella is disinformation. Again, this is an area that has exploded in recent years, also in the context of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, also in the context of the recent conflict in Gaza. So it is a real threat. It is always recognized as a hybrid threat. Now we can just simply call it an important security threat, disinformation and foreign information manipulation and interference. And there we have developed the EU's toolbox to tackle foreign information manipulation and interference. And it covers an entire spectrum from situational awareness to resilience, building regulation and diplomatic responses in that context. Now, on top of that, everybody hears these days about the importance and the dominance in our media of social media platforms. These are the media that everybody uses today. There was a time we used to say it was for the young, but now all of us get our information in real time. We favor real-time information to traditional journalism sometimes, and we use these social platforms that have developed an immense power in the dissemination of information. So in Europe, we developed legislation that would allow these platforms to exercise the responsibility that should be attributed to them as such great disseminators of information. The Digital Services Act and the revised Code of Practice and Disinformation that we adopted last year were created exactly for that purpose. And they require all these media platforms to take down content that would aim at disinformation and destabilizing our democracies and our societies. And this is a great breakthrough, again, a worldwide premiere of the EU. So yes, maybe, we have a challenge in doing things together, but I think that when we do them right. And very relevant to what is happening today with the spread also of dangerous information. It's not just about disinformation. We are looking at the implementation of a regulation we adopted just a few years ago, the terrorist content online regulation that obliges all these platforms to take down immediately any content that promotes terrorism. So this is a very important tool that we have in the EU, a tool of collaboration between the EU member states that have the power to work together and ask these equally powerful platforms to take down such content that, as you know, with the Christchurch incident, can provoke loss of life and create great instability to our societies and lead to crime. Not simply terrorism, but also crime. Now, cybersecurity is very much in the focus of our security work, and I will close with that. I mentioned already the work we have on critical infrastructure through the NIS legislation. Tonight, we are hoping to complete the negotiations on the first ever legislation, again worldwide, that will ensure the security of all interconnected products that circulate in the EU. This is the missing piece of the success story puzzle in the EU for the safety of all products that come in the EU market. So today, whatever we buy is covered by safety legislation in the EU and by market surveillance to ensure that if ever something does not meet the norms, it is removed from the market. But this does not apply to connected products for their security. Neither do information requirements for the users of this information. And we have connected not only our businesses, not only our data across the world, but also our very own homes. We live in connected homes through our Wi-Fi routers, cameras. Many apply even more connectivity. They live in the Internet of Things through their electrical appliances, not realizing that all these are actually potential threats because they can be used against us by malicious actors that can interfere with them. This is why information requirements are important. Security by design of every product is important. And this is what the Cybersecurity Resilience Act aims to achieve. It's being negotiated tonight, hopefully for the last such a negotiation round, and it will be a reality in the EU soon. And last but not least, everybody today talks about artificial intelligence. And the society is divided in two categories. Those who see AI as a threat and those who see AI as an opportunity. The way we have designed the ecosystem in the EU looks at AI from both perspectives. The Artificial Intelligence Act, again, the very first piece of legislation to have been enacted in the field, ensures that we take the opportunity of artificial intelligence and we do not hamper innovation and the development of this technology for the benefit of the society, but that we at the same time assess the risk of artificial intelligence before it enters into market. So again, it is a very classic European Union legislation that would require any such product that is under this technology to be assessed according to its risk before it enters the society. And of course, it creates caveats and safeguards for the use of this technology, because technology can be a great opportunity, but we also have to make sure that it is assessed so that it does not become a threat. And very last remark, today our president is actually attending the anniversary of the European Defence Agency, and talking in the context of defense, she mentioned the cyber shield that we are creating for Europe these days. This is not only the set of existing legislation we have on critical infrastructure, now on products, our cybersecurity agency, ENISA, that happens to be in Athens, where you are, but also the emergency mechanisms we need to have in place in case of a big cyber attack. This is an accident waiting to happen. We all know it. So the idea is to have a mechanism that will bring member states together to react together, to assess ex post an incident, but also to call upon from a reserve list cyber experts to come and help those that may need it in case we have a cyber attack, because we have a problem also that we don't have enough people to deal with cybersecurity. So all this to show you that in the EU, we are developing a set of common standards and rules also to operate in security situations, also in the case of terrorist attacks, any type of attacks. And at the same time, we try to work together to deliver these rules and to abide by these rules, because nobody can do it alone. We try to break silos. We try to work by putting our words into action, and of course, by being very alert on all geopolitical developments that are today affecting the security of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very comprehensive description of what the European Commission and the European Union are doing to protect our citizens not only from visible but also from invisible threats, which sometimes are more dangerous and more pervasive of our environment and of our security. And I think it's useful to have both organizations speaking, proving that both organizations are resilient, and it's the framework that protects Euro-Atlantic and European communities in a very successful way, I would say. We are critical sometimes towards the institutions because we are living in democratic societies. But both organizations are protecting the European way of life and the values NATO and the European Union are serving since their foundation. Certainly, there is not only the supranational level that NATO and EU necessarily serve. When we come to the national level, challenges are also very, very dire, and especially when it comes to Greece, a country open to many threats and challenges due to this geographical position. I think it's difficult to cope sometimes for a country like Greece. Certainly NATO and the EU are helping a lot, but still the national challenges remain. And I'm very glad to have with us Nathanos Dokos, the National Security Advisor, and a very, very knowledgeable person having dealt with years with security and defense issues in Greece. So I'm pleased to give him the floor to introduce us to the national perspectives and then to have our discussion.
First of all, thank you, Ino, for including me in this great panel. With your permission, I would stay for a minute at the institutional transatlantic level and try to do a bit of a brief assessment of our performance, because I think there is a lot of doom and gloom when we talk about the performance of transatlantic institutions. And I hear a lot about the decline of the West and the rise of the rest. Now, I can see the rise of the rest, but when we talk about the decline of the West, it reminds me of what Mark Twain wrote, that reports about my death are grossly exaggerated. So I look at Ukraine, and I think we did much better than many of us, including myself, expected, perhaps because we didn't do that well in 2014. So we, and that means US, EU, NATO, we provided economic support, and we keep doing that. We imposed costly sanctions, tons and tons and thousands of military equipment, training, political support. We spent diplomatic capital trying to convince what is now called, perhaps not very successfully, or accurately, the Global South. We risked our energy security. So overall, we didn't do that badly in the case of Ukraine. And if you ask me about the day after, I think there are two answers here, which are connected. A, we need to stay the course, because the reason we did all that in Ukraine is that the need to maintain the international rules-based order was considered by all of us as a core interest. So we need to stay the course, and then, of course, no one is happy with a never-ending war, so we need to create the best possible conditions for a diplomatic solution in Ukraine. Now, looking at the Eastern Mediterranean, the conflict in in Gaza, well, NATO was not involved because it's out of area. No member state was directly affected, of course. And when it comes to the EU, as an enthusiastic, pro-European thinker, if you like, I usually like the EU's voice to be heard more clearly and loudly. And that wasn't the case for a number of reasons. But then, can we do better? Well, of course, there is room for improvement in every situation. When it comes to NATO, for example, Benedetta mentioned that I am a member of a group of experts appointed by the Secretary General to do some so-called deep reflection on the southern neighborhood. And we are working on a set of recommendations, policy proposals on how NATO can increase its contribution to regional stability in the south. And perhaps at the top or near the top of our recommendation is to engage our partners, try to understand what they need, what we can offer, and how we can make this partnership work better. But then there is, of course, the mantra, which is not a magic formula, but it's an important ingredient. You have to put the EU and NATO in the same sentence. These are two, I think, by nature and by design, complementary organizations. Of course, there is a bit of overlap. We should try to minimize that as much as possible. But I think that would be a significant part of any answer to managing security problems, be that in the East, in the Eastern neighborhood, in the Southern neighborhood, the Arctic, wherever. It's important to try to minimize the duplication, but at the same time, I would like to introduce what may be an anathema in some circles, the term strategic autonomy, European strategic autonomy. If we find a way to minimize duplication, I think this is something we need to pursue. Starting, and that would be my first priority if I was making the decisions, by consolidating European defense industries. This is a top priority, or should be. But then also, maritime security, we should not forget that Europe is a maritime entity. We depend so much on having open sea lines of communications and having maritime security. So I'm all for moving forward with the idea, which has been a bit reluctantly discussed in various circles at the EU, on permanent maritime presence in various regions. We started a bit paradoxically, but perhaps because it's a bit easier to talk about the Indian Ocean or the Horn of Africa, but of course starting with the Mediterranean. And then look at other maritime regions. And there is also a lot of space for complementarity with NATO. Then I heard the other fashionable word, disinformation, which directly takes us to hybrid threats. Of course, we should not forget that what has been taking place in Ukraine, what is now taking place in Gaza, are both physical or kinetic wars, but also at the same time information wars. And there is a lot of disinformation directed against Europe or Western countries. So we certainly need to strengthen our strategic communications capability. We need more resilience when it comes to hybrid threats, be that cyber or other kinds. But increasing resilience is very important. And we are beginning to realize, we had a few incidents of attacks against critical infrastructure. We're just beginning to realize how dependent we are and how exposed we are on both land and underwater infrastructure. which is basically not protected as we speak. So lots of discussions taking place at the EU, at NATO, at the national level on how we can change that. It won't happen overnight, but at least there is increased awareness of our exposures in that front. Can we have other kinds of presence in the neighborhood? You know, I remember from my younger days, late 1990s, early 2000s, there were lots of brainstorming activities about a solution in the Palestinian territories. There were discussions about a multinational presence to secure the transition period, which is always difficult. Does it make sense to go back to such ideas? Maybe let's have it at the corner of the table and see if that might be useful in the medium term when the tragic events in Gaza are over. Hopefully all the hostages will be released. There will be a ceasefire, and then we can start thinking about reconstruction, which is something the EU does relatively well. But then, more importantly, we need to engage ourselves as European institutions, as interested parties, as neighbors, as friends of both Israel and the Palestinians, leave Hamas aside, and see how we can help. Because, you know, sometimes distance doesn't apply in that case, because this is happening next door to a country like Greece. But even if one thinks about problems in, let's say, sub-Saharan Africa, and someone is tempted to say, well, why should I care too much? This is far away. Well, experience shows that what happens in the south eventually finds its way to the north. Just to conclude my comments, more cooperation between the EU and NATO. Both organizations have a lot to offer in stabilizing the southern neighborhood, which is today's focus, also the eastern, but that's a different discussion. And I think we also need a changing paradigm when it comes to planning for national security, training national security professionals in a country or at the EU level. And national security professionals cover a broad range of issues. It's not only people in uniform. It's much more than that. So we need a different mindset. Now, the situation, the security environment is much more complex. It's not only about physical threats. It's unfortunately a lot more than that. So we should start thinking in a whole of government way, and then of course engage closely with institutions at the European and transatlantic level. So let me stop.
Thank you, Thanos. Thank you very much. Let's go now to our last, but certainly not least speaker, Christine Fab, for whom I have a more challenging assignment, I would say, since, I mean, our colleagues around the table, virtual and physical, have been very outspoken, and knowing them, they don't use what we call langue de bois, being intellectuals, all of them. But certainly, Christine, you come into the discussion with your intellectual background and bagage, I would say, and with a lot of experience of dealing with the region, a difficult region, and also with the institutions. So I would expect you to be more critical in your approach, for the sake of criticism, but because I think, as I said in the introduction, that we have this institutional framework, we respect it and we cherish it, because not because this is what we have, but we do believe that it is still relevant and useful. But here we have two fronts. And I would say, and Benedetta may understand this comment, I would say that NATO is more apt to cope with the Eastern Front because this is something business as usual for NATO. But the Southern Front is more challenging because it's not only about defense, it's not about traditional or non-traditional threats, but it's also about, I would use the term, despite the fact that it's overcharged, the clash of civilizations. So here we are, and we are expecting from you in 10 minutes to tackle all these issues. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for having me here, and to the distinguished and esteemed panelists that I've had the pleasure of joining and learning from today. This has really been immensely useful and helpful also for my thinking, and it's really a great honor to be here and be amongst you. I wish I could be there in person. You know, I think it's interesting to think about how the evolution of discussions about the Southern Front have evolved just very recently. I mean, I'll use a few anecdotes to describe the types of things that I've been hearing and learning. But just 1 year ago, I was sharing a taxi with somebody from NATO in Italy at a security conference, and they said to me, you know, there's just absolutely no focus on the Southern Front, and he was particularly concerned about developments and destabilizations happening both in sub-Saharan Africa and in North Africa, particularly pressures in Egypt, which were both economic but also migration-related pressures, and how those may impact European and NATO policies. And fast forward 1 year, and we're now to a place in which the Southern Front, I think, is being discussed and debated in really important and critical ways. And instead of taking, you know, I'm not particularly optimistic about developments on the Southern Front, if you would like to call it that. And, you know, you mentioned the idea of a clash of civilizations. I think, you know, instead of thinking about things in civilizational terms, I think we also increasingly, especially in publics, it's important to recognize that when thinking about the Southern Front, we're also typically not dealing with democratic states. We're dealing with states that might not just be of a different civilization, but they're also of a fundamentally different regime type. And that forces, I think, institutionally a bit of a reckoning in terms of how should we think about dealing with partners that may not ascribe to the same types of government and same types of values when it comes to the way government is structured. So I think that's a fundamental question. And certainly Turkey obviously is a bit of an elephant in the room in this discussion. And let me say a few things about kind of how the narrative there has also evolved, and narratives that I think are useful and narratives that are not useful. Turkey is obviously a critical part of the NATO alliance, you know, an early member joining together at the same time as Greece, which I think is very important to recognize. And Turkey is often described as a disruptor. I was recently in a conference under Chatham House rules, the topic of which was, is Turkey a reliable partner? And from the Turkish perspective, these types of narratives are really disconcerting. And Turkish panelists in that discussion, you know, said to me, and I think in many ways they were right, please name a time in which we have been unreliable to the Western Alliance and to NATO. And so there's really a politics of dignity and recognition happening there. And I wonder if it might be time to switch the framework in some ways, instead of thinking of Turkey as a potential disruptor, seeing Turkey in the way that Turkey wants to be seen, which is as a facilitator. And if we just change that narrative slightly and think about Turkey as a facilitator rather than a disruptor, might there be the opportunity to really re-engage Turkey as a critical member of NATO and the security alliance in a more constructive and cohesive way. I think the last thing that I will talk about, and this has been brought out by all of the panelists here today, is, I was greatly appreciative of the emphasis on hybrid threats, non-traditional threats, cyber threats, disinformation, misinformation. But I think when we talk about security today, we also have to recognize that we're talking about human security, and we're in a moment of mass migratory flows. Those flows emanate from the east, those flows emanate from the south, and Europe in many ways is very much on the receiving end, and this has become highly politicized in European publics, and in some ways is disrupting processes. Hopefully we'll get to a new migration pact towards the end of the year. The hope is, before European-wide elections, but we also have a critical set of municipal elections in Turkey coming up in March. And I think that to take a step back, the important thing to also remember and to think about is that many countries on the southern front and on the eastern flank, and when I say eastern flank, I mean the Middle East, they host already tremendous amounts of displaced people, of refugees and migrants. And instead of thinking about ways, I think there's a possibility to actually learn from countries that instead of just striking transactional deals, there might be ways to think about win-win scenarios for dealing with the movement of people and human security, which is really going to be a critical part of any security architecture going forward. We know that in this day and age, people are on the move. We have been living through an era of unprecedented globalization. And so just as we think about securing trade routes, supply chains, energy infrastructure, and the like, I think the human security element really needs to come to the forefront of the discussion and be handled in a way that recognizes that human security is really an integral part of the security apparatus. So I'd like to leave time for questions. I will not say too much more, but thank you very much for this kind introduction and opportunity to speak, and I look forward to any further dialogue.
Thank you. Let me use the remaining few minutes to an exchange between the panelists, if you wish. Dokos, would you have any comment that you would like?
Why don't we start with our remote interlocutors?
Yeah. Yes, please, ladies.
Well, maybe I'll break the ice.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think I will just, we touched upon so many different topics in a relatively short amount of time, so it's impossible to summarize it all. But I think if I had to make some operational highlights from the conversation, I would say, first of all, I would highlight the convergence of assessments that we showcased in this panel. I think that is important. Especially when it comes to the NATO-EU cooperation, which has been mentioned many times, and of course also for us, the European Union is a strategic partner to the alliance. So it's a continuous and very not surprising, but always reassuring fact when we share assessments and we see we are essentially looking at the same problem set: a more unpredictable world, multiplying crises, the increased blurring of the boundaries between what is a exclusively civilian area and what is a military one, the blurring between the economic and the security. Of course, this is not, I don't remember which of the esteemed panelists said this is not because that's what we want, but this is the world we live in. We see more of everything being utilized or instrumentalized, weaponized against us by potential adversaries and competitors. So I think it's very useful to recognize this synergy, this convergence of assessments, and also synergy, potential for synergies. And I want to recognize the I think important work that we're doing on issues like resilience, in terms of NATO-EU cooperation, resilience of critical infrastructure, countering hybrid threats, countering malign interference and disinformation. And there's really a lot of areas where the joint work is very strong and growing. And so that would be I think a useful thing to highlight. And of course, also I wanted to on a more personal, less institutional basis also highlighted, I couldn't agree more with Thanos, the Thanos framing of, yes, there are complications, yes, there are difficulties, but we also need to be very careful in not succumbing to the temptation of doom and gloom, and also recognize that since the beginning of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, we have shown resolve. We have committed. The fact that over $100 billion dollars have been spent on humanitarian, financial, and military assistance to support Ukraine. The fact that sanctions continue to hold. The fact that we are standing united. These are not things we should be taking for granted. And if anything, they underline our strength, not our decline. And of course, numbers matter. So when we work together through NATO, we are roughly representing 1 billion people, half of the world military might, half of the world's GDP. And of course, when we work with our European Union colleagues and friends, those synergies are further amplified. So just to say that challenges are great. They are multiple. We see growing convergence between strategic competitors and adversaries, and the recent crisis in Gaza and reminded us of the growing convergence between Russia, Iran, the People's Republic of China. These are very worrisome trends, but we also need to recognize that we are well positioned to deal with them. So these are off-the-cuff remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Despina.
Yes, thank you. I spoke already extensively. The one thing I will insist on is the importance of convergence, because I think this seems to be the common topic. But convergence can only be between the like-minded. In Europe, we have united positions both on our actions and support for Ukraine, in the context of the Russian aggression against it, also in the conflict in Gaza. These do not come easy. So achieving between the 27 convergence is a lot of work, and it requires sometimes a lot of compromises at the national level and a lot of work at the national level. So going further than the EU is even more difficult, but we see that there is a need for that these conflicts, these crises have created the need for the like-minded to come together. With the US, we have an unprecedented level of cooperation and of understanding with regard to these aggressions, for instance, in these two conflicts, these two crises, whatever one may call one or the other. But those that want to be called like-minded have to be like-minded, meaning that you cannot want to be on one side and work with them, but at the same time, on the occasion of crisis, be on the opposite side. And this is where certain comments that were made have to be reflected also in this context. In the EU, we're very open with our partners, with the candidate member states. We work with them, we help them reach the level they want, and we believe in helping them achieve democracy for their people, respect for fundamental rights, much like we do inside the EU, we want it for outside the EU. So for us, it is not acceptable that one supports terrorists or calls terrorist liberation army. This has been very clear in recent progress reports of the EU, and that can create tension. So it is very important that like-minded means like-minded. It's not just on paper, but also in action. But we have seen a lot of that. The EU has achieved really unprecedented levels of cooperation worldwide in converging towards support of Ukraine, for instance, with the US, but also in the recent conflict. And we hope that more will come. And through our work with NATO, that can go even further. But again, like-minded has to mean like-minded. Thank you.
That's going to Thanos now.
Something of a more philosophical nature. My greatest regret and concern is that the strategic competition between great powers in the international system does not allow them to focus more on the real important global challenges. And what I have in mind, of course, is artificial intelligence and climate change, which, if left unattended, and time is not on our side in both cases, because technology is advancing, and we feel climate change all around us, extreme weather events, rise of temperature, a huge iceberg floating in the southern hemisphere. These two worst-case scenario, and I'm adding my bit of gloom and doom here, this could be extinction events. So I'm not saying that we should do something differently. There's this competition between US, Europe, China, Russia on the other hand. Let's hope that we can change that before it's too late.
Thank you. Christine, to close with you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I think that all of the summary comments that have been made are very intelligent, actually, and the idea that we should celebrate actually the good things that have happened under very difficult circumstances. That like-minded should mean like-minded, but I think when it comes to being like-minded, one also has to speak with the other, not just about the other. So I like to see dialogue as a pathway towards like-mindedness. So I think Ms. Spano's comments were right on the mark. And then Professor Dokos as well, I think that, this is the million-dollar question, is that will this era of polycrisis, which has kind of distracted us from larger issues, will this consume our ability to come together and fundamentally deal with existential issues in the global space? My hope is that they will not. At least some of the topics are on the table, but the polycrises do seem to be multiplying, and time is not on our side. So I think there's some reasons to be hopeful, but there's also reasons to be cautious, and certainly very many reasons to be vigilant and alert to all of these threats that have been discussed on this panel here today. So thanks very much. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Emilio. I'm glad that we discussed all together. I hope next time we will be around the table, all of us, and let's continue this dialogue between national and international institutions and educational institutions as the EUI, because I think it's very useful to compare notes from time to time, and we are ready to provide the forum to do this more often. Thank you very much. Have a good time, and see you. Να διακόψουμε για ένα coffee break.
We will now break for coffee for 15 minutes, and we will resume with yet another interesting session, online session.
Εντάξει, αυτό το λέξα.
Hello, folks. Welcome back. Thank you. Please be seated so that we can begin. So welcome to this session, in essence a fireside chat between Professor Alex Stubb and Professor Alex Cooley. Before I turn to them, let me thank them both for joining us in this second Athens Security Forum. My name is Andreas Gofas. I'm a professor of international politics at Pantheon University and a member of the governing board of IDIS. Professor Cooley will introduce Professor Stubb. However, allow me on a somewhat more personal note and in my capacity as representative of Greece to the High Council of the European University Institute to thank and congratulate Professor Stubb on the outstanding work that he has done at the newly established EU High School of Transnational Governance. And I say that because the room is full with students, so bear in mind that they have a wonderful MA program running. I also owe special thanks to Alex Cooley. As you heard from the very beginning, one of our partners is the Harriman Institute at Columbia University. And this is, of course, thanks to the leadership and mentorship and friendship of Alex, and I cannot thank him enough for that. We have just 30 minutes for this exciting session on the New World Disorder, which will take, as I said, the format of a fireside chat between Alex Stubb and Alex Cooley. So I turn to them, thanking them both for being with us today. Alex, Cooley.
Andreas, thank you so much for that generous introduction. It's a pleasure to be with you today at the Athens Security Forum, and we have plenty to discuss. My partner in dialogue really doesn't require an introduction, but I'll make a brief one. Alexander Stubb is the former Prime Minister of Finland, director of the EUI School of Transnational Governance, currently a presidential candidate, distinguished geopolitical thinker and commentator. We are thankful that he is taking time from the presidential campaign to join us today. His new book and also video series is entitled The New World Disorder. And in some ways, this conversation represents a couple of continuities. The first continuity is that between the two panels that we're sandwiched in the middle of. Discussions of NATO, what's happening in Ukraine, responses to European security challenges, and then your next conversations on what is happening now in the Middle East and East Mediterranean. The second continuity is that this conversation actually began in Greece earlier this year with Alex, where we were discussing the outline of this argument he has about how world geopolitics is increasingly being shaped in this confrontation between the global West, the global East, but the key role is being played by countries in the global South. So my first question, and welcome, Alex, is given everything that's happened in the last few weeks, it seems to be very much in line with your argument. But tell us about the impact of developments in Israel and Gaza on these global order shifts as you see them.
Yeah, sure. And thanks a lot for the invitation. And it's nice to do a fireside chat from Helsinki to New York to Athens. It's a good kind of combo here. Yeah, so my basic thesis is that, you know, we're living in the 1918, 1945 or 1989 moment of our generation when we sort of sense there's a big shift in world politics and world order, but we don't really know in which direction it's going. Of course, 1918 in the post-World War I era, they created the League of Nations, which was a nice idea, but didn't work out. We ended up with World War II. In 1945, they ended up with the UN, which more or less, kept the Cold War stable, and we didn't go into World War III. And then in 1989, we all thought history ended, and everyone would convert to liberal democracy, market economy, and globalization. Now, for me, the sort of tipping point of this new order was 2022, and I guess the war that began it is Russia attacking Ukraine, but we can kind of see a continuum in Hamas attacking Israel and then Israel retaliating. So my basic argument here is that we have sort of about a 10-year window when we're trying to witness the formation of a new world order. We don't know exactly where it's going to sort of settle itself. And I think there's three sort of dynamics in play. One is competition. So states and other players are competing, economy, technology, geopolitics, et cetera, et cetera. The second one is conflict, which we're seeing state to state in Russia, Ukraine, and then, terrorist organization to state with Hamas and Israel. Conflicts can be local, regional, or global. And then the third and final dynamic is cooperation. And of course, competition can spill into conflict, but the key is that we still need cooperation. And what's being challenged right now are the rules that are the basis for cooperation, and the institutions like the UN, IMF, World Bank, WTO. And what we need to do is to understand that you can't solve problems without cooperation. You can't solve climate or technology or demography or anything like that. And I think the war in the Middle East is just an example. When the US leaves a power vacuum, someone will fill it.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about the links between what is happening in Ukraine and what is happening in the Middle East. Yesterday, Hamas released 2 Russian hostages in an act of appreciation to President Putin. And the Kremlin issued a statement saying, "We are grateful to the leadership of the Hamas movement for the positive response to our constant appeals." Is Putin a genuine advocate for a Palestinian state? How do you interpret his Middle Eastern policy and the moves he is making vis-a-vis both the Hamas leadership and this evolving relationship he has now with the Israeli government?
Well, I think the aim of countries like Russia and leaders like Putin is to basically destabilize the West. And that's been the tactic from the beginning. And that destabilization has taken various forms. One is disinformation and election meddling, as we've seen in 2016 and otherwise in the US. The other one is what Russia has been doing in the past few days here in Finland, is to send so-called asylum seekers, which are basically sponsored through international crime, but pushed to the Finnish border to seek asylum. Other examples include sponsorship, of course, of terrorist organizations in the Middle East, like Hamas or Hezbollah. So you have to ask yourself the question that who benefits from destabilizing the Middle East, or who benefits from destabilizing the Caucasus? And it's, of course, Russia. It's part of the Russian playbook, I'm afraid, and we just have to live with it. It's a way also of creating some kind of a, not a detour, but a coy to a certain extent, that keeps the West busy elsewhere. But in Finland, we're used to Putin. We have 1,340 kilometers of border with him. We know that he's very cynical. We know that Russian foreign policy is very cynical and zero-sum. So, that's why we've seen Russia involved in Syria. That's why we see Russia involved in the Middle East in general. It's all a zero-sum game. That's the way in which Russians think about foreign policy, I'm afraid.
Yeah. So let's turn to this argument you have about the global South, and we've touched on some of these themes. Is there anything that Western policymakers in the EU and the US could have done differently in terms of framing the war in a way that would have been more effective in their outreach to the global South?
Yeah, sure. I mean, and you just have to read the tea leaves of what the global South thinks about it. So we were, first of all, very, very quick in the West to interpret the first UN vote condemning Russia, 141, condemning 35 abstaining and 4 in favor of Russia as some kind of a, blanket sheet or a green light for the rest of the world supporting Ukraine. But, we didn't realize that the 35 countries that abstained, that's about half the world's population, or there have only been about 40 countries that have sanctioned Russia. 0 from Latin America, 0 from Africa, and only 4 from Asia. So, there's not this sort of mega support. Then you have to ask the question, why? Well, part of it is self-existence, and to a certain extent it's understandable because the war has ramifications on, say, energy prices or on wheat prices or on inflation, et cetera, et cetera. And the second one is the basic colonial past or burden that most European states carry. So there is this sentiment in the global South, no matter where you come from, India, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Nigeria, South Africa, Brazil, you name it, that, listen, guys, don't you come and lecture us about peaceful coexistence and independence and state sovereignty. Because you guys didn't get it right in the 1900s. And I think they're partially right. So I think we need to be a little bit more humble in the way in which we approach the global South and the rest of the world, because the truth is that the global South, say 125 countries, they don't want to choose between, the global East and the global West, or between democracy and autocracy. They want their own space. They want to have agency. They want to have economic growth. They want to have welfare. And then if we are so concerned in the global West about, their form of governance, well, let's be a little bit more dignified about the way in which we drive our own foreign policy. So I think we framed the war wrong from the beginning. It's understandable.
Yeah, and this framing it also in terms of, supporting Ukrainian democracy as opposed to Ukrainian sovereignty, perhaps also could have been done differently.
Yeah, because I mean, of course, countries in Africa understand what colonialism means. And basically what Russia is trying to do is to colonize Ukraine. It is basically trying to deny the identity and existence and sovereignty of the country, which of course means attacking its institutions, including democracy, but it also means attacking its culture, its currency, its way of life, its cultural statues and general identity. That's what Russia does. It's a vulgar and cynical way of driving foreign policy. And then, of course, we should have been better at explaining that. I think Zelensky himself is much better at explaining it than we are. And it's something that we simply have to learn from if we want the new world order to be a little bit less like a disorder that we have right now.
Yeah, I think not only the countries that you mentioned that abstained, but even countries that condemned Russia in that initial resolution have positioned themselves in this way in which they do want to sit on the fence. I'm thinking of President Lula of Brazil, who last year issued the statement that Zelensky was as much to blame for the war as President Putin, and that Latin American countries were not going to send weapons to Ukraine. What struck me as especially interesting about that episode was how much the Biden administration had been prepared to support Lula in a very close presidential campaign against Bolsonaro. And in fact, we're getting ready to have very public communications type of campaign in the case Bolsonaro did not leave office after having lost that. And in some ways, they saw that as almost a personal kind of betrayal to this support and loyalty. On the other hand, Lula was not only just sort of expressing kind of a long-standing perception about the problems of commenting on issues in the global South and showing Southern solidarity. There was also, I think, this part of this Republican tradition in Latin America, where even if Latin American countries are aligned with the US, they still want to be consulted. They still want to have reach a deliberative type of agreement. They don't just want to be rubber stamps for what the US does. And so I thought that episode was also indicative. I want to switch gears now to your own country in Finland. And you have been at the center of a lot of these geopolitical changes. Finland is now a NATO member. This is something that has long been discussed and debated in your country. And one of the real geopolitical impacts of the war was Finland's membership and accession. Tell us about Finland's entry into NATO. How does that change your country's security equation and strategic thinking vis-a-vis some of these challenges, including this long border that you must manage and govern?
Yeah, I mean, as boring as it might sound, it doesn't change that much, but it changes a lot. And by that, I mean to say that, you know, in the 1990s, when the Cold War ended and the Soviet Union collapsed, we finally had the free choice of joining Western institutions. We'd always been close, but no cigar, as they say. We'd been in EFTA and we had a Fin-EFTA agreement, so on and so forth, and we're in the EEA. So then we had the choice of joining the European Union, and we had to drive it through a referendum in 1994. And by the way, there's a Greek connection because Pangalos was the main negotiator, the Greek presidency. It was a bit on the rough ride, if I may he rest in peace, but nevertheless. And at the same time, I think the political leaders of the time thought that we can't drive two referenda, one to NATO and one to the EU, because the NATO one had been lost. I make that as a preface just to make people understand that then we took a choice of having or being as close to NATO as possible. So we had Partnership for Peace. We were involved in KFOR and in ISAF operations. We bought 62 F-18s to make sure that we're very integrated into the American Air Force, et cetera, et cetera. So then when the moment came that we had to join or wanted to join NATO, I had always been an advocate, but I was in a minority. It could happen overnight. So we had the fastest accession negotiations in the history of NATO. And, you know, I kind of understand NATO. Listen, we have compulsory military service, 900,000 men and women that have had military schooling, 280,000 reserves that we can mobilize at wartime. We have 62 F-18s. We just bought 64 F-35s. We have the biggest artillery in Europe together with Poland, somewhere between 1,500 to 1,700 cannons of various forms. We have over 200 Leopard tanks. We have a defense missile system in the air, which is called JASSM, JASSM, in the sea, which is called Gabriel, and on the land, which is called GMLRS. So, you know, we're a safe pair of hands for NATO to have. And that's why we're also doing a defense cooperation agreement with the US, which means that the US can move troops quite freely on our territory and bring military material as well. So, you know, it's a change, I guess, in mentality that we're now part of an alliance, but we don't see ourselves as free riders. We're security providers, not security consumers. And I think all of our NATO allies, including Greece, knows that.
Yeah, thanks for that. In terms of the future of NATO and EU, these institutions that you've discussed and the challenges that they're now facing, you know, given what's happening in Ukraine, given what's happening in the Middle East, the institutional makeup of the so-called Global South both relies on existing institutions, not the EU and NATO, but certainly the UN, multilateral organizations as we know them, but also new institutions, right? That countries like China and Russia are both founding and expansion. We've seen the expansion of the BRICS. We've seen an expansion of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So we're seeing the fabric of the non-West increase. I guess both as an analyst and as a policymaker looking forward, are the existing architectures in which European security identity and integration have been founded, are they adequate to this geopolitical moment? Or do we also need new types of connectivity between old and new institutions, or new fora to have discussions between the global West and the global South? How do you view the kind of institutional capacity of Europe as it faces the future?
Yeah, well, I'm writing a book called, as you mentioned, The New World Disorder, and one of the chapters actually deals with international institutions. And when I was working on them and doing the research, I was a bit shocked by the number of international institutions that exist, and they have mushroomed, since World War II. But I guess it's safe to say that there are a few key institutions that are trying to manage and contain key big policies. The UN, of course, is in charge of peace. And on top of that, it has special agencies that deals with, everything between refugees to climate. And the agencies actually do quite a good job, I have to say. But New York doesn't. And the reason for that is that it's a good idea, but its Security Council doesn't reflect the world as it exists today. There's 0 permanent members from Latin America, 0 from Africa, and even the most populated country in the world, India, is not a member. So if that is not changed and revised, I think the UN is in for troubled times. So that's where I come into about my sort of notion of agency. Then European institutions. The big thesis of my book, I guess, is that we're not necessarily seeing deglobalization, but we're seeing a regionalization of power. And there, the EU is not actually too bad, in the sense that we've been practicing regional integration since 1952. And then we come to the 2 key institutions that provide global goods in Europe, one being the EU and the other being NATO. Well, I think in this war we've seen that the EU is quite good at finance and sanctions as providers of help, if you will, and NATO is much better on defense and providing arms. So I'm quite relaxed about the sort of congruence between the two. I don't think there's too much overlap because, of course, there are only a handful of EU members that are not in NATO. It's Malta, Cyprus, Austria, and Ireland. So I don't think it's a problem, and I think I'm quite happy that we've been able to practice this integration thing in both institutions. But what we have to understand in the West is that the international order and the rules that support it and the institutions, they were created right after World War II. And yes, they have been changed around a little bit, but I think we need, if those institutions want to continue to survive and provide the bedrock for our multilateral system, then they need to be revised. My preference would be to go for, say, regional representation in the UN. So, you would have 1 seat for Europe, 1 seat for North America, 1 for, Latin America, 1 for Africa, 1 for Asia, and so on and so forth. But sometimes I'm perhaps a little bit too idealistic in my thinking.
Yeah. So we've covered what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in the Middle East, in the global South, the connections. My final question, and of course, what's happening in Finland, my final question are about internal developments in Europe. And also we could pair that with internal developments in the US. So certainly one of the big themes in our domestic politics in the US right now is the question of support for Ukraine and the sustainability of support for Ukraine. And it's rapidly becoming a campaign partisan issue. Yes, there are some Senate Republicans that remain committed to supporting Ukraine, but certainly the leading Republican presidential candidate, Donald Trump, as well as many in the Republican Congress, have insisted that we decouple support for Israel from support for Ukraine. And you're seeing a number of themes sort of emerge. So it wouldn't surprise me if this becomes a really important campaign issue in 2024. At the same time, in Europe, we're also seeing some trends, the election of candidates that don't necessarily support the transatlantic alliance or strong support for Ukraine to give it the tools that it needs on the battlefield. So my question is, are you concerned about some of these domestic wedges, not the sort of East versus West versus South, but maybe competing definitions within the West itself as to what the West is, right? A more kind of insular looking West versus more outward regional looking West.
Sure, I think that's pretty much the ebb and flow of international relations and of democratic societies. You know, sometimes it's about market, sometimes it moves towards state, sometimes it's about international, then it becomes national again, sometimes it's transatlantic, or then for you guys, sometimes Pacific. But the optimist in me says, and you know, looking at the silver lining, that actually these two conflicts that we're witnessing right now on full scale, Russia attacking Ukraine and Hamas attacking Israel in the war around the Gaza Strip, they are actually unifying moments, I think, for both Europe and for the US. I mean, the US has been very engaged with the war in Ukraine, and I believe it will continue to be so because the alternative cost for the US is too high, no matter what J.D. Vance and other senators might, you know, talk about. And I think right now engagement in the Middle East could actually lead to stabilization of Middle East again, because the US has to be engaged. And I actually think that you should see these two conflicts hand in hand. And I think the need of funding for the conflicts coming from the US is quite different. Now, does this mean that we have this sort of Western unity forever and, you know, green fields and peace signs and rainbows and love and the rest of it? No, I don't think so. I mean, there are going to be movements. We've seen some movements here in Europe in elections where, you know, parties or leaders that are basically pro-Russian or at least not into supporting the war, they have popped up in Slovakia. And of course, we've seen Hungary, but then again, we've seen it go the other way in Poland. So, you know, it goes back and forth. And I think sometimes the pundits and analysts, they get a bit too het up about these small movements. So I'm relaxed now. However, there are two things that keep me up at night concerning the US. And you know, Alex, that I'm a very pro-American and I've done my undergraduate work in the US. One thing that keeps me up at night is the polarization of the US. I think the political culture right there is toxic. It's horrible to watch, to be honest. It's uncivilized in many ways. And then the other one is American isolationism. And I'm afraid no matter how warmly we speak about Biden, you know, he's taken on board a lot of the Trumpian America First type of thinking. And I think the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, is pure protectionism. You know, it flies into the face of the WTO. I think CHIPS Act is the same. I mean, I'm not blaming the US for doing that, but I'm just stating a reality that American engagement is important to have, but right now it is moving on the economic side in the other direction, but on the political and security side, it's still there. So I think the jury is out, and there'll be a lot of screaming and shouting before the US elections in 2024, and we'll all be following it with great interest, that's for sure. It's the biggest election in the world, always.
It is, and we are running close to the end of time for our segment. And you are now a presidential candidate. Can you just share with us a few brief thoughts about what it's like to be back in domestic political life as opposed to academia or punditry?
Yeah, I mean, I quite like it. It wasn't really in the cards. I mean, I had done my for God and country, as they say, because I had been foreign minister, finance minister, prime minister, but then when Putin and Russia attacked Ukraine, and when we started to become NATO members, you know, at home we began having a conversation that should we go for one more round, and this wasn't part of the plans. I quite enjoyed the academic world, but now I'm here. We have 9 candidates. The opinion polls in my part are looking very good, but I always stay focused in these elections. It's my 8th election. All the 9 candidates, I would argue, are good. You know, so very serious candidates have foreign policy experience. The debates that we have are actually extremely diplomatic. There's no, you know, mudslinging or anything like that. So it's quite unusual. But the reason for that is that for us, foreign policy, you see, is existential. we have that border with Russia, and we understand that if we start screaming and shouting at each other, that leads to internal polarization, and internal polarization is dangerous for a country like Finland. So we're very unified. The nice thing is, if I may finish off with this, is to say that, being prime minister, a lot of people want you to fail for political reasons. But being president, everyone wants you to succeed because it's about the country. So in that sense, it's really nice to me. It's a very positive campaign. So when I was prime minister, I used to get a lot of the middle finger. Now that I'm a presidential candidate, I get a lot of thumbs up, and I prefer that.
Well, that's a great place to end. So thank you so much, Alex, for joining us and continuing the conversation. Thank you, Andreas, for this invitation for everyone at the Athens Security Forum. We wish you successful panels and discussions on these important topics, and hope to see you in Athens again very soon. Thank you.
That's for sure. Thank you both. And best of luck to Alex in the coming elections. Thanks, Alex. It was an honor to have you with us.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, folks, we are now turning to His Excellency, the Ambassador of Israel. Thank you.
Well, still a full house, and we are not running late, which is a great thing. We're not used to it, but well. Now, this is the final stage. We're entering the final stage of this year Athens Security Forum. And it promises to be no less interesting than what we have been witnessing so far. It was an excellent discussion, and we are ready, I think, to move from the global to regional and to conclude with the national. It is a great honor, and for me it is also very emotional to have the Israeli ambassador here, and I would like to thank him on behalf of all our personnel, our staff at EDIS, for your readiness and willingness to join us at such a dark hour. It is a cliche, but unfortunately the title, The Regional Turmoil, depicts the true state of affairs in our wider region. It is the 7th of October, and the genocidal attack on Israel by a nihilistic terrorist group, by people who cold-bloodedly killed innocents with an aim to extinguish human beings. But at the end of the day, now we are found ourselves with another imbroglio, with another collapse of any hope towards a peace process in the Middle East. Ambassador Noam Katz will deliver his remarks, and then we will open the floor to your questions. Ambassador.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here at the Athens Security Forum, and thanks, EDIS, for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to talk about what is happening in our region and in Israel. We are over 8 weeks now, or close to 8 weeks, into a just war, defensive war that was forced upon Israel by the brutal attack of Hamas terror organization that established in Gaza Strip a state with an army. And we are nearing a phase of pause in the fighting in order to release a deal to release some of the hostages held by the Hamas organization. But this war is about to continue. On 7th of October, Israel awakened to a nightmare. And this day is going to be etched in our memory as the worst day in Israel history. We have families that were set ablaze alive, babies that were decapitated, pregnant women that were disemboweled, rape, tortures, mass killing of people in their beds, in parties, wherever they were being found, full families slaughtered, and more than 240 people were taken as hostages into Gaza. And in that kind of attack, Hamas revealed its true genocidal, barbaric nature. And therefore, Israel is in a war which has three objectives. One is fully dismantle the Hamas, ISIS-like terror state, to fully dismantle its military capabilities and destroy its army, and to verify that a similar danger will not be again on our borders, and Gaza will not pose any more a threat to Israeli civilians. And of course, at the same time, we are very much interested in securing all our borders. Hamas is part of a network of proxies that is sponsored, built, trained, and coordinated by the Ayatollah regime in Tehran. It includes Hezbollah in Lebanon, that has a formidable army that is bigger than armies in Europe. It includes the Houthis in Yemen that are threatening the shipping lanes and chains of supply. It includes militias in Iraq and in Syria. And basically, this axis is threatening the peace and stability of the Middle East, and not only the Middle East, as Iran is also part of the Russian hemisphere, involved in the war in Russia, and basically is threatening all the values and all the things that the free world is standing for. When we look at Hamas, we need to remember that Hamas is an enemy, first and before everything, of Palestinians themselves, of pragmatic Palestinians, of Palestinians that were interested or are interested in ending the conflict with the State of Israel. It was established in the late 80s. It fought against any attempt to achieve peace between Israelis and Palestinians, with rounds of deadly bombing attacks, suicide attacks on Israel in 1994, in the 2000s. Every time there was a chance for peace in the Middle East, or hope for peace in the Middle East, Hamas was on the opposing side. And in 2007, Hamas, in a bloody coup, took the Gaza Strip from the hands of the Palestinian Authority and established there its state, And the people of Hamas are motivated and operate according to a very radical extremist ideology that give no room for the existence of the state of Israel. They are not interested in any solution. They are interested only in one thing, the annihilation of the state of Israel. We were wrong, deadly wrong, when we assumed that running a state is making the Hamas a little bit more pragmatic. Part of it was probably part of their deception, but we bought into it, and that was a deadly and horrible mistake. And we need to understand another thing, that Hamas, after it took over Gaza, brought impoverishment and calamity on the people of Gaza, not only because of the reign, the dictatorial reign that it has in Gaza, but because of its activities. Gaza was relatively isolated. And I say relatively because on 6 October, there was a ceasefire. On 6 October, 20,000 Palestinians worked in Israel and entered every day to work in Israel. Palestinian people were getting medical services in Israel. Trade was going on from Gaza to the rest of the world through Israel, and trade was going in to the Gaza Strip from Israel. Not freely, controlled, limited, but going on. All this was destroyed on the 7th of October. Now, people think that we are doing a war of revenge. We are not fighting for revenge. We are fighting for the future, for the security of Israelis, for a better future and a chance and a hope for a better future for Israelis and Palestinians, but for the entire stability of the Middle East. In recent years, we have built an architecture of peace in the Middle East. And people might ask, why suddenly countries join this architecture of peace? The beginning was with Egypt, then Jordan, but in the last 3 years, other countries in the Middle East joined that. They joined that because of few reasons. First, they knew that Israel is strong and cannot be defeated. Secondly, they see Israel as part of the solution for the real threat that is coming from Tehran. Thirdly, they believe that Israel and the United States alliance will bring back and renew the commitment of the United States for the security of those countries. And Hamas is posing to each of those countries of the architecture of peace a threat. They pose a threat to Egypt because Hamas is part of the Islamic Brotherhood movement that is the main threat for stability and for the government in Egypt. They pose a threat of radical Islam in Jordan and for inflaming the emotion in Jordan that many of its population are Palestinians. They pose a threat and competition to the kind of Islamic leadership that the Saudis are proposing in the Middle East. And therefore, there is a need or understanding of the need to defeat Hamas also in those countries that has to balance between this understanding and between other type of pressures, internal pressures in those countries. So the success of Israel in this war is essential for the security of Israelis, it's essential for the hope for ending the conflict through dialogue in the future. It's essential for the stability of other countries in the Middle East and for the architecture of peace that we all care about. One word about a post-war vision. It's very difficult to speak about the day after because we cannot speak about building second and third floor before we complete digging literally the foundation. And under Gaza and Gaza Strip cities, there is an underground cities and network of terror fortress that were built by the Hamas. Hundreds of kilometers of tunnels and bunkers that are not for defending civilians, but are for defending Hamas and its capability to operate. The day after will be without Hamas or Hamas-like. The day after will be without direct Israeli rule on Gaza Strip, hopefully with Palestinian leadership from within Gaza, supported by international community. The day after that will keep the security issues in the hand of Israel. It means that if we'll see resurfing of Hamas, we will be free to operate within Gaza. The day after will be a day that will give some kind of hope and will allow to reconstruct and rebuild Gaza without Hamas. So that's what we are hoping for in the post-war reality. Last word, I will say that Israel is enjoying understanding from the international community, 3 world countries, including, of course, Greece. People understand that Hamas must be defeated, that Israel has the right to defend itself, that it should do it in accordance to the international law of armed conflict. And Israel, by the way, is abiding fully by this principle and accepting all those 3 principles. I will stop here and will allow people to ask.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let me invite 2 or 3 questions. Please. And please identify yourself if you are so kind.
My name is Yannis Gouliaras. I received my bachelor's degree in International European Studies from the University of Piraeus in Greece. And recently I completed my postgraduate studies in intelligence and security from Brunel University in the United Kingdom. Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, thank you for being here. I should mention that I was fortunate enough to spend a few months doing research in Israel last year. And I love the country, I have to say that. So thank you for being here during such a difficult time for Israel. My question is, it's undeniable that Hamas's horrific terrorist attack against Israel was enabled by, after years of Iranian training, funding, and provision of weapons. And Iran has, of course, built a network of proxies in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen that directly threaten Israel's security. So once the dust has settled in Gaza and the conflict there ends one way or another, first, will we see an intensification of Israel's attempts to roll back Iran's malign influence across the Middle East? And second, considering that American intelligence has already, considering that according to American intelligence, Iran has amassed enough fissile material to build multiple nuclear weapons, as has been reported, is there a danger, a threat, a risk that there will be an acceleration in Iran's attempts to build nuclear weapons? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me see whether there's another one so we can take, please. 1, 2, please. Here, and then the lady in the back. And then you can address
No, okay.
Your Excellency, my name is Vasilis Trafalis. I'm a member of Hellenic Institute for Strategic Studies and AHEP, American Hellenic Progressive Association. First of all, allow me to express myself and many persons in Greece to express my condolences what happened in this genocide, in this Holocaust number 2 for me, and say one phrase: we stand with Israel. Second, one question about this forum, more geopolitical, and to combine what we heard before, as Professor Ifandis said, about the global picture. Apart from Iran, which is obvious, do you think that there are some other actors? For example, some analysts mention Qatar. I remind you that on 7th of October, the foreign minister of Qatar said it's okay. It's the only country that said Hamas is okay. What about Turkey and Erdogan? Some analysts I remind you yesterday, he said that Netanyahu is Israel committing genocide and Hamas is freedom fighters. Some other analysts go further and speak about Russia, which is obviously has a benefit about Ukraine, but they go further about China and India, for example, an IMEC corridor that was talked about here.
Let me beg you to
thank you.
To, be short.
Adonia Shagiv, Tsaraif Tuvim, Theodora Khalil, you know the office, United Nations for Disarmament Office, Vienna. And I want to ask Your Excellency that we have Hamas, and obviously it will be with us for some time. What does Israeli policy sees as very essential in order to advance towards a two-state solution? Toda rava.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency.
Okay. I'll start with Iran. Iran is a threat, and we are speaking about that threat to world peace and stability for many years. When we think about all the threats that Iran is posing, terrorism, global terrorism, subversive activities in the Middle East, building militia forces and proxy forces, the main threat that is coming from Iran is its ambition to achieve military and nuclear capability, because that will be a change of the equation, of all equations that we know. Not only a threat to Israel, but a real threat to any kind of stability. And when we speak about stability, I'm speaking about world stability. And therefore, while we are focusing on our current war, we need to remember that this is a prime threat that the international community as a whole need to deal with it. Democracies are not going to wars easily. We know the price of war. In Israel, we know the price of war from close range. And we are trying to avoid as much as possible wars. That's why we gave a very strong warning to Iran, to its proxies, and to the countries that host them, not to join the war. Having said that, the reality of 6th of October will not be able to continue also on our northern border. Hezbollah has same military plans and much more capabilities than the Hamas. Hezbollah is violating the Security Council Resolution 1701 and has advanced to the border while it was supposed to be north of the Litani River. And there is a UN monitoring force that is failing every day in fulfilling its mission. That reality is not sustainable anymore. When we speak about Hamas, we compare it to ISIS. We compare it to ISIS because of its brutality, because of its ideology, because of the practices that it's executed. However, Hamas is different from ISIS, unfortunately, because Hamas enjoyed the support of countries. Against ISIS, we had a coalition of 74 or 75 states that fought for 4.5 years to completely dismantle the Islamic State and its army. And here we have countries that support Hamas. It's morally wrong. It's wrong when we think about the interest of the world and the interest of the Middle East, and of course, from an Israeli perspective, on the interest of the State of Israel. So first, we are stating it loud and clear. People that support Hamas, that give shelter to Hamas, are on the wrong side of history. And we think and we believe that Hamas, after the preview that it gave us on 7th of October, should be treated exactly as Al-Qaeda or ISIS. All its people should be accountable, and their machine should be totally dismantled. It will take time. It will take time. I will remind you that some of these countries are used today as channel for releasing hostages. But after this war is over, Hamas should be persecuted, and the people of Hamas all over the globe. About countries in the Middle East, we hope that countries will play a constructive role. Erdogan and Turkey support Hamas right from the beginning when they came to power, when Erdogan came to power. It's one of the standing issues between Israel and Turkey. Yet Turkey is an important state in the Middle East, and it is our will that they will play constructive role and not destructive role in the region. That's why we were very keen when there were attempts of rapprochement. And here I think that we are not very much different from the Greek approach. If we can minimize friction, if we can narrow differences, we should go into it. Two-state solution. I don't know what will be the solution. I will use different terminology. It's our responsibility to end the conflict with our Palestinian neighbors, and to end it around the negotiating table with those Palestinians that are pragmatic and are willing to solutions. And I will remind you all, yesterday was the 29th of November. The 29th of November was the day of the partition resolution by the UN. That was a resolution by the UN to establish two states, Arab state, they were not called Palestinians there, and Jewish state, we were not called Israel. The Jewish leadership said yes, the Arab side said no, and launched a war the day after, 30th of November, exactly on this day that we are sitting here. Yet, in an act of cynicism or absurdity, the 29th was chosen as the day of solidarity with the then aggressors. Palestinians lost the opportunity to reach peace agreement in 2000 in Camp David, in 2008, and even in 2014. I hope that one day we'll find their partners that are willing and understanding that they will need to have concession of their own part as well, and to acknowledge the reality that exists in the Middle East. The road to peace is not going to be quick or easy. After this war, emotions in Israel and among Palestinians and all over the region will be extremely high. Hatred and bitterness and fear and anger. We will all have to shape our own home, to mend our own house. But then I hope when that will happen, a window of opportunity for the future will be open. So I'm a diplomat. I strongly believe in what is possible, and I believe that solutions are possible, at least workable solutions. But we have to give it time. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much for making the time to join us, and I'm pretty certain that we will be able to do it again, and hopefully under much better conditions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Let me invite my colleague, Professor Dimitri Triantafylou, who's going to chair the next session. And there is no break, so please stay where you are, stay tuned. It's going to be great.
pen. There is a pen here. Okay, I guess. I have a pen, but there has to be a pen. Okay, let's get started. We're running a bit late, and we have one more session after this one. I'd like to welcome you all here. My name is Dimitris Adafilou. I'm a professor of international politics at Pantheon University, and it's an honor to be asked to chair this panel on the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East the day after. So let me quickly introduce the panelists and set the stage for the discussion and their comments that are going to follow. On my right is Pascal Hausser, Vice Admiral Pascal Hausser, the director of the Fondation Méditerranéenne d'études stratégiques in Toulon, France. On my immediate left, Dr. Aytan Shamir, the director of the Begin Sadat Center at Barilan University. Next to him is Evangelos Kalpadakis, who is a career diplomat, Councillor Kalpadakis, the diplomatic advisor of the Syriza Progressive Alliance. And on the far left, Professor Murat Yeşiltaş, the Director of Foreign Policy Research at SETA, or the Foundation for Political and Social Research in Turkey, and he's also a Professor of Social Sciences at Ankara, University of Ankara. So I'd like to thank you all here, and you know, it's very interesting. We just heard the Ambassador of Israel, and we've heard over the last 2 days a number of very interesting interventions, and here we have a panel titled Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East the day after. And it sounds strange to think about the day after given the turmoil the region is in, but on the other hand, you know, not too long ago we were talking about the Abraham Accords of August, July, and December 2020, and the potential it opened up, and the multipliers that opened up. We had in 2020, I think it was a deal announced, which was linked to the Abraham Accords, the desalination deal between Israel and Jordan, and of course the UAE also being involved with helping Jordan provide solar power to Israel. We've had also the Israel-Lebanon delimitation agreement, which raised a lot of potential, especially in the Greek-Turkish setting, about whether something is possible for delimitation in the Greek and Turkish context. And we've also had a lot of other developments, in particular a wave of goodwill that occurred with the deadly earthquakes in February in Turkey. A wave of goodwill with everyone stepping in, countries from all over the world. Greece, Israel was there with field hospitals and a very large delegation of aid workers. And the potential of what this actually meant for bilateral ties and regional ties. So, you know, on the one hand, it's not surreal to talk about the day after, because not too long ago, there was a lot of movement, and potentially a lot of this maybe has not been undone. We know next week the Turkish president is visiting Greece with a large number of his cabinet ministers to meet the Greek prime minister and a large number of Greek ministers, and potentially some agreements, part of the positive agenda, are going to be signed. We also know, even there was a report, a state of play report issued only yesterday by the European Commission, day before yesterday, about the state of relations between Turkey and the European Union. And it's a very nuanced and balanced report in the sense that it does say that Turkey needs to change many things. On the other hand, it talks about re-engagement with Turkey. And this is a report that's supposed to be adopted in the European Council in December. So it's a very balanced report, and at the same time exemplifying, showing very well that there are a number of differences on a number of issues. So where are we? Can we think of a day after? Should we think of a day after? And these are some of the general questions that, you know, I would like us to think a little bit, and I pose them, or I would like to pose them to the speakers. I also like to add that, you know, it's very interesting. I was thinking about the composition of the panel. So Pascal Hausser, Yes, he does not represent his country, but he's French. And it's interesting how France has, is a true Mediterranean power with presence and power projection both in the Western Mediterranean, Central Mediterranean, and the Eastern Mediterranean. Well, Aitan Shamir from Israel, well, I just spoke about the Abraham Accords. One of them has been signed with Morocco. So there's also power projection there, right? Murat Yeşiltaş from Turkey, well, we know Turkey is very actively engaged all over the Mediterranean, not only in terms of trade and so on. The only country maybe that's not so engaged because we are focused on our region is Greece, in that sense. I mean, yes, diplomatic presence and so on, but I mean, we focus much more on the Eastern Mediterranean, so it's something of note. The last thing, too, has to do with the implications of what's happening in terms of extra-regional actors. Yes, the US is actively engaged. We have Secretary Blinken once again in the region after long, third time or fourth time since the October 7th attacks. We see that the Global South is divided on this issue. India has taken a very clear position from the beginning in support of Israel's right to defend itself, while the other countries of the Global South have a much more nuanced position, but even in the Arab and Muslim world, there's a nuanced position. We saw what happened in Saudi Arabia a couple of weeks ago in this both Arab League summits and IOC summits where the communique was very nuanced. We had the hardline countries and the ones that were not so hardline when it comes to how to address the situation in the Middle East. So keeping all of this in mind, I will start with you. We'll go in the order of the list and 6-7 minutes for you to expose your thoughts.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to, in a few minutes, try to enlarge a little bit the picture, because Gaza is not out of nowhere. It is on the Mediterranean, as you said, and the Mediterranean is not on the moon. It's on this planet. And my first idea is to say that the world is not in a good shape, and I can say in a bad way, in fact. Yesterday, the US ambassador said something like, the ground is moving under our feet, and I think it's true. I joined the Navy in 1981, and I have never seen since then a period with such a degradation in international affairs, so many tensions and wars which are occurring and which can come later, very soon. If I would like to sum up the situation of the world in one word, I would say fragmentation. We are in a world which is fragmented internally in our societies, in Europe and elsewhere, and externally between countries. And alongside that, we have increasing violence without inhibition, more and more used, and the trend is very bad. We have as well a de-Westernization of the world, and that's part of the game for us, which are in Europe, part of the West. And it goes along a growing anti-Western, but not only a de-Westernization, but an anti-Western resentment which rise everywhere in the world. And that's part of the equation. And when you focus a little bit on Europe, southern neighborhood, so the Mediterranean and Middle East, we see one of the most tense areas in the world, a concentration of tensions. And in my view, it's a key of understanding. It lies with the fact that this area is a point of application of two antagonistic fields of force. One east versus west, one north versus south. East-west, US, Europe, roughly, and China, Russia, roughly as well, I can detail later on, and north-south, rich countries versus poor countries. And just a word on it. East-west divide is essentially a geopolitical divide. The question is who will have the upper hand in the global competition. That's a pure classical power fight between the US and China and Europe on the one side and others on the other side. And in our region, when you look at what does that mean in the Med, it means, first of all, the Russia military presence, more and more presence for now, the end of the Cold War. So in Ukraine, that's for sure, in Syria, in Libya, in Sahel, in Africa. So, and that we speak about military presence. Chinese economic and influence involvement everywhere in the area. We spoke about it this afternoon. The US reinforcement with 2 aircraft carrier groups shows that they are playing in these geopolitical games as well. So it's part of the equation. All the information war we have in our societies, in the South, everywhere, more and more tense, more and more aggressive, is part of this East-West games. And when you look down the road for smaller countries, Iran, we spoke about it, are playing clearly, they have chosen their camp and they are with China and Russia against the West, and it's part of the equation speaking about the Hamas-Israeli war. But Turkey is playing in this field of force, is playing both sides because its geopolitical interest probably lies in that way. So that's for the East-West divide. Now, the North-South divide is more societal divide. It's less geopolitical. It's linked to difference of wealth, demography, cultural difference, attitude towards religion. Just a point on that. It's clearly part of the equation when Europe is more and more atheistic and the southern part of Europe is more and more religious. And so clearly there is a distrust, a misunderstanding, an inability to understand the other, and it creates difficulties in terms of understanding, and it creates frustration, resentments, and so on. And so we can see it from different points. The migrants who question the concept of integration in our countries, in European countries, it is clearly part of this gap, this divide between North and South, cultural divide. The issue of the colonial period, which is more and more on the table now. I born 1 year before the decolonization of Algeria, the last French colony. I never heard about colonization for 50 years. And now, every day, I heard things about decolonization. Clearly, it's coming back. And that's part of the equation in terms of divide, North-South divide. The issue of Islam, for sure, it's part of the understanding. A very strong unifying force, but which is capable of questioning European value, European systems, and there are a lot too, for sure, but it's part of the equation as well. So there are tensions north and south, internal tensions in the southern countries, and okay, I will elaborate later on as I see the time which is running. The war between Hamas and Israel combine, in my view, these 2 fields of force. First, it is a North-South conflict with Palestinian population suffering economically alongside richer Israeli society. It's perceived like that in Palestine, but it's also perceived like that elsewhere in the world. It's also an issue of colonization that echoes with the European past. And finally, it's a conflict with an increased, marked religious aspect between radical Islam and increasing Judaism as well in the political spectrum in Israel. But it is also, in my view, an East-West conflict, with the geopolitical use of Iran, who choose to help Hamas and Hezbollah and all its proxy, as the ambassador said, first of all, as an anti-Western tool, But when you look at the position of Russia and China, more complex, but clearly it's as well an East-West aspect. And that's the reason, and that near the end of my intervention, that's the reason why this conflict, in my view, is very important, because it could unite the East and the South against the West. So we have to be careful about it. It could unite all the Muslim worlds against Westerners, against Jews, and Westerners, which are perceived as helping Jews. It rings the bells as well in formerly colonized countries. And so for us, it's an issue. For us, for France, former colonizer, but for Europeans as well, and for West, and for the West. It resonates as well in poor countries, which identify themselves with the Palestinians, more and more. So that's another question. It gives legitimacy to non-democratic states in the South, because undemocratic Hamas supersede in the global public opinion, at least in the South, the democratic Israel in terms of popularity. So it's part of this game. So this junction would be a nightmare for Europeans. Clearly for us, it is the worst scenario. And it's a question for Europe because Europe is particularly fragile. First of all, intellectually, Europe is completely stunned, in my view, completely petrified. The world which is now on the table, the world we faced, is not the world we intend to have 10 or 20 years ago. And so we are stunned, and we have intellectual difficulties to apprehend, to understand the world which is coming, and with all the aspects of it. And that's the first, in my view, the first challenge for European population, and for you students, I speak to the youngest here. Second point, our societies, European societies, are internally very fragile. First of all, we have more and more Muslim minorities, which are in tune with the grievance of the South, and so it raises issue for us. And the rest of the population, people are more and more questioning our democratic model, that's for the far right and the populist movement, and our legitimacy to promote our value, that's for the far left and the wokeism and so on. So clearly we have a question, internal question, we are fragile because internally we are not intellectually in a position to understand the world, and when it is, and we have a internal issue in terms of create a coherent vision and common vision. And the result of that is that more and more Europe, and France is the case for France for sure, is out of the game in the Middle East, in Syria, in the greater Middle East, I would say, in Armenia, in Azerbaijan, in Sahel. We are more and more out. Even France, who used to be very involved in that part of the world, is clearly out because of these difficulties. And so, to prepare the day after, I suggest to, first of all, resist to the force fields. We have shared interest, East and West, with the East, with China, economically, the environmental issues. We have something to deal with China. This has been said this morning as well. We have even something to deal with Russia, probably not with Putin today, but we have to think once again the day after with Russia, because we have stability and relation with the South as well. We have shared interests with the South, geographical proximity, the risk of spillover, regional stability, even cultural proximity. We have diasporas. I said that it could be difficulties, but at the same time it could be easier for us to discuss it, to have interaction with the South. And for France, for example, France is a country with some parts of France in the South. We are a country in the South as well. So clearly we have shared interests with the South. We have to open our windows to deal with with the South, because if we do not do it, we will have problems, because the junction between the South and the East is a nightmare. It could be a vital, existential issue for Europe.
Thank you very much, Admiral. Very interesting presentation. I especially like how you linked the two sort of antagonistic axes, east-west and north-south. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. And I would like first to thank my host and for inviting me and for the wonderful hospitality we're given here. It's always wonderful to come to Greece and to Athens specifically. So I didn't read your analysis before. It's the first time I heard it here. But actually, my thesis is just the opposite, which is interesting. Maybe it will be interesting for the students here of international relations who are studying theory, because I'm talking about polarization. You were talking about fragmentation. It's like the two opposites. Although I acknowledge that the two can be correct at the same time. So I'm going back to start from the Israeli situation and linking my presentation again back to what the ambassador was talking about, that since the 7th Israel is in war, the war is taking place in 3 fronts. Fighting, of course, the major focus of Israel is Gaza, but there's also 2 other fronts that are very important. These fronts were imposed on Israel by the Iranian proxies of Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Houthis in Yemen. This is no small deal. The Hezbollah was shooting 50 rockets in one day. There are attacks everywhere. The Houthis, they were using ballistic missiles against Israel. Thankfully, Israel has the defensive system, the Arrow, that was able to intercept it, but some other missiles were intercepted by the American ships in the Red Sea. But this is not, in any other case, in any other scenario, these were serious acts of war. But again, what Israel is trying to do is to focus on the war in Gaza. Why winning the war in Gaza? What's the stated objectives, of course, as the ambassador also put it, was the release of the hostages and ending Hamas rule, destroying its military capabilities, and ending Hamas rule in Gaza. And why it is imperative to win Hamas? And I'm saying it because I think it's not obvious to everyone. There's some commentators are here, they're saying, oh, once you release all the hostages, then you can go back to business as usual. We can go back to the normalcy that was, or the type of normalcy that was before, the status quo that was before the 7th of October. And of course, this is unacceptable on the Israeli side. First of all, we have to remember that there's 200,000 people, more than 200,000, that have been evacuated from their home, Israelis, which live next to the border in Gaza. Those kibbutzim, those who survived the massacres, who had to be evacuated. Most of them had their homes burned anyway, so they have nowhere to live in. And as a prevention measure in the north, another group of 100 civilians were evacuated from their homes, and they are waiting to return to their homes. And they will not return to their home unless the threat from the other side of the border will be removed. So this is imperative. The second thing is that Israel must reestablish its deterrence posture vis-à-vis other players in the Middle East who are watching. Everyone is in the Middle East is watching now what Israel is doing. What is the reaction of Israel? Is Israel a strong country as they believed in it or not? It's true both towards its enemies, primarily Iran, and it's like-minded, like Israel's allies, like the Emirates and even the Saudis. The question is, are they betting on the right horse when they decided to a normalization process with Israel and decided to go and become part of the Israeli camp. And here I come to the other level of implication, another level of implication of this war, which is the regional implication. And if I had to give a title to what happened after the 7th, the title would have been that the masks were off. Everyone after the 7th took away its masks, and we know exactly where everyone is standing. If until then there was a lot of blur, there was a lot of fog around rhetoric here, rhetoric there, after the 7th it became very, very clear. On the one hand, we have the like-minded moderate Sunni countries like Egypt, the Emirates, the Saudi, and a few more that are clearly standing with the US and Europe and the West versus the radical axis led by Iran and its proxies. The same goes for the global level, and I will take you from the regional level to the global level. You have Russia and China supporting Iran and its proxies on the one hand, and countries like Japan, India, Australia, South Korea that are part of the Western coalitions. Now, this line of division also explained the view from the White House and Biden's response. The war in Gaza, as they view it, has a wider implications. It is now became another major theater where these two coalitions clash and where the struggle is taking place. And I will also note that the Biden administration and Biden himself, the way they stated the objective of the war is completely congruent and in agreement with the stated objective of the Israeli government, that is to overthrow Hamas, to end its rule in the Gaza Strip. So they have a commitment to the objective that they themselves stated. It's not only the Israeli government. And I think this explains a lot. The other theater, so this became one theater of crisis. The other two, of course, are the one in Ukraine. And the third one is Taiwan and the South China Sea. Therefore, the US understand that it is not only Israel's national security that is on stake here, but also clear regional and global implications to the global struggle. Now, I want to say a word on the Eastern Mediterranean that we're all part of. One thing that we saw is, until before the 7th of October, is a slow rapprochement, hesitant, but nevertheless there was a rapprochement process between Turkey and Israel. And following the 7th of October, Turkey decided to take a very firm position in favor of Hamas. I think this was expected in some way. Again, as the ambassador pointed out, the Israeli ambassador, that Turkey was a long time supporter of Hamas. But that put Turkey squarely inside the radical camp. Also, I would say on a more, people-to-people level, that there was an expectation, even though the rhetoric was clear that there will be a rhetoric criticizing Israel and siding with Hamas, there was an expectations in Israel for some words of sympathy, at least some words of sympathy. You can say, you know, your heart is broken as you see what happened on the 7th, and yet you are supportive of the Palestinian cause or whatever, but there was none. There was no word of sympathy coming from Turkey. So I think if there were talks before the 7th on Israeli options of exporting the gas through Turkey, I think this is off the table for many, many years now. I think the only option now that anyone will hear from the Israeli gas energy industry is through Cyprus and Greece. That takes me to the other issue of the Eastern Mediterranean. What we saw since the Russian-Ukraine war was an increase in traffic. I think it was like tripled itself in the Eastern Mediterranean. And the reason is that the Russian oil delivered to the east instead of to Europe. So the Russians are are selling and transferring all their oil to the east. And the other way around, the Gulf countries are shipping it to Europe. So all this traffic is going through the Eastern Mediterranean. And this became a very condensed area of energy shipping, which means that this requires the like-minded countries in the Eastern Mediterranean to increase security and military cooperation to secure the shipping lanes. Another important issue in this collaboration is the environmental one, because this also has environmental implications. And now to add this to this complexity is what we saw, the threat of the Houthis on the shipping lanes. I think this is a threat that is it's a very serious thing. I think the reaction so far has been a little bit too mild, to my opinion. What we have to see is a much more stronger reaction in order to secure the shipping lane that is so important, critical, and in many ways is sensitive. So again, all these issues require a very close cooperation between the Eastern Mediterranean country, and I think Israel, Greece, and Cyprus can play a very important role in promoting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's quickly move on to our next speaker, Professor Yeşiltaş.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you for having me, for this very timely, important forum, security forum, because the strategic dominance in the international system, not only actually international system, but also the different sub-regional system, are the security perception. Before I come to here, and when I was, trying to formalize my presentation here, I was, my main attempt to explain two important questions, especially, make a comparison between the pre-October 7th, the tragic events in Israel, and the potential ramifications, strategic ramifications of the, if you like, post-October 7 Middle Eastern regional order. But since the morning, I think there are many, I understood that there are many misconceptions and understanding, not only about Turkey, but also about the presentations of what's going on in Israel and the conflict between Hamas and Israel. But of course, I don't want to deconstruct all the arguments which have been mentioned since the beginning, but I would like to focus on my original presentation. If you have any question concerning the other part, I will be very happy to answer all the questions, especially concerning the framing of Turkey as the elephant in the room. But this is another issue that we can. Yeah, but since the morning, Turkey has been also defining as the elephant in the room. No, of course not. Turkey is an integral part of European security architecture and will continue to be part of this newly emerging security architecture, I think, in Europe. And of course, when we look at the other cases, Turkey is the only country which is fighting against, boots on the ground, against Russia in Nagorno-Karabakh, Libya, Syria, and other cases. Without Turkey's military assistance to Ukraine, it will be possible for Putin to declare a quick victory over Kiev. Maybe it will take only 3 days. So therefore, I think we have to reconsider how we can narrow down the gap between the strategic communities in Turkey and Europe. I think we have to consider this option. Okay, so I would like to focus on two questions, actually, to understand the future of Middle East, especially after the October 7th. So the main, I think, the strategic question concerning the pre-October 7th about what was the main strategic picture in the Middle East. Not only, I'm not talking about the Middle East, but also Middle East and North Africa. The main issue was about normalization. It was a general framework. It was a good framework in which many countries, except Iran, I believe, many countries discussed the possible strategic ramifications of this normalization. It was a very good concept because many countries, one way or another, one reason or another reason, prefer to use this as a political and strategic map for their interaction in the regional level. Turkey, for example, there was many reasons for Turkey to change its policy under the very restrictive security and very competitive regional atmosphere. There were also reasons for Israel why Israel preferred to choose a new foreign policy strategies under the concept of normalization. There were also many different reasons for the Gulf countries, including Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Qatar. There are different, normalization process in the region. First one, of course, within the context of Abraham Accord, the normalization process between Israel and Arab countries. There was also another path in terms of the normalization between the Arab countries, including the reintegration of Syria into the Arab League. There was also a normalization process between Turkey and Israel and Turkey and Gulf countries. And of course, there was a very strategically important normalization process between Saudi Arabia and Iran. But there were at the same time problems about the concept. The main problem, I think, or the main strategic objective, first of all, was to de-escalate the conflict, right, to establish a more stable region and to create an intra-regional economic mobility. This was, I think, main strategic objective. And of course, an inter-regional economic connectivity. This was, I think, main strategic objective. But the main problem of the normalization was the gap between the real issues on the ground and the desired strategic objective of the regional countries, including Turkey, of course. Without solving any piece of the regional problem in the region, many countries prefer to choose the normalization as the main strategic tool in the regional level. Let's have a look at the different type of problems and the gap between the problems and the normalization process. Abraham Accord intentionally ignored the centrality of the Palestinian issue. Not only Israel and United States ignored the centrality of the Palestinian issue, but also other regional countries, including Turkey, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, all the countries ignored and did not want to see that the Palestinian issue was one of the important strategic issues in the region. Without solving and without bringing any political solution to this question, you can't solve other problems in the region. And we solved the consequences of this ignorance in October 7th, tragically. And another problem is it was certainly an anti-Iran geopolitical project. It was wrong, the Abraham Accord. Because if you want to create a stable order in the region, one way or another way, you have to take into consideration Iran, not like the Iran as the destructive regional country, which have some sort of proxy tools in Syria, Iraq, and Lebanon. But you have to take into consideration Iran as a country to solve the problem. But the Abraham Accord was an anti-Iran geopolitical project. And of course, there was an overemphasization about the economic project. So and reintegration about Syria, right? Arab countries and Turkey finally choose another way to approach Syria to solve its own security problem. And Arab nations and Arab League accepted Assad regime as the normal partner of the Arab League. But there was no solution. Without solving any piece of problems on the ground. Terrorism issue, refugee issue, political process. How about the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2254? Nobody talked about it. But it didn't solve anything, and it increased the very nature of the problem. Now Syria is a narcotic state. Now the Captagon is the main problem, not only for Jordan, but also the other Gulf countries, for Turkey, for Europe. Without solving this problem, the Arab countries prefer to choose the reintegration of Syria. So this was another, I think, problem. External actors, including Russia, US, China, and Europe, have many ambiguities about the establishing a new regional order. But I would like to also focus on how the regional geopolitics will be look like after the October 7. Of course, we can discuss more about what's happening October 7, and especially after the October 7. Nobody talk about how many civilians were killed in Gaza. How many children were killed in Gaza? More than 4,000. Do they have any strong relations operationally, logically with Hamas? I don't think so. But we have to discuss all these issues very frankly. Of course, I respect the self-defense, the right of self-defense of Israel. Of course, every state in international relations has the right of self-defense. But I think we have also limits about self-defense when it's in terms of its implications on the ground. How about the international law? How about the United Nations Security Council resolutions, General Assembly's resolutions about the Israel's performance, war performance in Gaza or before Gaza, before October 7. I think we should reconsider our perception concerning the chronological paradigm within the history of Palestinian-Israel question. But of course, unfortunately, many countries in the region lost the opportunity after the October. And now we can clearly say that this will not over, as previous speaker rightly mentioned that Hamas should be eliminated. And of course, in the opening remarks of Ambassador rightly mentioned about Hamas should be eliminated. But how Israel will eliminate Hamas? By destroying all the population in Gaza? What is the rational military logic here? I think if will be the case, unfortunately, and for the future of region, I'm not optimistic. Unfortunately, I'm not optimistic. Normalization, it was a big opportunity, not only for Israel, but also for other countries, especially, for the future of stable Middle East. Now it is physically undermining. This is, I think, number one. Second, unfortunately, the strategic ramification of the post-October 7 Middle East will be the proliferation of the non-state armed actors, which was one of the, unfortunately, strategic consequences of the Arab uprising. Everywhere is full of non-state armed actors. Hezbollah, PYD, YPG, PKK, Hashd Shabi, and there is, 54 different subgroups under the Hashd Shabi, which have different, weird understanding about politics, religion, and different interpretation. In, Syrian National Army, which is backed by Turkey, there are more than 50 different groups under, and HTS. And there are, probably we will see the proliferation of non-state armed actors, which will eventually undermine the very nature of Middle Eastern stability. And number three is about the return of United States to the Middle East. There it was common to speak about that. United States was withdrawing from the Middle East from a strategic perspective because of its orientation on the Asia Pacific to contain the China. But now probably United States is going to change its strategic engagement in Middle East in terms of increasing its military presence. There will be a ramification of all this United States presence in the Middle East. And number four, this is the final, my assessment. I think the regional countries will have a new idea, especially about the different problems on the ground, from Libya to Yemen. They have to reconsider how the regional countries will reach a political solution, because the military solution is not the case, and the political solution should be the case. And after this, hopefully, the regional actors, including Israel, should approach or reapproach the issues from the very nature of the political perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Yeşiltaş. For your interesting presentation about how the different normalization processes were based on not properly constructed. A very interesting approach. Mr. Kalpadakis.
Thank you very much. I'd like to pick up a bit from what the ambassador of Israel referred to in his speech a bit earlier, that it is very difficult to speak about the world after, because to speak about the world after, we have to talk about the foundations that we are standing on today. I think I'd like to qualify about my thoughts about this. Clearly, in the period before October 7th, the period was connecting the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East in a process that I think the word normalization is a very interesting one to use. So it was from 2010 to now to October, what we saw is different kinds of efforts that succeeded or failed in this effort towards normalization, connecting the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East. What we have now is a division that, as time goes by, I think it will be clear, will be quite stark. Perhaps a lot of the efforts that were made in the Eastern Mediterranean and a lot of the foundations in the Eastern Mediterranean will survive and survive, but the foundations in the Middle East do not or will not because of the radical break after October the 7th. So I think it will be more difficult for a while at least to speak of one common area where there are efforts across the two regions. Just to refer more specifically, I'd like to refer to the role of Greece throughout this time. And I think Greece plays a very crucial role throughout this period in order to connect the two regions, the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East, from 2010, building on trilateral cooperation. You referred to Greece, Cyprus, Israel, Greece, Cyprus, Egypt, Greece, Cyprus, Palestine, Greece, Cyprus, Jordan, Lebanon, initiatives in order to include the United States, Greece, Cyprus, Israel, and the United States in the 3+1 format, initiatives like the Rhodes Initiative effort to bring together more countries in a broader forum, and initiatives whose effort will be to strengthen cooperation throughout the region. More recently, we have the contacts with Saudi Arabia, the strengthening of relations with the United Arab Emirates. So Greece plays a crucial role in connecting these two regions, the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East, in an effort exactly to do what my dear colleague talked about, which is the effort for normalization. In this effort, though, and I would like to refer very specifically in the end to the question of Turkey that the colleague referred to. In this effort, what we see is that Greece retains a position of principles throughout this time, but at the same time a pragmatic position of reaching out to neighbors and strengthening relations, traditional relations with the Arab world, relations with Israel, relations within the EU, bringing attention of the EU to the region, and this is the role also of Greek-Turkish relations, trying to strengthen the EU role in the region. And I would like to refer in this context to one of the biggest opportunities that existed in terms of this process of normalization, which was in 2016. The dear colleague referred to the great tensions that exist in the Mediterranean, not only between East and West, but between North and South. There can be no greater crisis between North and South that is more evident than the migration crisis. And the efforts in 2016 were efforts from the Greek state, from the Greek government, to be able to respond to this challenge in cooperation with Turkey, in building a positive agenda with Turkey, and in bringing in the EU with an EU-Turkey solution to this great challenge, which is a deep northwest challenge focused in the Eastern Mediterranean. So despite all the challenges that Greece was going through at the time with the economic crisis, despite the fact that the east-west and northwest frictions that existed in the region were very evident, more evident than in many other regions in Europe, it was able to play this constructive role throughout this period and to expand the formats that were crucial to the region, exactly in the direction of normalization and stabilization. Now, where are we today? Clearly, in October 7th, after a brutal, heinous attack, terrorist attack by Hamas, and the ambassador referred to the terrible details of what happened, Greece has a very clear position of condemnation, a condemnation of the Hamas terrorist attacks, and a very clear position saying that this could not be accepted anywhere by the international community. This position was a position that was connected to saying that in attacking, in responding to Hamas, and responding to Hamas effectively, which is Israel's rights, humanitarian law had to be respected. Within Greece, there has been a broader debate about what exactly that means, and the positions of the main opposition party are clear about the importance of a ceasefire and supporting a ceasefire in this direction. But to go beyond this, and since we're talking about the day after, I think the major discussion that we will have now is exactly and this is a question that will take time, as the ambassador said, to understand, is how to understand, to accept what was just said, that there can be no peace in the region without peace with the Palestinians, without a two-state solution with the Palestinians, but at the same time, there can be no peace with Hamas. How these two will be connected and how these two will move ahead will be a very big question, I think, in the future. And this is one that we have to be engaged with if we are to go back to talking about an architecture, not just about the Eastern Mediterranean, but an architecture that will reconnect the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East, which, as I said, was a very central effort of the Greek state for the last 15 years. Now, the question of Turkey is something I'd like to touch on before we continue. I think that, to be clear, in these years of efforts of normalization in the Eastern Mediterranean, Turkey has had, at some points, efforts for normalization, at some points, efforts to undermine normalization. And we know this very well in Greece, particularly in 2019 and 2020, with the Turkish-Libya agreement, with the Oruç Reis crisis, with the incidents in Evros and the migration crisis. What we are trying to see today, and I believe this is an effort that will be crucial not only for the Eastern Mediterranean, but also in due time for the broader Middle East, and can contribute to a broader architecture. Just to say, we don't know if this broader architecture will be in the direction of the Abraham Accords, but it might be in the future a variation of them, some kind of variation where it is a regional understanding that there needs to be a broader peace, but at the same time peace with the Palestinians. And I close this subnote. What we need in the level of Greek-Turkish relations is, and what we hope to see on the 7th of December, when President Erdogan will be visiting, will be a visit that will be different from what we have seen in the last years. For the last months after the earthquakes and following the solidarity shown by Greece and the contact between Greece and Turkey, the climate has been different. We have seen a great decrease in terms of violations in airspace, and we have seen a different rhetoric. As we know well, this can be undermined by a meeting, by a press conference, by any kind of provocation that could be a bit before, a bit after this very crucial visit. But at the same time, this could be a great opportunity. In 2016, there was a high-level cooperation council between Greece and Turkey in Izmir, and following this high-level cooperation council, we were able to promote an EU-Turkey statement that could be the basis of a new strategic relationship. Unfortunately, particularly after the heinous coup attempt in the summer of 2016 and the change of rhetoric and political direction of Turkey, all this process was greatly undermined. What we need to do is go back and try to find how to continue this process using migration as a reference point, and find a way on the level of Greek-Turkish relations, but also EU-Turkish relations, which are the crucial dimension of this, to handle and to manage the frictions that the professor referred to between East and West and North and South in a constructive and forward-looking manner. To manage the great crisis between North and South, which is migration, in a constructive and not a competitive manner between Turkey and Greece, not in the way we saw in Evros in 2020, but in a constructive manner the way we saw in 2016, the effort we were making, and to handle the frictions between East and West in a cooperative manner, so that what we have between our two countries are not a competition about who is more important in the eastern flank of NATO, not a competition about the role that one or the other country could have, which leads to greater and greater militarization, but a way to find a cooperative reference point so that we can move ahead. And this is why I believe this could be the basis of a broader dialogue and a new discussion about the region. Will this discussion on the Eastern Mediterranean be able to help on broader questions, on the Cyprus question, which is vital? This is a way away, but we will see. Will they be able to help in bringing back this connection that we had between the Eastern Mediterranean region and the Middle East in a broader region where the goal is normalization and peace? This is an even longer standing goal. But definitely Greece will be at the center of this discussion. Thank you.
Well, because we are running out of time, I've been asked by the and the next panelists are here, I've been asked by the organizers to end the panel here. All I can say is, and especially to the students back there, lots of food for thought here. Lots of food for thought about what we need to do, about our future, your future, and so on. And I hope you keep this in mind. Thank you very much to everybody.
Would you please stay seated, because we're... Λοιπόν, να γυρίσω στα ελληνικά, παρακαλώ.
Please stay seated.
Αμέσως. Λοιπόν, εντάξει, εμείς σας βάλαμε κατά κοινοβουλευτική δύναμη. Δεν παρεξηγηθούμε. Ελληνικά. Όχι ελληνικά. Και κλείνουμε, έτσι. Ωραία. Θέλετε ερωτήσεις ή να το κλείσω για...
Αν θέλετε δεν έχουμε θέμα. Εγώ έχω πίεση χρόνου γιατί έπρεπε να είμαι Βουλή, αλλά... Ναι, μπορούμε να κάνουμε.
Θα δούμε πώς θα πάει. Για συστήσουμε λίγο.
Πάνω στο θέμα ελληνική άμυνα και αυτό.
Ναι. Και αυτό αυτό είναι πάνελ για την Ελλάδα. Έτσι, και τις προτεραιότητες αμυντικές. Δηλαδή κλείνουμε με την... Δεν έχει χάσει μια άλλο πάνελ για Ελλάδα.
Ναι, ωραία.
Παρακαλώ.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, may I have your attention, please? Well, we have reached the very last part of our forum, and as I said earlier, we've started from the global perspective, we've gone to regional aspects, and now we will close discussing the national defense priority, the national security priorities. It is an exceptional honor to have with us this afternoon three parliamentarians. I apologize because in the last session we had a lack of balance gender-wise, but next year we'll make sure we'll be more politically correct. So I have to my left MP with New Democracy Party, Mr. Nikos Panayotopoulos, former Minister of Defense. Next to him, Mr. Evangelos Apostolakis, MP with the Syriza Party, Admiral, Chief of the National Defense Staff and former Minister of Defense, and Mr. Mikalis Pekatrinis, Member of Parliament with PASOK, head of the parliamentary group. We won't take any much more of your time. I would like to start with Mr. Panayotopoulos and give him the floor, and I would ask him to take the floor from here, or from his seat, whenever you want. We'll start this discussion now. All three of our guests will have to go to Parliament, but hopefully we're going to have some time to have a small Q&A session to close. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Panayotopoulos. As far as I understand, the discussion is Greek defense and deterrence, challenges for the future. And it's a fact that the challenges that Greece is dealing with in its direct security environment are numerous and complex, more numerous and more complex than ever. You all know very well that the entire world is an environment of great geopolitical uncertainties, tensions and crises, and then there are additional crises and challenges, but there is also the security parameter. For example, a large-scale natural disaster also has security implications. I was discussing with my Turkish counterpart in the visit I had last May in the earthquake-stricken region of Turkey, and I was asking him which army, which military power beyond nuclear strike could possibly cause losses of more than 50,000 people in less than a minute. Could anybody do that? And what are the needs to deal with these challenges? There are challenges common to all, and undoubtedly they also have the security dimension and on how to address them, as we saw a few months later with the large-scale natural disasters in Thessaly and the involvement of the armed forces to relieve local communities. Therefore, the challenges that we are dealing with are much more complex and different than ever before. Well, I would say that for Greece in this ever increasing in terms of security challenges environment, we should and we must, and I think we've started doing that, moving in the direction of 4 axes. The first axis has to do with the intensification of our defense alliances. Armaments are well and good. Agreements for large armaments program are bind together the alliances with countries that are friends and major players with whom we're in the same camp, the Western camp, whether it is defined by the EU or NATO. NATO is a more military-oriented alliance. That with other strong international players due to the connecting link, as I heard later from Mr. Kalbadakis, that Greece is playing in the broader region. That's why we have intensified our relationship with players like Israel and with Arab countries like Egypt, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and we need to try even harder. I think we're in the right direction, trying to expand the military alliance with existing regional power that is seeking a greater role like India, and deepen our relations with countries like France, the US, of course, and other European partners. Therefore, intensification of defense alliances. In the past 3 years, Greece hasn't lost anything because its voice was heard, it strengthened its defense footprint, and it conveyed more easily its arguments around our national interests. And I would also say that it has intensified its presence as an ally, as a partner, and as a strong geopolitical actor in the broader region. Second axis, continuation of the large-scale armaments programs. I believe that this is a condition precedent, a necessary condition. It's a sine qua non. The armaments program must be continued because this increases the deterrence ability of the country, and strong armed forces means a stronger country enhance its footprint and its ability against potential challenges. This also depends on the financial capability of the country, but when there is a plan that has detailed costs and is well organized, then all the needs need to be most needs can be covered. As regards the defense systems, as systems become old, they have to be upgraded, they have to be supported, they have to be maintained. For example, the naval vessels each year become older and older. It is necessary to take decisions on replacing them or upgrading them. Upgrading the surface platform and also the support vessels of our fleet. As these ships become older, these needs become more imperative. Therefore, decisions must be taken. And in all branches, all 3 branches of the military, we must continue with the large-scale programs that will showcase the great deterrent powers of the armed forces. These are armed forces that are quality armed forces and is fully operational and with great adequacy. The third axis, which is relevant with the previous one, the second one, is the upgrading of the country's deterrent, and with emphasis on new technologies and special support of the domestic defense industry. Due to the emergency, the urgent need to cover our needs very quickly and in conditions of tension, all the challenges we experienced in recent years, we had to go quickly and apply our large-scale armaments program. But I think that the next stage for the Ministry of National Defense and overall for the national security and deterrence policy, we should place some emphasis, the country must place an emphasis on research programs, on innovation programs, on new technologies, and of course the domestic defense industry, which yes has problems, but yes it can grow, and this industry can become the industry that can support and constantly support, effectively support armed forces like the Greek armed forces with the needs that I have described. To do this, we need to monitor the environment around us. We see what is happening right now in the fields where we have ongoing conflicts, whether in Israel or Ukraine. We monitor what is happening and the developments in Ukraine. We monitor as regards the use of latest technology weapon system. The latest news from the field of battle say that Russia is starting to gradually cover their weaknesses, and they are making a successful so far efforts to halt the Ukrainian counterattack on e-warfare, because it was a matter of time until the Russians would regroup and make use of their own infrastructure. And now the Ukrainian counterattack using their own state-of-the-art equipment like the drones they generate, and they have created great caused great damage to the Russian armed forces. They do not find the targets as easily, and the guided missiles that the West has provided to Ukraine, because very simply the enhanced capabilities of Russians in e-warfare creates interference and jam the systems and make the systems less accurate. This is a lesson which, for a person observing the developments in these fields, should take and then extrapolate it and use it in upgrading the capabilities in the Greek, in the national defense and security matters. The defense industry has a lot of room for improvement. I'm not talking about the state-controlled one, but also the private defense industry. I need to say at this point that at the level of competent organization for the EU's defense, there are many pleasant small examples in the Greek defense industries that have been approved for financing to further for further research of the system recommended. So I'd say that the necessary background is there and the capability is there. What we need is better coordination, better communication with the staffs through the competent directorate of the General Directorate for Defense Equipment and Investments, or the new body that Mr. Dendias, the Minister of Defense, is preparing to implement. And I would say following an understanding with the competent organization of the EU, given that the EU offers many opportunities for further financing or co-financing of these initiatives. This is the fourth axis that I would like to propose, namely cooperation with a competent the defense-related European organization, the European Defense Agency, the EDIPP, has to do mostly with industrial production. Europe is at a crucial crossroads to to achieve its strategic autonomy, which is an objective it has expressed. It should, among others, be able to rely on a European strong but coordinated defense industry that will go beyond the small competition or large-scale competition between the member states that reasonably until recently were trying to favor or showcase the needs of their own defense industries and join together in common projects that have been already defined, and then using the financing capabilities of the European Union to have positive and tangible results. These are the four key axes that the national defense and security policy should go along in a complex and dangerous international landscape. Defense diplomacy, strategic alliance, continuation of the armaments program, not only the purchase of new systems but also upgrading of the already existing systems, new technologies, research, innovation in the domestic potential in collaboration with the capabilities provided by the domestic industry that has shown signs that it can make it, and always with synergy and in conjunction with the European framework. I think that if we move along these axes, and additionally I'm certain that the Admiral will agree with me, and we had this talk this morning in a common appearance we had, if the powers that be do not forget that first of all we need to take care of the armed forces personnel, the men and women that have gone above and beyond whenever it was required. We've done that, but in a fragmented manner in recent years, because the need and the urgency of the geopolitical circumstances enforced us to to prioritize the large armaments program. We can do this in a more organized basis, and I think that this way we're going to have armed forces not as we want them to have them, because we have the deterring power in our armed forces, but we want to have even better armed forces able to deal with any challenge and to further strengthen the geopolitical footprint of our country in the region and in the wider region. Thank you very much.
Εγώ σας ευχαριστώ, κύριε Υπουργέ.
Thank you, Minister. I will retain your last remark, which is absolutely suitable for the venue, for this venue. And now I pass the floor to the former Minister of Defense and Admiral Apostolakis. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like, before we start our discussion, to define what we mean when we say deterrence, and see the role that our country is called to play in the broader geopolitical environment. Deterrence is the defense strategy that aims at the maintenance of the current status quo, persuading the adversary that any attack would be a loss for them, would cause a loss for them. In this context, states make reasonable decisions on the best of cost-benefit principle. If they don't act reasonably, but through fanaticism, then reactions are assessed on the not on the cost-benefit basis, and the design will be based on the worst-case scenario. An comprehensive deterrence strategy should not only be on military terms, but also diplomatic, political, and economic terms, as was stated by Mr. Panagiotopoulos. The overall national deterrence capability, as expressed in the components of the national powers, economic, political, diplomatic, and military. There's also the deterrence through alliances, international alliances, and involvement or membership in international organizations. Regarding Greek deterrence, and under we could say that it can be expressed, first of all, through deterrence via presence in a specific location that is sought through the measures of symbolic forces in that location where we want to defend and make clear to our rival that we want to realize our deterrence efforts, and this is the role of our presence on the Aegean Islands. Now, the overall defense capabilities of the country, the force of the powers, the means rather of armed forces in a country is the quality of its staff and training and armament, and are key for a country that is especially supported by the collaboration between the political leadership and armed forces. This view is quite clear through the international relationships exercises that we take part in and presence the various staffs, and as well as our positions, the positions we take on the international chessboard. And we have to make clear that the armaments that increase the capabilities of armed forces have to be focused on the projects that we want to achieve on the field in order to have the best possible end outcome and the desired end state. Now, in this sense, we need to aspire at acquiring and obtaining, rather, as well as locally producing capabilities, guided by the necessity to help achieve the missions of the armed forces. This is, in EMEA, Turkey tries to deny accessibility to anyone in order to create gray zones, as in the case of its efforts for demilitarization of the Aegean Islands. Deterrence through threats and retaliation. This can be implemented immediately and can be extended over time and space in order to seek the interests of the aggressor. We're talking about the principles, of course, of the international law. Retaliation have to be based on proportionality principle and seek the return to the previous status quo. Now, our country is a place of point of gravity within a triangle where major things are taking place, such as ethnic differences in the Western Balkans, Kosovo, as well as national exacerbations in Albania, Great Albania, oppression of the Northern Epirus minority, etc. The instability in the areas of Northern Africa, as well as Sub-Saharan area, could for instance, these countries that has to do with the influences that the influence that the countries had in the past, like the US and the France. The revisionism of our neighbor who was to force its rivals to behave in the way that serves their interest, never hesitates to threat for violence and also use the casus belli, as well as other measures of various such as veto in NATO and so on and so forth. The recent unrest in the Middle East, turmoil in the Middle East, if it leads to further worsening, it will lead to various coalitions that on one hand will on the one side, we will have the reservist countries that want to establish themselves using force, and on the other hand, the Western thinking countries. On the basis of this, the threats the country is faced with are multiple. Domestically, we need to first of all ensure the territorial integrity of our country, as well as to establish a sense of security and social cohesion by managing various threats, including irregular migration. Externally, the threat is to a challenge rather, is to maintain our role as a pillar of stability in the region, as well as a strategic role in the energy autonomy and stability and security of the continent. Having said this, I believe that there's a lot that we could discuss regarding challenges that we need to deal with. The worthiness of the armed forces has to do with the increase of its capabilities.
Έχουμε πάρει τα Rafal, προχωράει η αναβάθμιση των F-16 σε Viper, ερωτηματικό τι θα γίνει με τα F-35, μη επανδρομένα αεροσκάφη, όμως έχουμε απουσία ανάπτυξης εγχώριας παραγωγής.
But we have the increase in the production of the domestic industry. Leasing could also be a solution, but of last resort. Weapons, the lack of range weapons is an issue, but the reinforcement of the Navy is a key issue. You know, we've got an aged fleet in a country where we've got in recent years the importance of the Greek strategy at sea in an area where Aegean is part of our very existence. The aerial and nautical capabilities should be a priority. Now, the new submarines that we're going to acquire, which unfortunately not young at all, should be upgraded shortly. We accepted them on taking personal risks, and thanks to the professionalism of the Navy professionals. Submarines that during the latest crisis at sea, they were a key operational advantage thanks to the innovative and pioneering systems as well as their capabilities. The recent order of the 3+1 frigates, FDI frigates, as well as the capabilities of which we highlighted, and thankfully the leadership of the Navy approved them against other doubtful choices. We have to strong the increased capabilities of these ships, which can contribute to the single aerial defense of the country, air defense of the country as well. The reinforcements of the army, which has through the upgrading of the missile system and the long-range weapons, the upgrading of helicopters, sensors and weapons, and other capabilities. Regarding the staff, the training that needs to be associated with certification and accreditation, at the risk of having them retiring from our forces too early, and also training. This kind of training should maintain the worthiness of our staff. Also, upgrading of the pay, the remuneration of the staff, better, clearer ranks and hierarchy. Our lack to make our organization of armed forces attractive is a problem. And the reason, as we said earlier, is well known, and we need to upgrade the pays and the benefits of the officers. We need to see what the institutional role of, we need to redefine the institutional role of the armed forces as well, reward the innovation and extroversion, support of training systems by highlighting a mindset for a comprehensive cost assumption for the upgrading of the defense system. We all know that a weapon system, to maintain it, we have to pay 3 times for threefold. The cost is threefold, and this has to be taken into account. Now, regarding the domestic defense industry, we have said that every possibility, every capability has to be utilized, and as well as every case where we can involve them in the production of weapons. The revisionism of our neighbor country has led to the need to rearm the country across its branches with state-of-the-art systems that would give us a comparative edge. As a result of this is that we have a defense sector that has been divided. There's been ambiguity, there's been lack of decisiveness. Intracom was acquired by IAI, Intracom, which participates in many European projects, and the development of the LOTO system of the European drone, scientific trainers in we have failed to use our scientific staff. The reorganization and modernization of existing structures of the Hellenic defense industry is something that we need to consider. The lack of institutional framework so that all of this can be put under the auspices of an organization that will coordinate national effort to develop systems, specific systems, and capabilities in the context of the projects that will be assigned per branch. And we have submitted our proposals regarding what should be done. Currently, the government, as far as I know, is moving along these lines. Utilize European funds in order to develop European defense systems guided by interoperability and the development of domestic defense industry, as Mr. Panagopoulos said earlier, collaboration with countries that are pioneers in the various fields of interest, in association with existing, of course, alliances in order to acquire the know-how that will not be limited to occasional armament systems, but will be ongoing. It will be interconnected in a partnership of co-production at bilateral and national level. Summing up, and looking where we have to place emphasis in order for the country's deterrence power to be further enhanced, I would say that we should collaborate, all of us, in order to shape the right institutional framework that will be freed from obsessions as well as prejudices that will lead to a holistic development of the domestic defense industry, taking advantage of the know-how, the existing individual, private rather, initiatives, as well as our alliances, and through our membership in the European Union, as well as the various bilateral and multilateral collaborations. We have to also recognize, acknowledge the offer of the staff, the military staff. When the minister said that we have spent billion on armaments, we need to spend money on the staff, on the military staff. We can't have armed forces unless we have got well-trained and satisfied staff. We're talking about the increase in the salaries based on the duties as well as responsibilities of our officers, as well as provision of facilities on the basis of social criteria so that they may continue to perform their work, reward of extroversion and innovation. And of course, we want to have quality capabilities that will stem from the work and the efforts of every branch. Thank you very much.
πολύ και χωρίς άλλη.
Minister, without further ado, now let's pass the floor to the third member of our panel, the MP of PASOK, Mr. Katrinis. Thank you very much for this invitation. Of course, it is quite challenging to take the floor after two defense ministers, but the issue is quite topical, and I believe that the current juncture is better than ever in order to have an open discussion on the issue of the country's defense policy as well as the geopolitical challenges, because we are at a time that regional conflicts have increased, regional rivalries and competitions have led to new alliances with the unification of the Islamic factors, while developments in sub-Saharan Africa cause large migratory flows. At the same time, the war in Ukraine places Russia by default on the part of threats, on the side of threats, and bringing it closer to China and other anti-Western powers like Iran. Under these circumstances, in a multipolar and at the same time dynamically changing environment, the defense policy of the country is acquiring special importance, especially for Greece, which indeed is threatened clearly, directly by the Turkish revisionism. Of course, there has to be dialogue, but it is quite naive to believe that a good faith or the building of any confidence, measures of confidence will go beyond or transcend Turkish revisionism, a revisionism that is not conjunctural but rather permanent, because it is based on a long-term strategic choice of the neighbor country, which is reinforced by the doctrine of blue home and home country, and of course the positions of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. It is quite clear Turkey operates outside the Western security system, and it's also clear that it wants to turn the region into a hybrid environment where the international law of the sea will not apply, so that Greece could be cut out and resign from its its sovereignty rights in the Eastern Mediterranean. Let's remind you of the Turkish claim or demand for the islands to be demilitarized, and for this to be included in the agenda, by invoking the Paris Agreement, which it has Paris Treaty signed in 1947, which the Turkey has never signed. But meanwhile, of course, there was the invasion of Cyprus, and that we have got the aggressive fleet of the Turkey that has been deployed in the Eastern Mediterranean. No government can accept this demand of Turkey for the demilitarization of Greek islands, or to remove the deterrence powers from these islands, or to accept dictated recommendations by allies or others. The same is true for the waiving of the rights stemming from the law of the sea. The Aegean is not a special case. It's not a hybrid sea. There has to be dialogue, but this dialogue needs to have a specific frame and specific limits. And given the revisionist and imperialistic attitude of Turkey, I'm coming to the defense of national rights and the defense of territorial sovereignty in order to reinforce the deterrence power of the country, as well as shaping the national alliances. And the reinforcement of the country's defense and security includes various aspects. Some of them have been mentioned, such as military power, defense industry, cyber security, and of course prevention of threats. We have supported the reinforcement of the defense systems and weapon systems of the country without petty partisan interests. Of course, the correlation of powers is the most important factor, and we aspire at the best possible utilization of the country's membership in EU and NATO, and as well as via the reinforcement of the European foreign and security policy. Of course, there are other issues such as Greece's shipbuilding and military industry, and defense industry, so that we're not only clients of others. The procurement of armament systems has to be combined within a parallel agreement on the performance of part of the project by the Hellenic defense industry. With the Belara frigates, this was not the case, and we only were left with the thanks of Madame Parly to the Greek governments. And it's not only the issue of ensuring the jobs in the Greek shipyards or the Greek defense industries. It is an issue of national security, having the right know-how, since we all recall that the four of the 5 submarines, the so-called super weapon of the country, were manufactured, became operational by the Greek Navy in Greek shipyards. So I believe that because we hear all sorts of information, if the new corvettes, or rather, the procurement of the new corvettes will have to be associated with the involvement of the Greek shipbuilding industry in their manufacturing. And this has to be true for any other procurement that will be associated with the Greek defense. We supported the procurement of the Rafale aircraft in favor of the Greek defense, but this agreement does not include any code production clauses. And this is a major deficit, well known to everyone in this room. The deterrence policy relies on bilateral agreements as well as other, such as the one with Israel, Cyprus, and Egypt, and relies on the support of this defense through 8 axes: investment in technology and innovation to improve capabilities, as well as the development of innovative technologies, placing emphasis on cybersecurity, substantial participation of the Greek defense industries in all upgrading programs of the armament systems and their maintenance and support thereafter, the development of information security systems in all armament programs, which is a priority, and although it has been legislated, it has never been adopted. The development and full operation of the systems across all branches, especially when it comes to information management and communication, ongoing training of the staff, investment in the power, in the human assets of the armed forces, as well as the wage improvement, salary improvement of the military staff, and as well as protection against threats, nuclear and radioactive threats, the review of the armaments based on the new operational requirements, last but not least, reorganization of the National Intelligence Service in order to serve national causes without any suspicion of its weaponization or instrumentalization. The Hellenic foreign and defense policy doctrine is we do not claim anything but do not yield anything either. Given the current threats, this doctrine has to be readjusted, and along with it, the motto should be, we do not concede anything, but we claim the implementation of and full respect of international agreements and international law, and this calls for the creation of a national front at national political level. This is a condition sine qua non for an effective foreign and defense policy. Thank you very much.
Εγώ σας ευχαριστώ. Να ευχαριστήσω.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all 3 panelists for a very constructive, very specific very relevant contributions. Today, Mr. Apostolakis must leave. We started a bit late, so it's our fault. Thank you very much, Mr. Apostolakis, Minister. And obviously, the two panelists, we can close it if you want. Let's take one or two questions if there are any, but no more, please. Just two, no, three. Those three questions. Just get the microphone. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your contributions. Brief questions. If you mind, please introduce yourselves. My name is Efstasios Zoudakis. I am a PhD candidate at Pantheon University, and I am also responsible for training at an association of reservists in Athens. I'd like a question about the military service. Do you believe that it's high time to start discussing increasing the military service, given the problems that we have in staffing, adequately staffing the infantry? Thank you. And thank you mostly because you were very, very brief. Please raise your hand so that our colleagues will know who to give the microphone to. Thank you. We're very happy that you're here. I am also a PhD candidate in international relations at the Pantheon University. The question is this. We see how the importance of reservists. I didn't hear anything about how to make use of reservists in Greece. And one final question. Who had raised their hands? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presence. Evangelos Rosidis, I'm a student at the University of Paris. You all mentioned the importance of developing the domestic defense industry, which will not be limited, does not concern state companies. The question is, how can the state support private initiatives and private research, either through private businesses or through universities, so that the state can benefit from the outcomes of this research? How can this two-way communication be developed? Thank you. I will first give the floor, you will allow me, Minister, to give the floor to Admiral Apostolakis. Let's start with the military service. Yes, increasing the military service could be a solution, but given the conditions and given the demographic problem that we have on one hand, and on the other hand the fact that the armed forces have become very, very, very specialized, then require very sophisticated capabilities, and within the period of the military service one cannot be adequately trained. When I started serving the armed forces, 70% of the staff, the personnel, were people making their military service. Then the military service was 32 months long. That was the time to train the personnel and use them effectively. At the same time, there was an equally fine number of reservists. Now, with the reduction of the military service, reservists are only among the ranks of the retirees. Reservists is a very important issue, and this is something that is of concerns. However, what can be done right now, and this is my point of view, and it was occasionally the point of view of the previous and current government, is that we need to mostly focus on making the best use of people when they serve a military service, and at the same time use funds in order to hire people. There are solutions that can have a positive outcome, and it is an international opinion and position which is used and is effective. Increasing the military service, it is a way. It is a way to increase the number of the armed forces, but the numbers is not the only question. Without underestimating the capabilities and the scientific level of the people that do the military service, because they are all educated people. But this is not enough. You need time to train them in the armed forces, and there's not enough time to do that. But I repeat that what can happen is to come up with a model so that the military service is as effective as possible, even for the people doing the military service, and at the same time for the country and for the armed forces provide good services. Now, as regards the domestic defense industry, we have occasionally, there have been various positions. We have heard various positions, and one thing is certain, that the Greek defense industry, both state-owned and private, or rather this industry could absorb a large number of people who leave the country because they can't find a job here. It could be a solution to stop the brain drain. And as we've already said, opportunities have been given. With the money that we spent on the armaments program, in the past there was a law that imposed that 30% of any budget spent for armaments to be spent on offsetting benefits for the local domestic defense industry. This is a way to have permanently defense industry at a good level. We understand that because we haven't had the time to analyze this, but because we understand that one cannot support an armed forces system across all levels without, as a country, being able to do it on your own. So we're going to have slight problems with the new aircraft in terms of the support. Until we manage to have our own support, we're going to rely on France for supporting these aircraft. And the same will happen with the new vessels, the new ships. All this will have to happen simultaneously, and we have in mind that our autonomy or effectiveness is better when we can do a lot of things by ourselves. And thank you, Professor. Thank you very much, Admiral. We'll talk soon at another event of EDIS.
Κατρίνη.
I will pass the floor to Mr. Katrinis.
Κύριε Υπουργέ.
Βγάλανε.
Λοιπόν, πολύ σύντομα, εγώ δεν ξέρω.
Very briefly, I don't know if increasing the military service or reservist is an answer to the defense strengthening of the country. I believe that 20 more years ago the choice to turn into a professional army was correct and was in accordance with the standards from the country, but gives us the chance to start discussing the need to support the armed forces personnel, not only to attract personnel more easily, but avoid phenomena which unfortunately take the form of a tsunami, because the personnel are leaving the armed forces due to low pay and lack of incentives. So I believe that this discussion should focus on this aspect and not on whether we should increase or not the military service, which is something that can be used for political contradictions. Now, as regards the domestic defense industry, I agree. It's not only the state-owned defense industry. There are a number of businesses who do not have a turnover here in Greece but only abroad, because the country has not had any strategy to support the defense industry in order to be able to have a relative self-sufficiency as regards the production of weapon systems and defense weapons, and of course the fact that we have excellent scientists who can work today here in the country. We have companies that work with giant companies across the world, but this is something we cannot transform it and lead to domestic added value. And I'm saying this because there's been a lot of talk, and also on the occasion of the issue of the shipyards. The shipyards are not state-owned. Both shipyards are privately owned, but one of the two shipyards, we don't know whether it's going to continue to operate as a shipyard or as another activity. And in the matter of the frigates we have and the corvettes, we have a policy that does not support the domestic added value and responds more to geopolitical balances and obligations rather than having the necessary know-how that will indeed strengthen the defense capability of the country and will give us any adequacy in the future. Minister, if you'll allow me to share experiences that I recently had as regards my responses. First of all, military service. For me, what's important is the quality and intensity of the service, not its length. We could have shorter military service, but much more intense, not 30 days basic training, where only once or twice a person will touch a weapon, not an advanced weapon system. In my opinion, if we were to reform the military service, that would be the proper direction to do it too. But there is an expressed a need from the military leadership to man, because military service is only for men, but you never know what's going to happen in the future. So talking about strengthening especially the frontier units in Evros and on the islands. We took a measure by reducing the military service in the frontier regions, but this was not effective. Even still, the requirements of all the persons who do the military service was to be close to home. Even they knew that they would have 3 months shorter military service if they went to the frontier, just 9 months in Evros and on the islands. But apart from the military service intensity, namely in these 8 or 9 months of the military service, go through intensive training and learn what it means to be a soldier. This also has to do with a change mentality that I'm going to discuss further on. Of course, the needs to use modern weapon system imposes the use of professional personnel. That's why we added more professional, 15,000 professional soldiers, 15,000 in the next 5 years, and there are other needs that make this necessary. For example, reduction of the average age in special forces. You can't have 45-year-old special forces soldier. They can do the same things that a 27, 28-year-old can do. Definitely, especially with the needs that arise from the operational needs of the armed forces. So we are turning towards a more professional army, but perfectly trained. And if you want my opinion, we have to intensify the military service as regards military training per se. For now, we're planning to make use of military service as to the capability of the person getting a certificate on some skills acquired, namely if they go through specific seminars, so that this time be used to get some certification. So for me, the ideal would be intensification military service. The same goes for reservists. If possible designs for intensification of the military service, we might have had a lot of objections of our voting audiences, especially the mothers that don't want the children to go far away or be hard trained. Let's not doubt that. But in making use of the reserves, we have had many objections by the interested party, by the reservists themselves, whenever their class is called for a 1-week training on a weapon system. I understand that they will have to discontinue their work, but it was a reality. But if we want to see or to get valuable lessons from the experience in Israel, then we need to recognize the contribution of an organized and worthy reserves, especially now that the war is on the ground and has to do with fighting on the ground. But this requires a change of attitude, as I said. Possibly the challenges that we face, there is definitely not the same as Israel, definitely. Our friends Israelis, I'd say, and I've said so in the past, are not a people that is there to fight, but is a people who fight to exist. And this happens because it is surrounded by enemies who do not only question just part of their territorial sovereignty, but they challenge, they dispute their own existence. The Israelis' enemies say that there shouldn't be a state of Israel there. So what are they to do? They need to learn to operate as a fighter anytime, ready to go to war to ensure their survival. And these are the terms in which the conflict in Gaza takes place right now. So we need to say that to clarify the terms. Of course, we're all sorry about the tragedy of the Palestinian people who is being taken advantage of by the terrorist organization. This terrorist organization does not support the Palestinian people, but they take advantage of them. But on the other hand, I don't want to go into this discussion right now. In any case, but talking about coming back to our own affairs, we should change our mentality as regards the value of reserves if and whenever they are needed. We have capable armed forces, but the lessons we receive not far from our region in the field show that you must also be able to rely on worthy reserves, and these relate to the quality of training and the resources. Israel, if I'm not mistaken, spends 38 million in the defense spending. How much does Greece have in its own defense spending? From 1 to 1.52, it was until recently. We'll go up to 4 or 5, and this is not enough to meet our needs. And I don't know what will our financial capabilities be in the future, given that other things always come up, and they will always come up. But in any case, all this have to do with training and a change in mentality. As regards defense industry, I was envisioning an institute, a military infrastructure, which could attract or develop synergies with universities, with research centers, in order to invest or present its findings in research and technology. You know, with EAV, which is not the most efficient element of defense industry, it will never become unless we do away with the logic of the old trade unionists in there. But EAV has developed at the R&D level synergies with 5 universities to develop a Greek UAV. Right now, we don't have research results by Greek researchers. The Ministry of Finance has provided the finance. The Ministry of National Defense has also contributed by seconding 3 or 4 executives of Hellenic Air Force in order to link research with the operational the requirements of the branches and the production, and so that in 2 or 3 years, that's a conservative estimate, and not very estimated, to have a very specific results. Will be the development of a Greek UAV built by EAV, and this could go into on the basis of industrial production. But we need to do that in a more organized fashion. Of course, the needs, the challenges, the circumstances in recent years did not allow this type of designs, but this is necessary. Hellenic shipyards, yes, one could be critical about that and say that the agreement for the frigates did not have a great involvement of the domestic defense industry, approximately 10%. So 10% it's the subcontracting that will go to Greek businesses. There have been discussion between the naval group and Greek subcontractors. Yes, it could have been a higher percentage, yes, but do not forget that we had to close this deal in very adverse conditions with very high tensions with Turkey, and making use of the capability of the opportunity in the moment. We purchased 3 modern ships from another deal that had been closed in the previous year for 2 ships. There was the situation with Alpus, where the French side lost big contracts. It had to chase down some deals, and they offered this opportunity on our side, and we have a win-win situation. And about the corvettes, which is smaller capability ships but with similar capabilities as the frigates, we had set as an invaluable term that some of them would be built in a Greek shipyard. If we bought 3, 2 would have to be built in Greece. But in the situation the shipyards are now, or 3 years ago, could any Greek shipyard conduct such another project? 3 years ago, Skaramangas was under liquidation. There was an investor. Things are going ahead, and Elefsina was nowhere to be found. And we made some sort of an alchemy, I can't find a better word, to precipitating the recovery plan of the investor, the only investor that showed up at the time, which was recently approved by the competent court because it went through the recovery process according to bankruptcy law. And now there is an investor in Elefsina. Elefsina is working as a shipyard, recently announced shipyard work and it looks at the future with optimism. But what happened 3 years ago? Remind you, 3 years ago, we took delivery of the two missile boats, whose building started in 2004, which means we don't have any adequate industry to carry out shipbuilding work. When we told them that the Navy needs these ships, they went in and they finished the last 2 fast attack missile boats. So there was a national need. But now we are setting the foundations, we lay the foundation so that the domestic naval industry can support large-scale shipbuilding projects. The Greek domestic industry must adapt to modern reality. Ukrainian brought developments forward. European countries that supported Ukraine with donations and ammo, and all these stocks are running out. And there is also one of the issues, the fatigue of Europeans to support Ukraine from their own arsenals. This is an issue that could be an opportunity, because Europe comes and says, I am financing you. And then the commissioner went to the facilities a few years ago, and I will finance you, but I want you, tell me what you need to make reductions in very tight schedules. This was very difficult until recently, and you will be able to support your own stocks and also support developments in Ukraine with EU money. So crises lead to opportunities, but these opportunities, one must be in a position to seize them when they appear. The framework is there, the capabilities are there. I expect great progress. As I said, in Europe we have progress. How can the private defense material production companies, whether be preferred by the European competent organization as leading companies in the common projects with companies of other countries? We had 5 or 6 Greek companies, small Greek companies that participated in European programs. We can build on that, but as is the case with military service and the reserves, are going to need an overall change in mentality to set targets and achieve results. And since I had the joy to share this panel with colleagues from other parties, let me say that there is nothing that divides us on this. Yes, more or less there's a convergence of opinion. We have some differences, but in the basic things we agree that we need to intensify and even increase the pace in order to get the result, because as I said, this is imposed by the times and the hardship of the time. Again, thank you for hosting me.
I thank you. I kindly ask the audience to give me a couple of minutes to close this excellent 2-day conference. So, I could say with some relief, that's all, folks. I'd like to thank, well, starting, of course, as we opened, first of all, our sponsors, NATO, first of all, the Colombian Harriman Institute, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the Martin Center, the Hans-Seiden Stiftung, Vima and Danea are media sponsors, and of course, Transparency International for the auspices they offered. And having referred to NATO, I'd like to please allow me to briefly say something about one of the friends of the EDs, Mr. Theodosis Georgiou, who has been long president of the Association of Friends of NATO. Some of you may have done your internship by him, but on the 31st of December 2023, he was elected president of the Friends Association of NATO as a successor of James Townsend. Congratulations, Theodosis. Now, after the sponsors, most important moment. Those of you who have remained until now, let's always call Ms. Maria Deca. Applaud, put our hands together for Ms. Maria Deca. Call her in the room. Mrs. Laina, is she here or has she left? Well, she left. Also call in all the volunteers of this, the children who have worked, the young people who worked for this, Franciscos, and everyone else, so the young people who have worked for IDIS. This is an event that we aspire to turn into a leader regarding a leading event regarding the securitization of the country, and is organized in collaboration with our students. We have to say that above all, we are a university institute, and therefore our students, our community, our academic family. Thank you very much. And of course, kindly ask Mrs. Inofeduli to come forth. Our Executive Director. Full credits to Ino. We thank her warmly. So, we hope that we'll also welcome you here in 2024, and instead of the causes of conflicts in the world, to be able to discuss the conditions that will have led to peaceful and collaboration, stability, collaboration. See you in 2024.
Να είμαστε καλά και του χρόνου.
Mm-hmm.